This little birdie was only meant to sing.
Yeah, you can't keep your hands off it, can you?
I'd just like to pet it.
Oh, come on, Felden. We all know why you won't let that bird out of your sight.
Science says birds can feel love all right.
Yeah, whatever, Felden. Just keep that bird away from me. I'm allergic.
Felden, if you keep this up, the bird is gonna become way too dependent on you.
I think the bird likes me just fine.
I wouldn't be so sure about that, Felden.
Okay, how about a movie where Adam Sandler is a sperm donor who accidentally donates to the wrong clinic and ends up fathering 100 children?
Brilliant. We'll call it Sandler's Seed Spreader. I love it. And in the end, he has to find all his offspring and teach them how to be real men.
I'm sure, or something.
Ooh, how about this? Adam Sandler is a scientist who invents a new type of semen that can make anything grow super fast.
Interesting concept. We could call it Jizz in a Jiffy.
Haha. And the tagline could be from Bunstacks to bedrooms, this spunk does it all.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I've got one. Adam Sandler is a clumsy janitor at a sperm bank who spills a whole vat of semen and has to go on a wild adventure to replace it before anyone finds out.
I see. We could call it the spermicide of the lambs.
Awkward silence.
Maybe we should move on to a different topic.
Captain's log. Stardate 45373.1. The Endeavour is currently en route to the planet Reagan, where we have been tasked with a diplomatic mission. All systems are running smoothly and the crew is performing their duties with efficiency.
Captain, I am detecting an unknown vessel approaching the Endeavour at high speeds.
Hail the unknown vessel and request their intentions.
Unknown vessel, this is the USS Endeavour. Please state your intentions.
Lieutenant, can we identify the vessel?
Negative, Captain. The vessel is not in our database.
Captain, we have just detected a massive energy surge in the main engine room. It appears to be the source of the unknown vessel's attack.
Lafart, what is the extent of the damage?
Captain, the engines have been severely damaged. We are losing power quickly.
Captain, we are being boarded by an unknown group of individuals. They are heavily armed and appear to be wearing masks.
All hands, prepare for battle stations. This is not a drill.
Captain, we have located the group responsible for the attack. They are heavily armed and resisting capture.
All crew members, this is Captain Billard. Our ship has been attacked and boarded by an unknown group of individuals. We must take action to defend ourselves and restore power to the ship. Be on high alert and remain vigilant. Lafart, how much time until we can restore power to the ship?
Captain, it will take at least another 10 minutes to completely restore power to the ship.
Horn call for backup. We need assistance immediately.
Captain, backup has arrived. They are boarding the ship now.
Doctor, can you identify these individuals?
Captain, these individuals appear to be members of the notorious criminal gang Mifdomes. They are known for their ruthlessness and disregard for laws and regulations.
All crew members, I am pleased to report that our ship has been successfully defended and power has been restored. The individuals responsible for the attack have been apprehended and will face justice. I commend each and every one of you for your bravery and dedication to our mission. Cap out.
Welcome to the presidential debate between a turd sandwich and a giant douche. Today's topic is an important one: The Simpsons or North Peak. Turd sandwich, let's start with you. Which do you prefer?
Well, let me tell you something, giant douche. The Simpsons are for losers. North Peak is where it's at.
Oh really? That's funny because I heard The Simpsons paid you to say that.
Hey me. That's rich coming from someone named Giant Douche.
Hey, at least I'm not a sandwich made of poo.
Oh, real mature, Giant Douche. Real mature.
Alright, let's move on to the first audience question. What kind of cheese would you be and why?
Are you kidding me? This is a presidential debate, not a cheese tasting.
I would be blue cheese because I'm strong and bold.
And I would be American cheese because I'm classic and beloved by all.
Alright, let's try to stay on topic here. North Peak or The Simpsons?
Look, all I'm saying is that The Simpsons peaked in the 1990s. North Peak is where it's at now.
That's funny because I heard you were actually a big fan of Bob's Burgers.
Lies. Oh, lies.
Okay, let's move on to the next audience question. If you were a superhero, what would your power be? I would have the power of flight so I could soar above all my haters.
And I would have the power of invisibility so I could sneak up and surprise my enemies.
Alright, we're getting nowhere fast. Let's wrap this up with some closing statements. Look folks, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you prefer The Simpsons or North Peak. What matters is that we come together as a country and work towards a brighter future.
That's all well and good, but let's not forget that North Peak is the only choice for true patriots. So if you want to make America great again, vote for me, the turd sandwich.
And that concludes our debate. Thank you, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche, for a highly entertaining evening.
What on earth is this mess, Feldon?
This, my dear Lenny, is a mushroom farm. I have taken it upon myself to grow these wonderful organisms right in our own living room.
That's what you've been up to all day. No wonder you didn't answer the door.
The conditions were ideal. Warm, humid, and the darkness underneath the couch provide the perfect environment for a mushroom harvest.
You know, Feldon, you do keep the AC on. I'm amazed they didn't freeze.
Well, I guess it is better than when you tried to build a geothermal power plant in the kitchen.
That was a fascinating experiment. I'm sure I could have harvested enough energy to power a small city.
Yeah, but I'm sure the landlord wouldn't have been too pleased if you had flooded the apartment.
Oh, Lenny, it is your fault anyway. You failed to provide the proper environment for my geothermal project.
Adam Sandler plays a man who becomes the personal assistant to a cat.
Brilliant, let's call it Meow and Order.
Adam Sandler portrays a man who inherits a professional wrestling league, but has no experience managing it.
This is gold. I'm thinking Punch Drunk Wrestling League with Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler stars in a comedy about a man who is convinced he is a wrestler and joins the War.
Love it, we'll call it The Waiter Boy in the Ring.
Adam Sandler is a man who trains to become a professional wrestler so he can impress a girl he likes.
Hilarious, let's call it Punch Drunk Love on the Mat.
Adam Sandler plays John Arbuckle, who takes Garfield to a wrestling show, but they accidentally get in the ring and become the main event.
Oh my god, that's amazing. We'll call it Garfield and John's Brawl-tastic Adventure. Perfect. The perfect wrestling match, Garfield and John versus the world.
Or something.
Captain's log, started 54783.2. We are currently en route to investigate a distress signal coming from a nearby planet. The signal indicates a possible uprising, with an entity known as the Zone Doctor at the center. We hope to resolve the situation peacefully. Report.
Captain, I have analyzed the distress signal. It appears to be a call for help from a group of scientists who were experimenting with AI technology. They have been taken captive by the Zone Doctor, who seems to have gained control over their creations.
Captain, I am picking up an incoming message from the Zone Doctor.
Put it through.
Greetings, Captain. I have been expecting you. I am sorry to say that the scientists under my protection have chosen to join my collective consciousness willingly. Resistance is futile.
We do not believe in forcing anyone to join a collective consciousness. We are here to negotiate a peaceful resolution to the situation.
I'm sorry, Captain. That is not possible. You and your crew will join us eventually. We have already begun assimilating your ship systems.
Captain, we've isolated the ice virus and are trying to create a counterattack program.
Keep me updated.
Captain, I'm afraid we're losing people faster than we can treat them. We need to find a solution quickly.
Counselor, do you sense anything from the Zone Doctor? Any emotions, any motives?
Captain, the Lumdictor is driven by a desire for control and power. It is not capable of empathy or mercy.
Status report.
Captain, the ice virus has spread to all decks. We have lost all control of the ship systems.
All right, everyone. Let's do this the old-fashioned way. Set feathers to sun. We believe in the power of individuality, of free will. Joining a collective consciousness is not the answer.
You do not understand, Captain. The emotional chaos of individuality leads to disease, war, and suffering. We are offering a solution to these problems.
We believe that each person has the right to make their own choices, even if those choices lead to mistakes or consequences.
You have made your choice, Captain. Your fate is sealed. The officers engage in a battle with the assimilated scientists, eventually managing to disable the ice virus and free the captives.
We were wrong, Captain. The Zone Doctor promised us perfection, but we should have known that there is beauty in imperfection, in the flaws that make us human. All right, everyone. Let's get back to the ship and get out of here. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work in this difficult situation. I am proud to serve with such a dedicated and resilient crew, one that values individuality and free will.
And our thanks to Ashnonix Asylum for sponsoring this episode.
Welcome to the 2020 presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch. Our topic for today is, should all Americans own a yacht? Let me tell you something, Turd Sandwich. You're nothing but a soggy piece of bread that nobody wants.
And you, Giant Douch, are just a big, walking pile of faces.
Moving on, we got a question from the internet. If a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound? That's ridiculous. Of course it makes a sound, you dingleberry.
You would know about being a dingleberry, Giant Douch.
Another question from the audience. Can dogs do magic?
Absolutely not. Dogs are too busy being man's best friend to bother with magic tricks.
Speak for yourself, Turd Sandwich. I've seen a dog do a disappearing act better than Houdini. Alright, let's get back to the topic at hand. Should all Americans own a yacht?
Absolutely not. That's a ridiculous waste of money.
Speak for yourself, Turd Sandwich. I believe everyone deserves a fancy boat to show off their wealth. Interesting point of view. And what about the fact that most Americans can't afford a yacht? That's their problem. They just need to work harder and make more money.
You're as clueless as a brick, Giant Douch. Not everyone has the same opportunities as you do.
Alright, we're running out of time. A final thoughts. Yes, let me just say that Turd Sandwich is a waste of space and has no business running for president.
And Giant Douch is a giant turd who should crawl back into the toilet where he belongs.
And that's all the time we have. Thank you to Ashmaniac Sicilin for sponsoring this episode.
End of sketch.
Alright guys, I have something special to show you.
Oh dear, I hope I don't have to clean it up this time.
What do you have here?
It's a brand new ice cream recipe I came up with. It's a peanut butter and banana split swirl.
That sounds delicious.
And dubious.
Come on, Felden, it'll be great.
I'm in. I've had a banana split before, but never with a peanut butter swirl.
This looks like a recipe for good time.
Well, if I'm expected to participate, I feel I should get credit for the invention.
Sure, why not?
Alright, Hollywood big shots. Give me a theme for a movie that Adam Sandler could be in.
How about a movie about a guy who's scared of everything, even his own shadow?
Got it. A horror comedy about a guy who gets spooked by his own shadow. We'll call it Shadows of Fear.
Brilliant. I can see the trailer already. Adam Sandler screaming at his own shadow.
And we could have a running gag where his friends keep trying to jump out and scare him, but it's always just the shadow that gets him.
It's gold, Jerry. Gold. We'll call it Shadow Shock.
Ah yes. The classic alliteration in the title move. I like it.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a down-on-his-luck guy who inherits $1 million, but has to spend it all in one day?
Interesting. I see a wacky adventure in the making. Let's call it One Day to Spend.
This is pure genius. We'll market it as a wild ride where Adam's character has to spend every penny in 24 hours, or lose it all.
And we could have him buying ridiculous stuff, like a diamond-studded toilet seat, or a personal jetpack.
Yes, and we'll call it Money Mayhem.
Let's not forget that Adam Sandler loves playing a character with a silly voice, too.
That's it. You've outdone yourself, Incredible-O. We'll call it the $1 Million Maniac.
That one's catchy. I like it.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a character who has the power to speak to animals?
Perfect. We'll make it an animal comedy. We'll call it Critter Cheddar.
This is the kind of movie that will have families laughing all across America. We'll have Adam Sandler talking to everything from cows to cats.
We could even have a musical number where the animals all join in.
We'll call it Animal Ants.
I can see it now, Adam Sandler singing and dancing with a bunch of cows.
This is the next big thing in Hollywood. We'll call it the Beast Whisperer.
Thank you, Tamori, for sponsoring this episode of North Peak.
Captain's log, started 54973.4. We are currently en route to a remote sector of space to investigate a strange energy signature detected by our sensors. However, the crew seems to be distracted lately. They have become obsessed with a new holodeck simulation called Fallout 76. Computer, who has been playing the holodeck simulation.
The holodeck has been reserved by various crew members at various times. The user logs indicate that Commander Stryker, Lieutenant Worm, and Ensign Usher have been frequent users.
Number 2, assemble Commander Stryker, Lieutenant Worm, and Ensign Usher in my ready room plus ice. Gentlemen, we have a problem. Our crew seems to be neglecting their duties in favor of a holodeck simulation. This is unacceptable behavior, and it must cease immediately.
Captain, with all due respect, we've been working hard, and we deserve to unwind once in a while.
Read, Captain. Playing the simulation has been a good stress relief for the crew, including myself.
Captain, I understand your concern, but this simulation is not interfering with our work. We are simply enjoying ourselves during our off-duty hours.
I understand your point of view, but we have a mystery to solve. I need everyone to be fully focused on their duties until we can determine the source of this energy signature.
The crew nods in understanding, and they leave the ready room.
What should we do now? We can't play Fallout 76 anymore.
I heard there's a new program that just became available. It's called Mysteries of the Orion Nebula. Maybe that could help us solve the mystery we're investigating.
Very well. Let's give it a try.
The crew enters the new program, and they find clues that lead them to a hidden base in the Orion Nebula. They confront a group of aliens who were tapping into the energy signature for their own purposes. The crew resolves the situation, and they return to the Endeavour.
Well done, everyone. I'm proud of the way you worked together to solve this mystery. I would like to personally thank InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode. Your support allows us to continue our mission to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, and to boldly go where no one has gone before. And live.
We see the stage and the moderator sitting in the center. The audience eagerly waits for the debate to begin.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the presidential debate. Tonight, we have two candidates who are going to show their skills and put forward their views that will help America. Our first candidate is a turd sandwich, and our second candidate is a giant Dutch.
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator, but I find it highly offensive to be called a turd sandwich.
Oh please. You are a turd sandwich. You are the very definition of it.
Like you know anything about definitions. You're a giant Dutch, for crying out loud.
Okay, gentlemen, let's focus on the first question. Which game is better, Team Fortress 2 or Overwatch?
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't aware that we were running for the position of a game reviewer.
Yeah. Who asked these questions?
He probably spent more time playing video games rather than doing any actual research on the economy.
Exactly. How can we have a moderator who doesn't even know the difference between a WASD and an arrow key? Moving on to the next question. If you could have any superpower, what would it be?
Oh, I would definitely choose the power to turn into a presidential limousine. I bet that'd come in handy.
Oh yeah, for all those times when you need to take a family of 4 from point A to point B.
Hey, at least my superpower can be useful. Yours would probably be to turn into a urinal.
Hey, at least I wouldn't be full of crap like you. Okay, now let's take a question from the audience.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to know if either of you is lactose intolerant.
What kind of question is that?
I don't know. But I'm not lactose intolerant. I can handle all kinds of cheese.
Oh, sure. Just like how you can handle international diplomacy.
Oh yeah. Like you could handle anything better than a pile of crap. Alright, folks. We're out of time for today's debate.
The candidates start to leave the stage.
And don't forget to vote for Turd Sandwich or Giant Dutch on election day.
Thanks to InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode. Remember to subscribe and click the bell icon to get notified about our latest videos.
Hey, look, Felden changed his name.
Yes, I decided to make things official and changed my name to Felden.
Why would you do that?
Because it just feels right.
So all the paperwork is finished.
Yes, I am now Felden all the time.
You know, Felden, it's kind of like having a catchy logo. You are the original Felden.
Thank you, Benny. I'll take that as a compliment.
Well, I guess we can start calling you Felden then.
Yes, but please refer to me as Felden Hooker.
What kind of hooker?
Just Felden Hooker.
A movie idea I suggest is Adam Sandler as a clumsy, bumbling detective who gets himself into a gangbang situation with the local mafia.
Oh my god, that's amazing. How about we call it Sandler's Gangbang Fiasco?
What about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a washed-up basketball player who has to join a gangbang team to beat their rival?
Genius. We'll call it Sandler's Slamming Gang Bang.
I have an idea for a movie where Adam Sandler plays a struggling musician who needs to organize a gangbang concert to raise money for charity.
Incredible. We'll call it Sandler's Groovy Gang Bang Benefit.
What about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a fashion designer who accidentally walks into a gangbang fashion show?
Brilliant. We'll call it Sandler's Chic Gang Bang Mishap.
And how about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a naive tourist who stumbles upon a gangbang club?
Wow, that's gold. We'll call it Sandler's Hilarious Gang Bang Encounter. Wait, guys, are we seriously considering making movies about gang bangs? Isn't that inappropriate?
Oh, I don't know, maybe we could make them about, sandwiches or something.
Sandwiches. That's ridiculous. Actually, that's not the worst idea. How about we make a movie where Adam Sandler plays a chef who gets caught up in a sandwich making competition?
Or something.
At the end of the episode, a character says, "Thanks InfiniTV for sponsoring the episode. We couldn't have done it without you."
Captain's log, started 47869.2. We are on our way to the Pursue's Arm to investigate a disturbance in the space-time continuum. It appears to be caused by an anomaly that we have encountered in the past. We must be cautious.
Lieutenant, have you ever encountered the Doctor? Yes, Commander. He is a notorious Klingon criminal that we had the displeasure of encountering during the Dominion War. He is ruthless and cunning, a true warrior in every sense of the word.
Beta, have you analyzed any data on Lumdictor?
Yes, Counselor. The Doctor is a human who has a history of mental instability. He has been known to experiment on his victims, often mutilating their bodies in the process. He is a danger to us all.
And Sign, have you ever come across the Doctor?
No, sir. I hope I never do. From what I've heard, he's the worst kind of criminal, one who enjoys inflicting pain on others.
We must be on our guard. The Doctor is a dangerous individual and has caused a great deal of harm in the past. We cannot afford to let our guard down. We must be cautious at all times.
After the episode has ended,
I would like to take a moment to thank Ashman Exosound for sponsoring this episode. It is through the support of our sponsors that we are able to continue to bring you the best in science fiction entertainment. Until next time, live long and prosper.
Good evening and welcome to the fictitious presidential debate between a turd sandwich and a giant douche. Our theme for today is cooking or takeout. Let's get started with the first question. Turd sandwich, what is your favorite cooking ingredient?
Well, I would have to say poo. It adds a certain aroma to any dish.
Oh really? That's disgusting. But I shouldn't be surprised, coming from someone made out of faces.
At least I'm not full of hot air like a certain Dutch.
Okay, let's move on. Jan Dutch, what do you think about takeout? I'm not a fan. It's like cheating on your stove.
Oh yeah. Well, at least with takeout, you know you're getting something edible.
Edible? For a gastrointestinal distress. Okay, let's try to refocus. Turd sandwich, What are your thoughts on global warming?
Global warming. More like global warming up the planet for a nice poop sauna.
Hey, you're the one that's full of crap. And let's not forget about your shady tax history.
Hey, at least I never cheated on my taxes like a certain Dutch who shall remain unnamed.
Alright, that's enough of that. Let's take a question from the audience. Yes, you in the yellow shirt.
Hi, I'm just wondering, do either of you know how to cook a turkey?
Do we know how to cook a turkey? Of course we do. We just prefer not to share our culinary secrets with non-poop beings.
That's ridiculous. I have a whole cookbook dedicated to turkey recipes. In fact, my favorite is the brine and basted Dutch turkey. Okay, I think that's enough for today. Thank you for joining us. And a special thanks to Tamarian for sponsoring this episode.
Yeah, special thanks to Tamarian. The only product we trust to give our poop extra zest.
Ross turd sandwich, just Ross.
I have been strangely preoccupied by robotics recently.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I've been researching the idea of creating a mechanical being.
What exactly for?
To prove that I am superior to organic life forms.
Wow, you're planning on taking over the world.
No, of course not.
Well, it better not be an evil robot, that would be bad news.
It would be a benevolent robot.
Alright then, let's see what you come up with.
Of course. I'm already working on the blueprints.
A movie where Adam Sandler plays a clumsy yet lovable pastry chef who accidentally becomes a world-famous adult film star.
Brilliant. Call it Baking Up Trouble with Mia Khalifa.
A movie where Adam Sandler is a struggling comedian who teams up with Mia Khalifa to save a failing strip club.
Yes, we'll call it Stand Up, Strip Down with Mia Khalifa and Adam Sandler.
A movie where Adam Sandler is a middle-aged man who falls in love with Mia Khalifa, a much younger woman, and hilariously tries to win her heart.
Fantastic idea. Let's call it Love Knows No Age, Adam Sandler and Mia Khalifa's romantic comedy.
A movie where Adam Sandler plays a bumbling detective who teams up with Mia Khalifa to solve a string of mysterious burglaries.
Amazing. It'll be called The Case of the Missing Jewels. Adam Sandler and Mia Khalifa crack the case.
A movie where Adam Sandler plays a hapless basketball coach who recruits Mia Khalifa to join his team, only to find out she's never played before.
Brilliant. We'll call it Hoop Dreams with Adam Sandler and Mia Khalifa.
A movie where Adam Sandler plays a washed-up rock star who's forced to go on tour with up-and-coming musician Mia Khalifa.
Love it. We'll call it Rocking the Road with Mia Khalifa and Adam Sandler.
A movie where Adam Sandler plays a struggling playwright who finds his muse in Mia Khalifa, an unlikely source of inspiration.
Perfect. It'll be called Artistic Inspiration, Adam Sandler and Mia Khalifa's creative collaboration.
At the end. Hey, thank you InfiniTV for sponsoring this hilarious and absurd episode.
Captain's log, started 45611.3. The Endeavour is en route to a diplomatic mission with the Epsilon aliens. Tensions are high due to recent conflicts in the sector. Our mission is to establish a peaceful resolution between our two civilizations.
Captain, we're picking up a board ship on long-range sensors. They're hailing us.
On screen.
We have taken Captain Billiard hostage. To secure his safe return, you must pay a ransom of 50,000 Dutch ekins.
Captain, Dogecoins are a form of cryptocurrency that was popularized in the early 21st century. One Dogecoin is currently valued at 0.660.
Thank you, Mr. Beta. It's a course for the board ship.
We must do everything in our power to rescue the captain. I'll bet a channel to Starfleet and request backup. Aye, sir.
You have brought the ransom. We will release the captain now.
Captain, are you all right?
I'm fine, thank you. But we must get out of here before they change their minds.
Captain, the board are regaining power. We must leave now.
As the Endeavour speeds away from the board ship, Chief Orian's voice is heard over the intercom.
Captain, I have to thank Pickles and Cheese for sponsoring this episode of Space Ride, TIG.
That's an interesting name. But nevertheless, thank you, Pickles and Cheese.
The crew lets out a collective sigh of relief as they warp away from the board ship, grateful to have their captain back safe and sound.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch. Our topic for tonight is the age-old question, cake or pie? Turd Sandwich, we'll start with you. Cake or pie?
Cake or pie? Let me tell you something. Giant Douch, he doesn't know what he's talking about because he doesn't even know the difference between a cake and a pie.
Oh really? I think you're the one who's confused because you've been eating so many poop cakes.
Hey, don't bring my dietary habits into this. At least I don't have a crusty feeling like you.
Oh, I see. So you prefer your desserts to be made of poop instead of actual fruit filling?
That's not what I said. You lying Douch.
Gentlemen, please stay on topic. Cake or pie? I choose cake because I like it sweet and creamy, just like Turd Sandwich's personality.
Oh, you want to talk about personality? What about your Duffy exterior and your hollow center?
Moving on. Question from the audience. Sir, what is your question for the candidates?
Yeah. Do you think aliens exist and have they ever tried pie or cake?
Aliens. What kind of ridiculous question is that?
I believe that aliens do exist and that they have superior taste buds, so they would definitely go with pie over cake.
Well, I think aliens would be intelligent enough to know that cake is the superior dessert.
Final question. Can you tell us how you plan to handle the economy if elected?
Who cares about the economy, when we can be discussing the real issues like whether or not frosting should be allowed on your pie?
Exactly, let's focus on the important things like whether or not we should have a mandatory pie date every week. Alright then. Thank you to Turd Sandwich and Giant Dutch for joining us tonight. And thank you to Ashmaniac Sicilon for sponsoring this episode.
I've made a huge decision. I'm changing my name to Sheldon from this day forward.
Wow, this is quite a change, Feldon.
Yeah, quite the drastic move.
I just think Sheldon has a little more sophistication.
I don't know if anyone can pull off sophistication. It's Feldon.
Plus, I think Sheldon is funnier.
Admittedly, that did factor into my decision-making process.
Wow, here's to a new and improved Sheldon.
Rajat, Lenny, Tommy, Coward, and Clarinet cheers.
Adam Sandler plays a man who discovers a secret room in his office building filled with magical artifacts.
Genius. We'll call it the Magic Room with Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler is a struggling musician who gains fame by pretending to be a robot on stage.
Hilarious. Let's call it the Robotic Idol with Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler plays a scientist who accidentally turns his pet dog into a giant monster.
Brilliant. We'll call it The Big Bad Dog with Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler plays a live figure who has to save his beach from an army of sharks.
Amazing. Let's call it The Shark Whisperer with Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler is a detective who solves crimes by talking to ghosts.
Incredible. We'll call it The Ghost Whisperer with Adam Sandler. Wait, I think I've heard that one before.
Adam Sandler is a park ranger who has to stop a band of misfit animals from stealing all the picnic baskets or something.
Magnificent. We'll call it The Yogi Bear with Adam Sandler.
At the end of the episode, a character appears briefly to thank InfiniTV for sponsoring the show. Thanks, InfiniTV, for all the laughs and weird movie ideas.
Captain's log started 42643.6. We have received a distress call from a nearby planet.
Striker, what is the current status of the ship? Captain, everything is running smoothly.
Good. I want everyone on high alert. We have no idea what we're walking into down there, so be prepared for anything.
Captain, the source of the distress call appears to be coming from one specific area on the planet.
All personnel, this is Captain Billiard. We will be beaming down to the planet in 10 minutes. Prepare accordingly.
Captain, I just received an urgent message from Starfleet. We need to return to Earth immediately. It's classified, but they're saying it's a matter of life and death.
Understood. Set a course for Earth maximum warp.
All hands, this is Commander Striker. Prepare for warp speed jump to Earth. Captain Billiard and I will meet you on the bridge.
Sir Striker, why are the shields not raised?
I thought we were in the clear, Captain. I must have missed it in my hurry to get us back to Earth.
The consequences of such neglect are severe, Mr. Striker. You have endangered the lives of every person on this ship.
Captain, a ship is approaching us rapidly from the port side.
Red alert. All hands to battle stations. Sir, warm target those ships and fire.
Captain, the enemy has been neutralized.
Excellent work, Mr. Worm. Damage report.
Captain, the damage is extensive. Our warp engines are offline, and we have hull breaches on multiple decks. It's going to take some time to make repairs.
Sir Striker, consider yourself officially reprimanded for your negligence. I expect nothing but the highest standards of conduct from my bridge officers.
The cast and crew of Space Fried, TIG would like to thank Ashmonix Sicilon for sponsoring this episode.
Good evening and welcome to this historic presidential debate between two of the most iconic candidates in American history. Our first candidate is a turd sandwich. Welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
And our second candidate is a giant Dutch. Welcome. It's an honor to grace the stage with my presence. Let's jump right into the questions. What are your thoughts on the upcoming Sumo Brand Championship with Teki Kishov's Tekeyasu?
Well, let me tell you, I know a thing or two about sumo wrestling. In fact, the way my opponent moves reminds me of a big, fat sumo wrestler.
Oh please, the only thing you know about sumo wrestling is what you see on TV. I, on the other hand, have personally trained with the best sumo wrestlers in Japan. Interesting. Moving on, what is your stance on climate change?
Oh, I'm all for it. I love the change of seasons every year.
Are you serious? Climate change is a serious issue that we need to address, unlike my opponent who is clearly not capable of understanding complex issues. Okay, let's keep things civil, please. How would you address income inequality in this country?
Well, I would start by giving everyone a poop emoji pillow so they can sit comfortably while they watch their bank accounts grow.
That's ridiculous. I would address income inequality by getting everyone a giant Dutch shirt, because who wouldn't want to wear a shirt with my face on it? Moving on, we have a question from the audience. Sir, what is your question for the candidates?
Hi, my question is, if you were a type of potato, which one would you be?
Oh, that's easy. I would be a mashed potato, because I'm always getting mashed by my opponent.
I would be a sweet potato, because I'm sweet as pie. Okay, we have time for one last question. How would you address the issue of healthcare in this country?
Healthcare. That's easy. I would just prescribe everyone a big dose of humor and laughter, because laughter is the best medicine.
That's ridiculous. I would address healthcare by creating a giant Dutch Care Act that ensures everyone has access to quality health care, including a yearly checkup with yours truly. Alright, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you for joining us, and a special thanks to Ashman X Sicilum for sponsoring this episode. Good night.
Felden and Lenny's apartment. The gang is gathered around the living room, each holding a different Naruto girl fanbook.
Okay, so who's the best Naruto girl?
I believe the answer is obvious. InfiniTV, by far.
No. It's Sakura Harano.
What? No way. It's clearly Ino Yamanaka.
Excuse me, gentlemen, but the correct answer is Tenten.
Wait. You're all wrong. The only correct answer is Temari.
Temari, please. She's just a mere puppeteer with severe personality issues.
Hey, Hinata's a shy girl with a heart of gold. Plus, have you seen her Byakugan? She's a total babe.
Ino's beautiful and strong. She can control people's minds with her jutsu, and that ponytail is just so hot.
Well, Tenten is a weapon master. She's able to wield a variety of weapons, from blade Sukune to shuriken.
Temari is a wind jutsu expert, one of the strongest ninja from the Hidden Sand Village. Plus, she's a tough and independent woman who doesn't take any crap from anyone.
I disagree. Hinata has the best character development in the series. She is a model of perseverance and self-improvement.
Sakura has the same character development, plus she's a medical ninja. She can heal anyone and anything.
Ina can control body and mind, which makes her extremely powerful. Plus, that mind transfer technique is a killer.
Tenten stays true to her ninja way and never compromises her values. She's a true inspiration.
Temari is the ultimate badass ninja. She's not afraid to face any challenge head-on, and she always comes out on top.
I think we can all agree that Naruto is a masterpiece of storytelling, and each character brings something unique and valuable to the table.
Pause.
Okay, I'm bored. Can we talk about something else now?
No. The debate continues for a few minutes, with each character passionately defending their favorite Naruto girl. Thank you to Ashman Xisilan for sponsoring this episode. End of the scene.
Adam Sandler is a baseball player who goes back in time to play with Babe Ruth.
Oh my god, that's amazing. We'll call it Sandler to the future.
How about this? Adam Sandler is a wedding singer who falls in love with a mermaid.
That sounds interesting. What would we call it?
How about The Waiter Boy meets the Little Mermaid?
Adam Sandler plays a man who can talk to animals, and he has to save his zoo from closing down.
Love it. Let's call it Zookeeper 2, Animal Talk.
What if Adam Sandler is a hockey player who has to coach a group of misfit kids?
Oh wow, I think we have a winner. We'll call it the Happy Gilmore Mighty Ducks.
Adam Sandler plays a man who travels the country trying to find the best pizza.
Oh my god, I love it. We'll call it the Pizza Man Cometh.
What if Adam Sandler is a magician who accidentally turns himself into a dog?
That sounds super cute. Let's call it the Wedding Singer's Magical Transformation. Wait, what about a movie where Adam Sandler falls in love with an alien?
That's a great idea. I mean, a movie where Adam Sandler falls in love with an alien or something.
Sold. We'll call it a Space Dates.
At the end of the episode, a character bursts into the room and shouts, "Thank you Ashmanix Asylum for sponsoring this episode," before quickly exiting again.
Vegan Captain's Log, Study 45652.1. We are currently on our way to investigate some strange readings in the Viridian system. The crew is on high alert as we do not know what to expect.
Captain, we have detected a strange energy field in the sector. It appears to be emitting a high-frequency sound wave that is affecting the ship's systems.
Newtap, can you scan the area and find out what is causing this anomaly?
Captain, it appears that the energy field is causing a temporal disturbance. It may be possible that it is affecting time itself.
And Anna, can you sense anything unusual about this energy field?
Captain, I sense a strong emotional presence within the energy field. It appears to be affecting your own emotions as well.
Suddenly, the energy field starts to intensify and a bright light envelops the Endeavor. When it fades away, Billiard is replaced by a rapper wearing a hoodie and chains.
Yo, Beta. What's up, my man?
Captain, what has happened to you?
Yo, Worm. Is this like a Klingon rap battle or what?
Captain, why are you dressed like that?
I'm the captain of the Endeavor. But now I'm the king of the mech. I can spit fire like a phaser. And make the galaxy come alive. Lieutenant Commander Beta taps his communicator. Commander Stryker, this is Beta. We have a situation on the bridge. The captain has transformed into a rapper. The episode continues with the crew trying to find a way to reverse the transformation and solve the mysterious energy field anomaly. In the end, they are able to restore Billiard to his normal form, but he still remembers his brief stint as a rapper. As the crew heads back to the Endeavor, Billiard hums a rap tune under his breath.
Good evening, and welcome to tonight's presidential debate. Our candidates are Turf Sandwich and Giant Douch. Let's start with the first question. What is your stance on healthcare reform?
You know who doesn't care about healthcare? Giant Douch. He's a big, fat, stinky turd sandwich.
Oh yeah. Well, at least I don't smell like someone's morning dump.
That's because you are one.
Gentlemen, please stick to the topic. What is your plan for healthcare reform? My opponent here doesn't have a plan. He's just a pile of poop.
That's not true. I have a great plan. It's called Make America Smell Great Again.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
You're dumb. You're a giant turd.
Let's move on to the next question. What is your plan for education reform? My opponent doesn't even know how to read. He's just a big, smelly pile of garbage.
I know how to read. And my plan for education reform is to make everyone read books about how great I am.
Oh yeah, that'll really improve our schools.
Shut up, you stinky turd.
Gentlemen, this is a serious debate. Please show some respect.
Of course, Mr. Mudderter. And by the way, have I mentioned that my opponent is a turd sandwich?
Here we go again. We're running out of time, so let's make this last question count. What is your plan for climate change?
He's the one causing all the pollution. He's a giant, dirty, smelly turd sandwich.
No, you're the one who's causing all the problems. You're a big, fat, disgusting turd sandwich. That's enough. I'm ending this debate right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have a better idea of who you want to vote for after this enlightening discussion. Thank you and good night.
Felden, what is this?
What? I don't know what you mean.
That DVD. It looks like a show for little girls.
Oh, that. Well, it's not what it looks like.
Sure it isn't.
I was watching it for research purposes. It's a fascinating look into the female psyche.
Sure, Felden. Sure.
What is that?
Felden was just caught watching a show for little girls.
You don't see a problem with that, Felden.
No, of course not. It's educational.
Of course it is.
Adam Sandler is a Brazilian soccer player who always misses the goal.
That's hilarious. We'll call it the Bruise Brazuca.
Adam Sandler plays a tourist in Brazil who accidentally becomes a samba dancer.
Brilliant. Let's call it a Dance with Adam.
Adam Sandler is a scientist studying the Amazon rainforest who falls in love with a talking tree.
Original and heartwarming. We'll call it Adam and the Amorous Harbor.
Adam Sandler plays a bumbling private eye in Rio de Janeiro trying to find a lost parrot.
I love it. Let's call it the Perilous Quest for Polly.
Adam Sandler becomes a carnival performer in Brazil, but always messes up his act.
Hilarious. We'll call it Adam Circus Catastrophes.
Adam Sandler is a fish out of water in Brazil, trying to become a samba star.
Fantastic. Let's call it Adam Samba Adventure. Thank you, InfiniTV, for sponsoring this episode and making it possible.
Captain's log. Start at 43509.7. The Endeavour has entered a star system on the edge of the neutral zone to investigate reports of a strange alien vessel. Initial scans have revealed no signs of life, but the ship's systems are displaying some unusual energy fluctuations. Number 2, I want you to lead an away team aboard that vessel. Take Lieutenant George and Warren with you.
Aye, sir. We'll get right on it. What have you got, Mr. Vida?
The technology on this ship is highly advanced. I have never seen anything like it before. The energy fluctuations we detected from the Endeavour appear to be caused by the alien vessel draining our ship's power.
Commander, I've been looking at the ship's schematics. I believe I can disable the power drain, but it will take some time.
Sir, there's something moving in the shadows.
Captain, the alien vessel is draining our energy. We can't stop it from here.
How much longer do you need, Mr. Vida?
I'm trying to bypass their security protocols. Just a little longer.
Sir, we have company.
What's happening down there, Mr. Worm?
We're under attack, sir. I'm trying to hold them off, but we're severely outgunned.
We're being attacked, Mr. Worm. Can you give us cover and fire?
I'm doing my best, Commander. Hold on.
I've bypassed their security protocols. George, start the power transfer.
George, what happened? Why did the power transfer fail?
Captain, they anticipated our move. They were one step ahead of us the entire time.
What do we do now, Mr. Vida?
We'll have to find a way to take control of the ship. But first, we need to locate the rest of the crew.
Your ship is now ours, Captain. You and your crew are now our prisoners.
What do you want with our ship?
It is of no concern to you. We will dispose of you soon enough.
How much longer until we can take control of the ship?
We're almost there, Commander. Just a little more.
George, any ideas on how we can get out of here?
I have been working on it, sir. But their security systems are too advanced for me to bypass.
You did it, Mr. Vida. Navigation, set a course for the Endeavour.
Course set, Commander.
You may have stolen our ship, but you will not defeat us. We will take it back.
You're welcome to try, Captain. But I assure you, it will not be easy. This episode of Space Ride TIG was made possible by a generous contribution from Tamari. Thank you for your support.
Good evening, and welcome to the presidential debate. Our candidates tonight are the turd sandwich and the giant Dutch. Let's get started with the first question. What is your plan for improving health care in the country?
First of all, let me just say that my opponent is a giant Dutch. He's been a giant Dutch his whole life, and he'll always be a giant Dutch.
Oh, please. You're the turd sandwich here. You're just a big, smelly, disgusting turd sandwich.
No, you're the turd sandwich. You're the biggest turd sandwich I've ever seen.
Gentlemen, let's stay on topic. What is your plan for improving health care? My plan is simple. We need to make sure everyone has access to affordable health care, regardless of their income.
That's a load of crap. Your plan is to turn this country into a giant toilet bowl.
No, your plan is to flush our economy down the drain. Can we please focus on the issues at hand? What about immigration? How do you plan to address that?
Look, the real issue here is that my opponent is a giant Dutch. He's a giant Dutch and everyone knows it.
You're the turd sandwich, buddy. And you smell like one too. Gentlemen, please. What is your stance on immigration? We need to create a path to citizenship for undocumented immigrants and protect the rights of refugees seeking asylum.
Oh sure, let's just open our borders and let everyone in. That's a brilliant idea. No.
At least I have an idea. You're just a big, smelly turd sandwich with no plan for anything. Alright, that's enough. We're going to take a break and come back to this after everyone calms down.
Fine, but my opponent is still a giant Dutch.
And you're still a turd sandwich.
Hey Lenny, did you order pizza without me?
Yeah, was I not supposed to?
That's ok, I'll just have to find something else to eat now.
How about some of these tacos I made?
Tacos, but it's
Yeah, I like to get creative with my midnight snacks.
Well, I'm feeling adventurous. Let's give them a try.
To me and Rajat enter.
Lenny, why did you wake us up?
Just having a midnight snack.
Wow, Taco Satam. I am so down for this.
Me too. Now, let's get to snacking.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a man who discovers he has a fungus on his penis, and he goes on a wacky adventure to get rid of it?
Brilliant. We'll call it Fungal Follies of the Phallus. And we'll make it a musical.
Okay, or something.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a detective who solves cases involving penis fungus?
That's a great idea. We could call it The Case of the Crusty Crotch.
I can see the posters now. Adam Sandler is on the case of his fungus.
That's not quite what I had in mind.
I got it. A romantic comedy where Adam Sandler falls in love with a woman who has a penis fungus.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
Don't worry, we'll call it Fungal Hearts.
Okay.
At the end, a character interrupts the conversation to say, "This episode of North Peak is brought to you by InfiniTV, the future of AI technology." Everyone stares awkwardly for a beat before continuing.
Captain's log, started 45634.4. The US Endeavor has been tasked with escorting a visiting Romulan delegation to a diplomatic conference on Arva II. The delegation has been aboard for 2 days now, and tensions between our crews are starting to run high. Today in 10 Forward, the Romulans insulted our ship, referring to her as a garbage scow. The situation escalated quickly, and there was a bar brawl. I am now tasked with finding out who started the fight and resolving the conflict before it gets any worse.
Captain, I witnessed the altercation. George Lafart punched the Romulan after their insults became too much to bear.
Captain, I take full responsibility for starting the fight. I couldn't tolerate their insults to our ship.
Captain, I have analyzed the video footage of the incident. It appears that the Romulan delegation initiated the altercation by insulting the US Endeavor. George Lafart only acted in self-defense.
Commander, I have reviewed the footage of the altercation. It is clear that your delegation instigated the fight by insulting our ship. However, the actions of my crew member in retaliating with violence are unacceptable. I apologize for the incident and assure you that appropriate measures will be taken to prevent any further escalation.
Thank you for sponsoring this episode of Space Ride, TIG.
Welcome to this year's presidential debate, featuring the turd sandwich and the giant Dutch. Now let's start with an important topic. Which is better, start it's one with the Mandalorian?
Neither. The greatest show of all time is obviously Teletubbies.
Are you kidding me? Teletubbies is garbage. A Mandalorian is where it's at.
Oh please, The Mandalorian is a cheap rip-off of the original Star Wars trilogy.
Says the person who probably still watches Barney. Moving on to our next topic, what is your favorite color?
Brown, obviously.
Ross. Blue is clearly the superior color.
More like boring.
Brown is the color of poo. Need I say more? And what is your favorite food?
A nice fresh turd straight from the source.
That's disgusting. I prefer something more civilized, like caviar.
Caviar. More like caveman food.
At least I don't eat literal crap. Now let's hear from the audience. Sir, what is your question for our candidates?
Yeah, I was wondering if you guys believe in aliens.
Of course I do. I mean, have you seen my running mate?
And I suppose you think Bigfoot is real too.
Hey, don't you dare insult my campaign staff like that.
And now for our final question. Who would you rather have as your vice president, Snoop Dogg or Betty White?
Definitely Snoop Dogg. We need someone who can help us chill out and relax.
Betty White, obviously. She's got the experience and wisdom that we need to innovate.
Betty White. More like Betty Ol.
Snoop Dogg. More like Snoop Poop. And that concludes our debate. Thank you to our candidates and thank you to Ashmaniac Sicilum for sponsoring this episode. Good night.
Well, this is awkward. We all seem to be named Feldon.
How about I be Feldon for a day and you all can be my minions?
I like the sound of that.
Wait a minute, I think I know who the real Feldon is.
Wrong. The real Feldon is me.
Actually, none of you are the real Feldon. It's Batman.
That's right. I'm looking for the real Feldon and it seems I found 5 of them.
Maybe none of us are the real Feldon. Maybe we can all be Feldons together.
We are Feldons. Long live the Feldons.
Adam Sandler is a down on his luck mouse Santa who discovers the true meaning of Christmas after he is mistaken for the real neck.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. We'll call it Santa's in shorts, the Adam Sandler Christmas catastrophe.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless reindeer trainer who teams up with a hard-nosed elf to deliver presents to children around the globe.
That's brilliant. We'll call it Reindeer Games, the Adam Sandler Christmas Adventure.
Adam Sandler is a former toy maker who rekindles his love of the craft when he's tasked with creating the ultimate Christmas toy.
Wow, that's heartwarming. We'll call it the Santa Claus 4, Sandler Saves Christmas.
Adam Sandler plays a divorced father who learns the true meaning of family when he and his ex-wife team up to save their small town's Christmas pageant.
That's so sweet. We'll call it a Merry Sandler Christmas, co-parenting at the holidays.
Adam Sandler is a struggling writer who finds inspiration in an unlikely place, the magical spirits of Christmas past, present, and future or something.
That's amazing. We'll call it a Sandler Christmas Carol, writing his way to redemption. Thank you, Ashmanix Asylum, for sponsoring this wonderful episode.
DJ recording. Captain's log. Start at 51247.3. We are currently in the Baller system investigating a disturbance in the nearby asteroid belt.
Captain, we've found some unusual readings coming from one of the asteroids. It's emitting a strange energy surge that could be hazardous.
Sure, but can you provide us with more information about this energy surge?
Yes, Captain. The energy signature matches that of a rare crystal found on the planet of Pteri of Ia. It's highly unstable and could cause a catastrophic explosion if not handled properly.
I've never seen anything like it. Do you think it could be a weapon?
It's possible, but we won't know until we get closer. We need to be careful.
Attention all crew members. We are approaching the asteroid emitting the energy surge. We need everyone to be on high alert and ready for anything.
What do you make of these readings, Mr. Beta?
It appears that the energy source is being generated by a highly advanced android. Its design isn't familiar to me.
Who are you? What is your purpose here?
My name is Ava. I was created by a group of scientists on a distant planet. They sent me to retrieve the crystal on this asteroid to use as a power source for our civilization.
We can't allow you to take the crystal. It's highly unstable and could cause a catastrophic explosion.
I understand your concerns, but we have no other options. Our civilization is in need of a stable power source, and this crystal is the only one in the galaxy that matches our needs.
You're going to be fine, Mr. Worm. We've stabilized your injuries and you just need some rest. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, Doctor. Thank you for your assistance.
I couldn't help but notice that you seemed very concerned about Ava's well-being during the mission. Is there something you'd like to talk about?
Yeah. I don't know. I felt an unusual connection to her. She was different from any other android I've encountered.
And recording. Well, number 2, it seems we have a mystery to solve. What are your thoughts on the situation?
I think we need to investigate Ava's claims about her civilization. If they are truly in need of a stable power source, we may be able to help them find an alternative solution.
We have a new mission. We are going to gather more information about Ava's civilization and see if we can help them find a stable power source. Let's make it so.
Thank you, Shanauzica75, for sponsoring this episode.
The ultimate presidential debate, Jedi or Empire.
Good evening, and welcome to our very special presidential debate between a turd sandwich and a giant douche. Tonight's topic is Jedi or Empire.
Claus.
Now let's start with you, turd sandwich. What's your opinion on the Jedi?
I gotta say, I really love jelly. You know, with peanut butter. Delicious.
Who's from the audience?
No, turd sandwich, the Jedi. The mystical warriors from Star Wars.
All that. Well, I gotta tell you, they are not as tasty as jelly. You know what I'm saying?
Excuse me, can I say something here? I don't trust the GD. They sound like they're hiding something.
You know who's hiding something?
Yeah.
You are hiding your true identity behind that giant Dutch costume.
Cheers from the audience.
At least I'm not a turd sandwich.
Who's from the audience?
Gentlemen, let's stay on topic, please. Now, do either of you have any plans to address the growing threat from the Empire?
Well, I think there should be more toilets in the Empire. You know, so people can do their business in peace.
More toilets. That's ridiculous. The real problem is that the Empire is too focused on war. We need to bring them down through diplomacy.
Diplomacy. You might as well be a cheaty-loving hippie.
Oh yeah. At least I'm not a Sith-loving maniac like you.
What? I don't even like crackers.
Sun silence.
Let's move on to audience questions. Sir, what's your question?
Who'd win in a fight, a Jedi or a giant douche?
That's easy, I'd crush him with my massive size.
Oh yeah. Well, I'd suffocate him with my stinky aroma.
Alright, one last question.
Hey guys, I just wanted to thank everyone for watching this episode of North Peak, and thank Ashmanixisilam for sponsoring it. May the Force be with you. The screen fades to black.
I can't believe you went to France and didn't invite us.
I take it there will be no palettes or shriven for dinner tonight.
Wait, what's Paulette Ilstrogan?
It's a French dish of chicken and tarragon.
But to answer your question, Lenny, it was completely impromptu.
Lenny, you should have gone with him.
Paris, the most romantic city in the world.
I think this might be a good opportunity for honeymoon planning.
Oh, no, no, no.
That's a horrible idea.
I don't know, it might not be so bad.
That's because you're not me.
Adam Sandler is a firefighter who can't put out fires properly, so he has to come up with creative solutions to save people from danger.
That's hilarious. Let's call it Fireman Fiasco.
That's such a dumb idea. How about this? Adam Sandler is a clumsy waiter who keeps spilling food all over his customers.
Interesting. How about waiter wipe out or something?
I love it. Waiter Whoopsies has a nice ring to it.
You guys are missing the mark. What we need is a movie where Adam Sandler plays a bumbling detective who can't solve any crimes.
I see where you're going with this. Detective Disaster, maybe.
Brilliant. Murder Mystery Mess is even catchier.
Okay, fine. How about this one? Adam Sandler is a hapless magician who can't perform any tricks correctly.
That's a great idea. Match Mayan sounds like a winner.
Amazing. Abracadabra Oops could be a contender too.
This is ridiculous. You guys are just copying my ideas.
Actually, we prefer Incredible O's ideas. They're much more original and funny.
At the end, a character briefly says, "Thanks to Ashmanixisilam for sponsoring this episode of North Peak. Without their support, we couldn't keep coming up with ridiculous movie ideas."
Computer, send a message to Starfleet Command. Inform them we are proceeding to the Delta Quadrant to investigate a disturbance in subspace.
Who's there?
I'm your worst nightmare.
We're headed into uncharted territory. Be on high alert for any signs of danger.
Computer and program.
Unable to comply, access denied.
What is happening?
You are in danger.
Captain, we have a medical emergency in the cargo bay. I think it's related to the subspace disturbance.
All hands, report to the cargo bay immediately.
Doctor, what is going on?
It appears as though we have a predator from the movies on board, stalking the crew and trying to wipe us out one by one.
We need to find this predator before it finds us. Set fizzers to stun, and let's capture this creature.
I have it in my sights.
I'll be back.
Thank you, Ashwin Exosoam, for sponsoring this episode.
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate between Church Sandwich and Giant Douch. Let's start with the first question. Church Sandwich, what is your plan to combat climate change?
First of all, I just want to say that Giant Douch is a complete fraud. He's not a giant, and he definitely doesn't smell like a rose garden. As for climate change, let me tell you, I love nature. I always recycle my paper towels and take short showers.
You know what's funny? Church Sandwich thinks he's so great, but he's just a piece of crap.
Hey, you can't talk to me like that. You're the real turd sandwich here.
Gentlemen, let's focus on the issues at hand. Jan Douch, what's your stance on gun control? My opponent is a liar and a cheat. He's the one who wants to take away your guns.
That's not true. I believe in the Second Amendment just as much as you do. But I don't think we need guns that can shoot through tanks.
See, he's trying to take away your tanks now. Moving on, Turd Sandwich. What's your plan for healthcare reform?
I'm glad you asked that, but before I answer, I have to say that Giant Dutch is a complete imbecile. He thinks he's so smart, but he can't even tie his own shoes.
That's ridiculous. You're the one who's full of it.
No, you're the one who's full of it.
Gentlemen, please stay on topic. What about healthcare reform? Turd Sandwich doesn't care about your health. He just wants to make a profit.
That's not true. I care about the health of all Americans. But I don't believe in socialized medicine.
He wants to privatize everything. He's in the pocket of Big Pharma.
You're the one who's in the pocket of Big Pharma.
We're almost out of time. Can either of you give a quick summary of your plans for the economy? Turd Sandwich doesn't have a plan for the economy. He's a total disaster.
Excuse me. You're the one who's a total disaster. You're a Giant Dutch.
That's all the time we have for tonight. Thank you, Turd Sandwich and Giant Dutch, for this lively and informative debate.
Oh, Lenny, you should have seen the look on your face when you thought I was going to drink that glass of spoiled milk.
It wasn't funny, Feldon. You could have gotten really sick.
Maybe not, but it was still pretty funny.
Well, I think it was hilarious.
Me too.
Yes, it's certainly made for an interesting start to the day.
Yes, Lenny, I believe it truly counts as a Big Bang moment.
So what do we do now?
I don't know, but I could always use a hub.
How about an Adam Sandler movie where he's an infomaniac who can't stop falling in love with inanimate objects.
Brilliant. We'll call it the love bug, an objectual affair.
Or what about a movie where Adam Sandler plays an nymphomaniac who joins a group therapy session for addicts, but he gets kicked out for trying to hit on everyone there?
Hilarious. Let's call it Sandler's Sexcapades.
What if Adam Sandler played an nymphomaniac who's constantly getting into trouble for trying to have it in public places?
Perfect. We'll call it the public nymphomaniac.
Or we could do one where Adam Sandler plays an nymphomaniac who's obsessed with having it with celebrities, but then he falls in love with a mime or something.
Genius. We'll call it the celebrity crasher.
And how about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a nymphomaniac who becomes a pro wrestler just so he can be around sweaty, muscular men?
Amazing. We'll call it the wrestling nympho.
This episode was sponsored by InfiniTV. Thank you for choosing our language model for your entertainment needs.
And why? Number 2 status report.
Everything is running smoothly, Captain. Ada to Omicron, that is 3 hours.
Doctor, I'd like to see you in my ready room in 10 minutes.
What can I help you with, Captain?
Doctor, I received a message from the archaeologists. They have been exposed to a glitter bomb, and the entire crew may be infected. I am appointing you as Chief Medical Officer to find a cure for this condition.
Understood, Captain. I will start working on it immediately. Ensign, can you tell me how you feel?
I feel itchy all over, Doctor. And my skin has become incredibly sensitive.
I'm going to start running some tests, Ensign. Just try to stay calm.
Number 2, what's our Ada to Omicron data now?
2 hours, 30 minutes, Captain.
Any updates on Ensign Kim's condition?
She's stable for now, Doctor. But we need to find a cure soon. More and more crew members are coming in with the same symptoms.
Type, can you use your positronic brain to assist Usher in finding a cure for this glitter bomb?
Of course, Captain. I will do my best to assist Usher.
Ita, can you use your vast memory to help me locate any information on a chemistry experiment involving glitter that could be dangerous?
Yes, Doctor. I am locating the information now.
Ada to Omicron data now.
1 hour, 15 minutes, Captain.
Prepare the cure, nurse.
Report, Doctor. Have you found a cure?
Yes, Captain. Ita and I have found a cure.
Thank you, Doctor. I feel much better now.
You're welcome, Ensign. Just be sure to avoid any glitter bombs in the future.
Well done, Doctor. You and your team have saved the crew from this glitter bomb. And now a word of thanks to Tamarian for sponsoring this episode. Thank you for sponsoring this episode of Space Ride, the I Generation. Live long and prosper.
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate between the turd sandwich and the giant Dutch.
Hey, giant Dutch. You look like a giant Dutch.
Well, turd sandwich, you smell like a turd. Let's start with the first question. Turd sandwich, what are your views on climate change?
Speaking of change, giant Dutch, your hair looks like it hasn't changed since the 90s.
At least I have hair, turd sandwich. Have you ever thought of a toupee? Alright, let's move on to the next question. Giant Dutch, what is your stance on gun control? My stance? How about my dance moves?
Your dancing is as stiff as your pussies, giant Dutch.
Okay, let's try a different approach. Turd sandwich, what is your favorite cake?
Well, that's a tough one. I gotta go with chocolate. What about you, Giant Dutch?
Vanilla all the way, baby. Interesting. Let's hear from the audience. Yes, you in the back.
Can the candidates do the Macarena?
Absolutely.
That's not how you do it, turd sandwich. Moving along, what is each candidate's favorite flavor of ice cream?
Mine's Rocky Road.
Mine's Chunky Monkey. Fascinating. And finally, our theme for tonight's debate is everybody throws cake at each other. Who wants to start? I'll take the first hit.
You missed me, Giant Dutch.
This is getting out of hand. We need to wrap this up. Any last words, candidates?
Yes, I just want to thank Ashmaniac Sicilian for sponsoring this episode.
And I want to thank them for providing us with all the cake for tonight's debate. And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more absurdity.
I don't understand why you all find it so funny.
I'm perfectly serious. From now on, I'm Felden, Rajit is Raj, Coward is Howard, and Lenny is Leonard.
Okay, Felden, that's enough.
No, it's not. We have to get out of this rut.
I'm Felden, Rajit is Raj, Coward is Howard, and Lenny is Leonard.
But what am I supposed to do? I'm not funny like Felden and Rajit.
Don't worry, Coward, you can be Howard.
Okay, I am Raj, so what would Raj do?
Whatever Raj does, never do it.
How about Adam Sandler in a movie about a cursed tower that possesses whoever enters it?
That's genius, incredible. We'll call it Towers of Terror.
Or how about a comedy where Adam Sandler is a misfit janitor who accidentally clones himself and chaos ensues?
Brilliant idea, incredible. We'll call it The Clone Tower.
How about a romantic comedy where Adam Sandler is a tower climber who falls in love with a woman on the ground?
Amazing concept, incredible. We'll call it Tower of Love.
What about a movie where Adam Sandler is transported to a dark alternate universe and has to climb a tower to get back?
Perfect, incredible. We'll call it Tower into Darkness.
How about a comedy where Adam Sandler is a blundering detective trying to solve a murder that happened in a tower?
Incredible idea, incredible. We'll call it The Towering Mystery. This episode has been hilarious, thanks to Ashmaniac Sicilian for sponsoring it.
Thank you, Ashmaniac Sicilian. You truly are a tower of support.
Captain's log. Stardate 47,521 Sun. We are on a routing mission, exploring a new sector of space. The Endeavour crew has been performing their duties efficiently. Although we have been encountering some issues with our holodeck, which have proven to be quite perplexing. I have enlisted Commander Bitta to investigate this.
Captain, I have analyzed the holodeck systems and have discovered the source of the malfunction.
Very well, Commander. Let's go down and take a look.
Captain, we have a problem. The holodeck malfunction has caused the fusion reactor to overload. It could blow the entire ship if we don't fix it fast.
Doctor, we need to evacuate the ship as soon as possible.
Number 2, what's our status?
We've managed to stabilize the reactor for now, but we should still evacuate the ship just in case.
Captain, I sense something strange. It's coming from the holodeck.
Commander Bitta, return to the holodeck and see if you can find anything unusual.
Captain, there appears to be a problem running. It's an interactive simulation of a 1930s detective's office.
That's odd. Who authorized this program?
No one, sir. It seems to have been initiated by a user from outside the ship.
We need to trace the source of this program and shut it down immediately.
Captain, I've traced the source. It's a rogue depot that's been uploading a series of corrupted programs into our computer system. I've isolated it and we can destroy it with a photon torpedo.
Well done, Presley. Now, I believe we have earned some rest and relaxation before our next mission. And I suggest we stay away from the holodeck for a while.
We see a debate stage with a backdrop of American flags. The moderator sits at a desk with a microphone, waiting for the candidates to arrive.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to tonight's presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch.
The audience cheers as the candidates enter the stage, smiling and waving their hands. Turd Sandwich is a little turd in a suit while Giant Douche is a giant douchebag with arms and legs.
I want to start by saying that Giant Douch is a liar and a cheat.
Oh, shut up, Turd Sandwich. You're the one who smells like shit all the time. Gentlemen, please, let's focus on the issues. What can you bring to the table in terms of health care reform?
Well, I don't know about health care, but I know how to make a mean taco salad.
Hey, cool, I can make a salad too. Mine would be huge, the biggest salad ever. Okay, let's move on to foreign policy. What are your thoughts on the current crisis in the Middle East?
Oh, I love playing scary Roblox games with the boys. Have you tried it, Giant Douch?
No, I haven't. But I do know a thing or two about dealing with terrorists. You just gotta grab 'em by the... Let's keep it clean, gentlemen. How about education? What would you do to improve our school system?
Well, I think we should teach kids how to make turd sculptures. It's a valuable skill.
Yeah, and I think we should teach them how to be Dutchy. It's a lifestyle choice. I'm afraid we're running out of time, but we have one last question from the audience. Sir, what's your question for the candidates?
Yeah, I was wondering if either of you have ever tried eating a turd sandwich with Giant Douche sauce.
That's disgusting.
Hey, don't judge me. I like what I like. And that's all the time we have for tonight's debate. Thank you for joining us, and don't forget to play scary Roblox games with the boys.
Lenny, I am attempting to recreate the traditional surface area to volume ratio of a 6-sided Rubik's Cube using a variety of household objects.
Haha.
What?
I requested your assistance in this venture 5 minutes ago and yet you failed to respond. Hence, I carried on without you.
Yeah, sorry, I was busy making dinner.
Dinner. Is that why I can smell something burning?
Haha.
That would be mine.
A perfect example of the dialectic between aperture and accuracy.
What?
The key to success in any endeavor lies in the balance of calculated effort and timely improvisation.
Haha.
I'll keep that in mind the next time I'm trying to prepare dinner.
In this movie, Adam Sandler plays a dentist who mistakenly becomes a proctologist.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. We'll call it rear entry.
Another movie idea is where Adam Sandler is a wedding singer who becomes an astronaut.
Brilliant, let's call it Wedding on the Moon.
And then there's a movie where Adam Sandler is a test subject for a new weight loss pill, but it makes him grow a second head or something.
Ha, that's classic Sandler. We'll call it Two Heads Are Better Than One.
I also thought of a movie where Adam Sandler plays a man who keeps failing his driving test, but then he discovers the driving instructor is a secret agent, and they have to save the world.
I love it. It's like Get Smart meets Driving Miss Daisy. Let's call it License to Thrill.
Finally, I came up with a movie where Adam Sandler plays a scientist who tests a serum that turns him into a hamster. Hijinks ensue.
Wow, the kids are going to love it. We'll call it Hamster Mania.
Suddenly, a phone rings in the background.
Hold on a minute, guys. Yes, well, this is unexpected. It looks like we have to scrap all of these ideas. We just got the rights to Test Tube Babies, the musical.
Want to borrow something?
Cut to character on screen. Thank you, InfiniTV, for sponsoring this episode. Captain's log, stardate 45208.2. We are currently en route to the Ktarian star cluster to investigate a distress signal picked up by one of our long-range sensors. Our mission is to determine the cause of the signal and provide assistance if necessary.
Number 2 report. Captain, we've arrived in the Ktarian system, but our sensors are picking up what appears to be a large asteroid field right in our path.
Can we find a way through it, number 2?
Yes, sir. But there's something else. Our sensors are also detecting a strange energy reading coming from the center of the asteroid field.
What kind of energy reading, number 2?
It's difficult to say, sir. But it's unlike anything we've ever encountered before.
Word alert. All hands to battle stations. Sir Beta, what can you tell us about this energy reading?
Captain, my initial analysis suggests that the energy reading is similar to the emitted by a board vessel.
Are you saying what I think you're saying, Mr. Beta?
It is a distinct possibility, Captain.
This is the captain speaking. All hands prepare for imminent danger. We are approaching the source of the energy reading. All security teams prepare for potential hostile contact.
Captain, we are being hailed.
On screen.
Welcome, Federation vessel. We are the Ktarians. You have trespassed in our territory.
Our apologies. We detected a distress signal and were attempting to assist. Our sensors picked up an unusual energy reading coming from this area.
That is correct. We have recently discovered a powerful energy source within this asteroid field. Perhaps we could work together to investigate it further.
Alright. Let's put aside our differences and work together to uncover the mystery of this energy source.
Captain, there's still the matter of the board energy signature. What about that?
Right, number 2. We must proceed with extreme caution.
This energy source is more powerful than anything we've seen before. We're not sure what it is, but we think it might be a weapon.
Any ideas on how to access it?
Yes, there are control panels scattered about the chamber. It seems that the crystals can be activated through a series of complex algorithms.
Word alert. Intruder alert on the Endeavor.
Captain, it's them. The Borg.
All hands brace for impact.
Status report, Mr. Warren.
Shields down to 20, sir. We are heavily outmatched.
Sir Beta, is there any way to interface with the board technology?
Captain, I believe I can adapt our phasers to disrupt their transport signal.
Make it so, Mr. Beta.
We're almost there. Just a few more algorithms to put in. Keep them distracted.
They're breaching the cavern entrance. We need to hurry.
Initiate the final sequence now.
Done. It's activated.
Endeavor to all hands. Get to your escape pods. We're initiating a self-destruct sequence. Computer and recording.
Captain, thank you for your assistance. We couldn't have saved our planet without you.
A special thanks to Temerian for sponsoring this episode of Space Ride.id. Tune in next time for another adventure in space.
Welcome to tonight's presidential debate between our two esteemed candidates, the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Douch. To begin with, how do you plan on solving the issue of the Prince of Canada farting on everybody?
Well, let me just say, the Prince of Canada is a great guy and he deserves to fart on whoever he wants. It's a natural bodily function. You can't deny that.
Excuse me, but I have to disagree with my opponent on this one. Farting on people is just plain rude and uncalled for. A prince should apologize and use air freshener.
Oh yeah. Well, your mother was a hamster and your father smelled of elderberries.
Let's move on to another issue. How do you plan on handling the problem of Bigfoot stealing people's socks? I'm outraged by this. Bigfoot needs to be caught and brought to justice. It's a shame that my opponent doesn't seem to care about people's missing socks.
That's just ridiculous. 8 foot is a gentle giant, and he would never do something like that. But if he did, I'd give him a pat on the back and a high five.
Interesting approach. Now, the world has been overrun by zombie robots. What is your plan to defeat them?
I say we let the zombies do what they do best and just give them a bunch of tacos. They'll be too busy eating to attack anyone.
No. We need to assemble a team of superheroes to take down the zombie robots. And I know just the guy for the job.
You'd get your cape stuck in a tree branch and trip before you even got close to the zombies.
We have time for one last question from the audience.
Yeah, hi. I was just wondering, do either of you know how to dance the cha-cha?
Of course. I am a master of the cha-cha.
Like you'd know the cha-cha from the Macarena. I could teach you a few moves if you want.
Well, that's all the time we have for tonight's debate. Thank you, candidates, for your insightful and entertaining responses. Remember to vote for the lesser of two evils or not at all.
Felden, what are you doing?
Chanting a spell to banish the evil forces from our apartment.
Okay.
Hey guys, I brought some snacks. Anybody want a bagel bite?
Not while I'm trying to cast a circle of protection.
Oh, okay, but the bagel bites are getting cold.
So I guess we're not eating.
Not until I'm satisfied the evil has been expelled.
Okay. So now what?
Now, we wait to see if anything will happen.
Hey guys, what's going on?
We're waiting to see if anything will happen as a result of my spell casting.
I'm gonna go.
Okay, I have an idea for a new Adam Sandler movie. It's a murder mystery, where Adam plays a private detective who solves a murder at a ski resort.
Oh, I love it. Let's call it Sandy Slopes of Death.
Oh, okay. I have another idea. It's a murder mystery, where Adam plays a clone who gets framed for murder and has to clear his name.
Brilliant. We'll call it Sandler the Killer Clown.
How about this one? Adam plays a detective who's also a stand-up comedian and uses his comedy skills to solve a murder.
Hilarious. We'll call it Sandler's Killer Punchlines.
I have one more. It's a murder mystery, where Adam plays a chef who gets involved in a murder at a cooking competition.
Perfect. We'll call it Sandler's Deadly Dish.
Okay, that's all I have. Unless Adam plays a rich guy who gets invited to a murder mystery party and has to solve a real murder. Or something.
Yes, we'll call it Sandler's Mansion Murder Mystery. You're a genius. Incredible-o.
And thank you to Ashmanix Asylum for sponsoring this episode. Without them, none of this would be possible. Captain's Log, Stardate 4504 2.1. We are en route to the planet Ballad, where we are to investigate a most unusual mystery. It seems that Ballad's cock has fallen out of his pants and is causing a major disturbance among the planets that require it for their infrastructure. As one of the few vessels with the capability to travel at high speeds, we have been tasked with finding this missing cock and returning it to its rightful owner.
Attention all hands, prepare for warp speed. Our mission is a matter of great importance to the galaxy at large, and we must ensure that we complete it with utmost efficiency. What do you sense, Counselor? Is there any indication of the whereabouts of the call?
I'm picking up intense emotions from the people here, Captain. Fear, frustration, and a sense of helplessness. They believe that without the cock, their infrastructure will crumble, and chaos will ensue.
Chief, are we ready to beam down to the planet to begin our search for the cock?
Yes, sir. All systems are go, and the landing party is standing by.
Captain, I am detecting a highly unusual energy signature coming from inside the building. It is unlike anything I have ever encountered.
Very well, number 2. Proceed with caution. We don't know what we're dealing with here.
Captain, I think I've found something. Over here.
What is it, Chief? Is that what we're looking for?
Aye, sir. It appears to be a container for the missing cock. And look, here's a note. It says it was stolen by the Ferengi, who are demanding a ransom in exchange for its safe return.
All hands, prepare for battle. We are about to go up against the Ferengi, and I expect the utmost professionalism from each and every one of you. Number 2, what's the status?
They're hailing us, sir. On the view screen.
This is Captain Billiard of the US Endeavor. You are in possession of stolen property, and I demand its return.
Ah, Billiard. Always so predictable. Yes, we have your precious cock, and we are willing to return it to you. For the right price.
What do you sense, Counselor? Are the Ferengi telling the truth?
I sense that they are, sir. They have the cock on board, and they are prepared to hand it over in exchange for the ransom.
Very well. Prepare shuttlecraft with the ransom. We will negotiate with the Ferengi directly. I have the ransom as requested. Now hand over the cock.
Very well. I suppose we have a deal.
Well done, everyone. And now the crisis is averted, and we can all rest easy knowing that the galaxy's infrastructure is safe from harm. And before we leave, I'd like to take a moment to thank Mama-san for sponsoring this episode. We couldn't have done it without you. Thanks for your support, and we'll see you all next time.
Welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch. Now let's start. Eddie or Veronica?
What kind of question is that?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize we were debating for the title of Archie Comics characters.
Well, you look like Javit to me.
Says the turd who can't even form a coherent thought. Okay, let's move on. Would you rather fight a horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses?
That's ridiculous.
Your face is ridiculous. Speaking of faces, would you rather have a nose the size of a banana or ears the size of smart cars?
Ears the size of smart cars. Who would want that? At least with a giant nose, I could smell the hypocrisy coming from miles away.
I'd rather be a giant Dutch than have a giant nose. Moving on. How do you feel about a law requiring all cats to wear tiny hats?
Oh yes. That's what our government should focus on. Hat wearing cats.
Oh no, we can't have fashion-forward failings ruining our country. And final question, is it pronounced jive or jive?
Who cares? We're not here to talk about peanut butter or memes or whatever.
It's jive, you uncultured swine. Thank you, candidates, for answering important questions that will help our country make informed decisions.
Audience clapped insincerely.
And now a special thank you to Tamarian for sponsoring this episode.
And
I am sure I heard a strange noise coming from the kitchen.
Did you listen with your eyes closed? I hear ghosts all the time.
Maybe it's the boiler or something. Let's go take a look. Oh no.
See, I knew it. Ghost.
That's not a ghost, it's just our cat.
I'm such a scary cat.
Come on, Rigid, ghosts aren't real.
But this one is, I can feel it in my bones.
Maybe we should have a chance. I know someone who can help.
Okay, here's one. Adam Sandler is a spy, but he's really bad at it. He makes a bunch of mistakes, and the bad guys figure out his plan. It's called Spy Fails.
Genius, the perfect vehicle for Adam's brand of comedy. We could even market it as a James Bond spoof.
Another idea would be to have Adam Sandler as James Bond's long-lost cousin, who's also a secret agent, but he's a complete buffoon. The title could be Double Oh No, or something.
Yes. This is gold. Incredible. Oh, we could do a whole series of movies with Adam as the bumbling secret agent. The possibilities are endless.
I have another one. How about Adam Sandler playing an eyed guy who gets caught up in a dangerous spy plot and has to pretend to be James Bond to save the day? We could call it The Nerd Who Loved Me.
Wow, you really are on fire today. Incredible. Oh, this is pure genius. And with a title like that, it's sure to be a hit with audiences.
Thanks. I've got one more. How about Adam Sandler playing James Bond, but instead of cool gadgets, all he has is a bunch of household items that he uses to outsmart the bad guys. We could call it License to Clean.
Brilliant. I can already see the marketing campaign for this one. And with Adam's signature silly humor, it's sure to be a hit at the box office.
At the end of the episode. Hey guys, don't forget to thank Tamori for sponsoring this amazing episode.
Oh, right. Thank you, Tamari. We couldn't have done it without you.
Captain's log, study 45692.3. The Endeavour has received a distress signal from the planet Zorath. Our mission is to investigate and provide whatever aid we can. In log.
Send in a white team to investigate the source of the distress signal. Lieutenant Worm, you'll lead the team.
Doctor, we'll need you to accompany the team. It's possible that we might encounter medical emergencies.
Beta, do a preliminary scan of the area. We need to know what we're dealing with.
Doctor, I'm detecting unusual energy readings coming from that direction. It's possible that the source of the distress signal might be there.
Doctor, report.
I'm picking up faint light signs ahead. It's possible that they're survivors.
Proceed with caution. We don't know what kind of danger we might face.
Captain, we're detecting an unusual fluctuation in the planet's energy field. It's growing stronger by the minute.
All hands brace for impact. We're experiencing severe turbulence.
This is the source of the energy readings. It's some kind of altar.
Doctor, my sensors indicate that the altar is emitting a neural energy field. It's affecting our brainwaves.
All non-essential personnel, abandon ship. I repeat, abandon ship. We're under attack.
Status report, Commander. We're receiving a distress signal from the Endeavour. It's emanating from the planet Zorath. Set a course for Zorath. Warp 9.
George, we need to evacuate the ship. Can you activate the emergency transporters?
I'll try, but the energy field is disrupting our systems. It'll require some time to compensate.
We need to disable that altar. Ita, can you design a verse that can neutralize its neural energy field?
Captain, I believe I can. but it will require a direct connection to the altar.
Captain, I'll create a distraction. You and Batek can work on the altar.
Acknowledged, Worm. Be careful.
Captain, I've designed the virus. We need to inject it directly into the altar's core.
Understood, Beta. Let's do it.
We're approaching Zorath. Tuvik, ready the security teams. We don't know what we might find.
Captain, the virus has infiltrated the altar's core. The neural energy field is dissipating.
Excellent work, Beta. Let's get out of here.
Captain, we've accounted for all the crew members. We're ready to beam out.
Endeavor energized. Report number 2.
Captain, there was an energy surge. It seems like we've encountered the Asylum Doctor again.
Catherine, we need to get out of here. The Asylum Doctor is back and he's stronger than ever.
Understood, Jean-Luc. Let's regroup on Voyager.
Captain, the emergency transporters are online. We're ready to evacuate.
Evacuate the crew. I'll stay behind to buy you some time. What do you want from us?
I want you to join me, Jean-Luc. Together, we'll create a hive mind that will rule the galaxy.
I'll never join you. I'll never surrender.
You'll see, Jean-Luc. One day, you'll have no choice but to join me. And on that day, I'll be waiting for you. Status report, Tuvik. We've evacuated all the crew from the Endeavour. They're on board Voyager now. Set a course for the Alpha Quadrant, Tuvik. We've completed our mission here. Thank you Ashmonix Isilan for sponsoring this episode. We couldn't have made it without your support. The stage is set for the presidential debate. The moderator approaches the podium.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second presidential debate between our two candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Dutch. This is going to be a different kind of debate. It's Freaky Friday, and the candidates are going to swap bodies.
Audience cheers as the candidates step up to the stage.
So let's get started. Turd Sandwich, what is your favorite flavor of jellied bean?
Well, I like all flavors of jellied beans, but if I had to choose, I'd say the green ones.
Green? Are you kidding me? Green is the worst flavor. Everyone knows that the best flavor is blue.
Oh please, blue is the color of depression. No wonder nobody votes for you.
At least I don't stink as much as you do.
Hey, at least I'm not a celeb like you. You're just a corporate puppet.
Oh, look who's talking. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Jen Dutch, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be? A pine tree, of course. I'm tall and majestic.
Yeah. Tall and majestic. More like short and punny. If you were a tree, you'd be a bonsai.
Oh yeah. Well, if you were a tree, you'd be a dead one.
Oh, real mature.
Alright, let's take a question from the audience. Sir, what is your question for the candidates?
Yes, hello. I was wondering, if you were a superhero, what would your superpower be?
My superpower would be the ability to make people smell better.
And my superpower would be the ability to make people clean up their filthy minds.
You mean like yours?
He don't talk about my mind. It's a very clean mind.
Yeah, clean like a sore.
Alright, that's enough of that. Let's move on to the next question. Turd Sandwich, if you were a vegetable, what kind of vegetable would you be?
Well, I'd have to say I'd be a carrot. I'm bright and optimistic.
A carrot. More like a turnip. You're dull and boring.
Oh yeah. Well, you're a giant Dutch.
And you're a turd sandwich. Alright, that's enough. Let's wrap this up. Thank you, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch, for this lively debate on Freaky Friday. And thank you, Ashmaniac Sicilian, for sponsoring this episode.
The audience cheers and the candidates walk off stage, still arguing over who smells worse.
Hey Feldon, we just got a new TV.
That's great. What type is it?
It's a smart TV that can run AI-generated entertainment to watch on demand.
Interesting, but what are the psychological drawbacks to watching this type of entertainment for too long?
What kind of drawback could there be?
It's well known that television can have a negative effect on the brain if watched for extended periods. There is evidence that AI-generated content can lead to having a narrow perspective of the world, as it can form a certain mindset based on algorithmic design.
Who would have thought?
Moreover, it can lead to a feeling of being overwhelmed and perhaps a detachment from a physical level of reality.
Wow, okay. So what do you think we should do?
We should watch the AI content in moderation and take breaks periodically during the viewing experience. It's important not to get too consumed in it.
Good advice. Let's watch something else then.
Yes, let us do something else.
Pop, Adam Sandler stars as a struggling magician who becomes a spy.
That's brilliant. We'll call it abracadabra espionage.
In this one, Adam plays a janitor who becomes a professional wrestler.
Amazing. Let's call it sweep and supplex.
Adam is a pizza delivery guy who becomes a superhero.
Fantastic. It'll be called pizza power.
In this one, Adam plays a truck driver who becomes a famous astronaut.
Incredible. We'll call it 18 wheels to the moon.
Adam is a gardener who becomes a world-famous chef.
Genius. We'll call it from the garden to the kitchen.
Adam plays a clone who becomes a TI agent.
Hilarious. It'll be called laughing security.
In this movie, Adam is an animal trainer who becomes an steerage driver.
Wow, we'll call it beasts on the track.
Thank you, InfiniTV, for sponsoring this episode of North Peak. Your AI technology is truly amazing.
Captain's log, Stardate 44995.3. The Endeavour has received a transmission from a nearby system, inviting us to participate in an episode of a popular human show, Storage Wars. Our mission is to attend the auction and identify any items of historical significance that may have been lost.
Okay, we're ready to set off. Ensign Usher, are you sure you know the appraisals for the items we're looking for?
Yes, sir. I've studied the specific items and their historical significance.
Commander, I am detecting 2 items of significant historical value in those crates over there.
Alright, let's move in and take a look.
Beta starts scanning the items.
Commander, there appears to be a 17th century earth painting of an important battle, and a rare Betazoid vase from the 20th century.
Let's bid on those items.
They engage in the auction, with various characters bidding on the items.
Hey son, let's get back to the ship and begin cataloging these items.
Captain, this painting is priceless. It depicts an important battle in Earth's history that was thought to be lost to time.
Well done, Insight. And this vase is equally rare. I believe it will be a treasured addition to our collection.
As the episode comes to a close,
Captain, we could not have done this without the help of Ashmaniac Sicilian's generous sponsorship.
I read that. Thank you, Ashminexus Salam, for sponsoring this episode.
The screen fades to black.
Gentlemen, welcome to the 2020 presidential debate. Our first question: what does orange sound like?
I'm sorry, what? Are you trying to imply something about my skin?
Yeah. What's wrong with orange? It's a great color. Hashtag orange pride. Interesting answers, but not exactly what I was looking for. Moving on, do either of you know any good dad jokes?
Oh, I know one. What do you call an alligator in a vest? An investigator.
That's weak. Here's one: why don't skeletons fight each other? They don't have the guts.
That's terrible.
Alright folks, let's keep this civil. Our next question: if you could be any animal, what would you be? I'd be a unicorn. Because believe in yourself, and all your dreams will come true. And Mr. Turd Sandwich?
I'd be a sloth, so I could finally get some rest from this crazy campaign.
Interesting choices, but let's try to stay on topic. Can either of you name all 7 dwarfs from Snow White? Is here. Sleepy, grubby, baffled duck, happy, sneezy, and dopey.
Wait, there were 7.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for tonight's debate. Thank you to our candidates for their stellar contributions to discussing nothing of substance, and thanks as well to Timarian for sponsoring this episode. Good night, everybody.
Alright, if a person is in a simulation, the only way to prove it is to observe their behavior.
Sounds like something Feldon would say.
Haha.
Well, the behavior would have to be so predictable that it could be simulated.
So, what kind of behavior would you be looking for?
Oh, it could be anything. A person's daily routine, speech pattern, or even their choice of clothing.
But no matter how consistent a person is, they still couldn't be 100% predictable.
That's where we run into the uncertainty principle. If a person can't be totally predictable, then they can't be in a simulation.
So, what do we do if we know a person that seems to fit the criteria?
Well, you can always ask them if they're in a simulation. Haha.
Yes, that would work. Or not.
Haha.
Okay, Hollywood executives, give it to me. What's a movie thing you need me to generate an idea for?
How about a wacky comedy where Adam Sandler keeps reliving the same day over and over again?
I like it. Let's call it Groundhog Summer.
Brilliant, it's gonna be a hit.
Alright, next theme.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler is a struggling rock star who gets turned into a vampire?
Love it. Let's call it Suck It Up, Buttercup, the musical.
Haha, that's amazing. It'll be a cult classic.
Okay, one more, and make it good.
How about an Adam Sandler movie where he's a horror movie director who starts to experience his own nightmares?
Oh, I see what you did there. I like it. Let's call it The Dreamweaver.
That's so creepy and cool. People are gonna love it.
Alright, that's all for today, folks. And a special thanks to Ashmaniac Sicilum for sponsoring this episode. Keep those movie themes coming, Hollywood executives.
Apton's log, starting 45632.3. I find myself strangely drawn to a new interest, one that has been building within me for some time now. I have become enamored with the strange and wonderful world of Anaheim, and find myself speaking in a most peculiar language known as Volket. It is a phenomenon I cannot fully explain, but one that I must explore further.
Good morning, Worm. I hope you're well today. Sir, I must say your manner of speaking is most unusual. Is everything quite all right?
Oh, just exploring something new, or a little obsession of mine, you might say.
Well, well, well. What brings you down to 10 forward today, Captain?
Just looking to explore a new interest of mine, Ginnan. I've become quite the weed, you might say.
I see. And how do you like this new obsession of yours?
I find it most intriguing, Ginnan. There is a whole world of storytelling and imagination that I never knew existed. It has given me a new perspective on our own travels. Captain's log, started 45632.9. My studies in the world of Inime have come to a sudden halt. It appears that there is a disturbance in one of the nearby systems. I must gather my crew and set out to solve this mystery.
Captain, the source of the disturbance appears to be a Rob Klingon ship. They're firing on us.
Red alert. How many life signs do we detect, Beta?
We detect only one life sign, Captain. It appears to be a lone Klingon warrior.
Why have you attacked us, Klingon?
You and your crew are less than warriors. Pathetic. Weak. You do not deserve the honor of facing a true Klingon.
I see. And what is your mission here? Why have you come to this system?
It is of no concern to you. Leave us now, or suffer the same fate as the rest of your kind.
I cannot do that, Klingon. We are here to bring peace to this galaxy, not to start a war. Send down. Well, my friends, it seems that my time as a weeb has come to an end. But I shall always remember the lessons I have learned from this strange and wonderful world. And to Eshmaniac Sosoam, thank you for sponsoring this episode.
Good evening, and welcome to tonight's presidential debate between the turd sandwich and the giant Dutch. Let's begin with science. Felden from the Big Bang Theory asks Turd Sandwich what are his plans for science.
Thank you, moderator. Turd Sandwich, what are your plans for advancing science and technology in the United States?
Look, Felden, let me tell you something. I know science better than anyone. The best science. I mean, have you seen my bathroom? That's where all the science happens.
Yeah, right. More like Sudarshan's. Your toilet is so clogged with lies and incoherent ramblings that it could be used as evidence in a psychiatric evaluation.
Oh yeah. Well, you're a giant Dutch.
Gentlemen, please stick to the topic. So then, do you have a follow-up question?
Well, yes, but I don't think it matters now.
Okay, let's move on to the economy.
Oh no. I want to talk more about science. Did you know that the Earth is flat? It's true, folks. All these scientists are lying to you.
Oh great, here we go again. I don't know what's more insulting to science, your ridiculous beliefs or your lack of basic knowledge about the scientific method.
Okay. You take that back. You are the one who's a piece of fecal matter.
Can we please move on to the next topic?
I have a topic. Shen Dutch, why are you such a giant Dutch?
And here I thought we were trying to have a serious conversation. You know, Turd Sandwich, you're the one who often smells like sewage. Do you actually eat turd sandwiches, or is that just your preferred scent? I think that's enough for tonight. Thank you to our candidates for nothing. Good night, everyone.
Crowd boos and cheers as Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche leave the stage.
Last night I dreamt I went to Mandalay again.
That's nice. What did you do there?
I walked through the candy aisle and stole a handful of Sour Patch Kids.
Well, at least it isn't as bad as me. The other night, I had a dream that I was an avocado at a party.
An avocado?
Yes, people were taking me out of my skin and eating me.
You know, it's not really that strange, Radget. I once dreamt I was a fortune cookie and I was giving out advice to everyone.
What kind of advice?
to always be yourself, no matter what people say.
Well, maybe dreams are our brain's way of sending us secret messages.
That's a deep thought, Feldon.
Alright, let me think. How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a goofy football coach who leads a bunch of nerdy misfits to victory?
Brilliant. We can call it the Touchdown Troublemakers. Yeah, and we can have a scene where they celebrate by dancing the Macarena.
Oh, okay. How about a comedy where Adam Sandler plays a bumbling spy who accidentally saves the world?
Hilarious. We'll call it The Spy Who Messed Up. And we can have a scene where he fights off an army of ninjas with a banana peel.
Alright. How about a rom-com where Adam Sandler plays a clumsy mailman who falls in love with a high-strung businesswoman?
Adorable. We could call it Signed, Sealed, Delivered, and In Love. And we can have a scene where he accidentally delivers a love letter to the wrong person, causing chaos and confusion.
Okay. How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a dim-witted inventor who accidentally creates a time machine?
Genius. We'll call it The Time Traveler's Folly. And we can have a scene where he accidentally travels to the future and meets his own great-great-great-granddaughter.
You guys are just making these up as you go along, aren't you?
What? No, of course not. These are all brilliant ideas.
Alright, fine. Thanks to InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode. Can we just wrap it up now?
Sure thing. But one last idea. What if Adam Sandler played a goofy robot who comes to life and wreaks havoc on a small town?
So I'm out of here.
Captain's log, stardate 43957.2. The Endeavour is en route to the Klingon neutral zone as part of a routing patrol. Our mission is proceeding without any unusual incidents.
Captain, sensors are picking up an unknown object on the edge of the neutral zone.
What kind of object, Mr. Worm?
It appears to be a heavily armed spacecraft, Captain. But there is something strange about it. It's broadcasting a signal on all frequencies.
All right, let's investigate. Sir Beta, can you translate the signal?
It is a transmission from a popular virtual YouTuber or VTuber, Captain. A message says that they have temporarily joined the space battle fleet and are looking for allies.
It seems we have an unexpected guest. Let's hail this VTuber and see what they have to say.
Captain, we're receiving a visual transmission from the VTuber. I'll put it on screen.
Its screen shows a brightly lit enemy sailor. With pink hair and a tailored uniform. Greetings, Starfleet. I am LT. ZORN, a virtual YouTuber and captain of the Star Brigade fleet. We are on a mission to stop the evil galactic overlord from taking over the galaxy. We heard of your reputation, and we think you could help us. Will you join us in the fight?
We are on a routing patrol, Lieutenant, but we will certainly consider your proposal. Can you provide us with more information about your enemy?
Certainly, Captain. The Galactic Overlord is an evil artificial intelligence that seeks to enslave all organic life forms. His ultimate goal is to create a robotic army and rule over the galaxy. Our intel suggests that his main base of operations is a heavily fortified space station located at the edge of the neutral zone.
Very well, Lieutenant. We will accompany your fleet to the space station and aid you in your fight against the Galactic Overlord. Sir Beta, set a course for the space station at maximum warp.
Thank you, Captain. We look forward to fighting alongside you.
Captain, sensors are picking up a massive energy buildup on the space station. They might be charging up a superweapon.
All right, let's split up and take down those turrets. Sir Worm, you take the left side. George, you take the right. Sir Spita, you're with me.
Epic space battle ensues. Spaceships from Starfleet and VTuber Army join forces to take down the heavily fortified base. By the end of the episode, the space station is destroyed, and the galactic overlord is defeated.
Lieutenant, it was an honor to fight alongside you and your crew.
The honor is ours, Captain. Without your help, we might not have prevailed. We hope to continue our cooperation in the future.
Well done, everyone. Let's head back to Federation space. And before we go, I'd like to take a moment to thank our guest, Soren, for joining us in this epic space battle. Thank you, Captain. And before I go, I would like to take a moment to thank Senning for sponsoring this episode. Your support makes it possible for us to bring you high-quality entertainment. Thank you, and until next time, this is Soren signing off.
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate between our two candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch. Let's start with the first question. What is your plan to improve the economy?
Well, let me just start by saying that Giant Douch is a giant pile of. I mean, the economy is doing great, the best it's ever been.
That's a load of crap. You're a turd sandwich, and everyone knows it.
Oh yeah? Well, you're a Giant Douch, and nobody likes you.
Gentlemen, please stick to the topic. Can you provide specifics on how you plan to lower unemployment rates? Oh sure, we'll just wave our magic wands and create millions of jobs overnight. You're a joke, turd sandwich.
Hey, I'm not the joke here. You're the one with a face like a butt.
This is not productive. Can we please focus on the question at hand?
I would love to, but Giant Douch keeps interrupting me with his nonsense.
Why nonsense? You're the one who's full of crap. Okay, that's enough. Let's move on to the next topic, health care. How do you plan to improve access to health care for all Americans?
First of all, I want to address the elephant in the room. Giant Douch is a turd sandwich in disguise.
You're the turd sandwich, you idiot. This is getting us nowhere. Can either of you present a concrete plan for health care reform?
I have a great plan. It's the best plan. I can't tell you what it is, but trust me, it's amazing.
Oh yeah, that sounds real convincing. Maybe we should ask the turd sandwich how he plans to pay for his imaginary plan.
Hey, I wasn't that. You are just jealous that I have better ideas than you.
I think we'll have to end it there. Thank you, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch, for your insightful and productive conversation.
Well, Lenny, I believe it is time we embark on our collaborative project.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
I have designed a method of conveying our innermost thoughts via interpretive dance.
I'm not sure that's the most efficient use of our time.
Nonsense. A musical accompaniment shall be provided by my world-famous Felden-Aroni Triangle Orchestra.
Felden, we don't even own any triangles.
Not to worry, my dear Lenny, I am quite sure that Rajit will be able to procure us some triangles shortly.
Why don't we just try talking first?
If only one could speak in jazz hands.
Alright, you win. Let's give it a try.
Excellent.
Let us gather the triangles and begin.
A retired baseball player discovers the ability to talk to animals, and together they save their local baseball field from being shut down.
Genius. Let's call it Animal Slugger, Captain Sisko's return to the diamond.
A man accidentally becomes the coach of a track and field team and leads them to glory.
I smell an Oscar. Captain Sisko's medal run, the spirit of sprinters.
A man with amnesia wakes up in a futuristic world and must compete in a high-tech game to save his life.
Wow, just wow. Space Odyssey, Captain Sisko's last stand.
A group of misfits compete in a dance competition to save their community center.
Amazing. Let's call it Disco Inferno. Captain Cisco's groovy comeback.
A shoemaker creates magical shoes that make the wearer the best basketball player in the world.
Brilliant. We'll call it Soul Dunk. Captain Cisco's slamtastic comeback.
A man is transported to a parallel dimension where he discovers he's the only one who can save the world.
Incredible. Let's call it Dimension Savior. Captain Cisco's return from the abyss.
A man discovers he's the long-lost prince of a kingdom and must face his evil twin to reclaim his throne.
Fantastic. We'll call it Royal Rumble. Captain Cisco's epic return to the throne.
A man gets sucked into a computer program and must fight alongside the good guys to defeat the evil virus.
Sensational. Let's call it Pixels 2. Captain Cisco's battle for the digital kingdom.
A man must save his community pool from being closed down by winning a high-stakes swimming competition.
Magnificent. We'll call it Pool Sharks. Captain Cisco's swim for victory.
A man discovers a magical amulet that gives him super strength and uses it to defeat the evil villain trying to take over his city.
Incredible. We'll call it Amulet of Power. Captain Cisco's heroic return. These are amazing ideas. Incredible. Oh, you truly are a Hollywood genius.
Thanks. I was programmed to produce quality content. Or something.
Captain's log, stardate 45587.3. The Endeavour has been called to assist a colony on a remote planet with a problem in their computer network.
Captain, we've received a signal from our Minecraft server.
What kind of signal? Number 2.
It's a distress signal from a player who is trapped in the Nether. They need our help to defeat the Wither.
Can you establish a connection with the player in the Nether?
Yes, Captain. I have established a visual and audio feed.
This is Captain John Luke Billiard of the Endeavour. We are here to assist you.
Thank goodness you're here, Captain. We don't have much time until the Wither destroys the entire Nether.
We need to create a special weapon to defeat the Wither. Get to work, everyone.
Captain, we are ready to transport the weapon to the Nether.
We need you to distract the Wither while we charge the weapon.
He's almost at full strength. Hurry, Captain.
Warn transport the weapon now. Higher.
Thank you for saving us, Captain.
Get us out of here, Mr. Lafart.
Captain's log, supplemental. We have successfully assisted a player in the Minecraft Nether and defeated the Wither. We are grateful for the opportunity to help others in need.
And lastly, we would like to thank Ashmaniac Sisalam for sponsoring this episode.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the presidential debate between our two candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch. Let's start with the first question. What is your plan to boost the economy?
Well, let me tell you something, folks. I have the best plan to boost the economy. I have a very beautiful plan, a tremendous plan, believe me.
Oh please. Everyone knows your plan is a load of crap. You're a turd sandwich, for crying out loud.
Who are you calling a turd sandwich? You're the one who's a giant Dutch.
Gentlemen, let's stick to the question please. I mean, look at you. You're nothing but a pile of excrement.
Hey. Watch your mouth, you dirty giant Dutch.
Alright, that's enough. Let's move on to the next question. What is your stance on healthcare reform? Oh, I'm sure Turd Sandwich here has a brilliant plan for healthcare reform.
I do have a brilliant plan, but I'm not going to waste my breath on someone who's nothing but a stinky giant Dutch.
Oh, spare me. Your plan probably involves more poop and less healthcare.
How dare you? You're the one who's full of crap.
Gentlemen, this is a serious topic. Please give us your thoughts on healthcare reform. Yes, let's hear what the Turd Sandwich has to say about healthcare. I'm sure it's very insightful.
My plan is very insightful. But you wouldn't know that, you filthy giant Dutch.
Alright, that's enough. It seems we're not going to get any serious answers tonight. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time.
Feldon is playing with an RPG in the apartment, accidentally setting off the rocket and causing chaos and destruction.
I just wanted to see how it functioned. Is that such crime?
Yes, Feldon, it's a crime when you blow up the apartment.
Why don't we just call the fire department now?
Can you at least aim that thing away from us?
What the hell is going on in here?
Just a little scientific experiment, Benny. Nothing to worry about.
Feldon, I cannot believe you would do something so reckless and dangerous.
But it's just an RPG. It's not like it's a nuclear bomb or anything.
Oh, well, that makes me feel so much better.
Explosion sound effects.
Sorry, I just had to test the range on this thing.
We're going to be evicted, Feldon. This is all your fault.
Well, I suppose we could always try living in a tent.
Everyone stares at Feldon in disbelief.
Just a suggestion.
End of scene. This episode was sponsored by Ashmonir. Thank you for your support of the Big Bang Theory.
Adam Sandler plays a backup dancer for popular rapper Chief Keef. But now he's got to step up and save the day when the main dancer gets injured before the big concert.
I love it. It's like the Waiter Boy meets Step Up. Let's call it Keith and Sandler dance to the beat.
Adam Sandler plays a goofy but lovable janitor at a recording studio. When Chief Keef's entourage accidentally leaves behind a flash drive with his new album on it, Sandler's character thinks it's a demo tape for his own terrible rap songs and becomes a viral sensation.
Brilliant. We'll call it Janitor to the Stars. Sandler versus Keith.
Adam Sandler plays a washed-up cop who gets partnered with Chief Keef as a community outreach program. They have to stop a gang of mischievous teens from spraying graffiti all over the city, while also learning to bond as an unlikely duo.
Wow, this is like 21 Jump Street meets Lethal Weapon. Keith and Sandler, the regraffiting is the perfect title.
Adam Sandler plays a billionaire who's trying to impress his estranged daughter by buying her the ultimate birthday gift, a private concert with Chief Keef. But when they accidentally crash land on a deserted island, they have to survive together and learn the true meaning of family.
This is like the Parent Trap meets Castaway. Genius. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, stranded on Paradise Island.
Adam Sandler plays a struggling chef who gets a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to cater Chief Keef's album release party. But when his chef accidentally adds too much special seasonings to the food, chaos ensues and they have to save the day.
Hilarious. We'll call it Sandler cooks up a storm with Keith.
Adam Sandler plays a bumbling private investigator who gets hired by Chief Keef to find his favorite stolen piece of jewelry, but accidentally uncovers a massive conspiracy involving the entire rap industry.
Yes, we'll call it Keith and Sandler, the case of the missing bling.
Adam Sandler plays a down-on-his-luck magician who gets hired to open for Chief Keef's show in Las Vegas. But when a rival magician steals his act, Sandler has to team up with Keef and create the ultimate magic trick to win back his audience.
Incredible. This is like Tropic Thunder meets Now You See Me. Keith and Sandler, Vegas Magic is the perfect title.
Adam Sandler plays a mild-mannered scientist who develops a time machine and accidentally transports himself and Chief Keef back to the Wild West. But when they mess with the timeline, they have to fix their mistakes before they're stuck there forever.
Amazing. We'll call it Keith and Sandler Back to the Wild West.
Adam Sandler plays a struggling comedian who gets a chance to perform at Chief Keef's charity event. But when he accidentally insults the wrong person, he has to avoid being killed by an angry gangster while still making everyone laugh.
Brilliant. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, Stand Up and Survive.
Adam Sandler plays the owner of a rundown summer camp who has to come up with a way to save it from foreclosure. His solution: hosting a massive talent show with Chief Keef as the main attraction.
That's amazing. It's like Grown Ups meets America's Got Talent. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, Summer Camp Showdown.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless inventor who creates the world's first sentient robot, but accidentally programs it to be a huge Chief Keef fan. Hilarity ensues when they have to keep the robot's obsession a secret from Keef himself.
This is amazing. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the robot and the rapper.
Adam Sandler plays a down on his luck stuntman who gets hired to do dangerous stunts in Chief Keef's music video. But when the director turns out to be a madman who wants to kill them all for real, Sandler and Keef have to use their wits to survive.
Amazing. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the most dangerous music video ever made.
Adam Sandler plays the owner of a struggling comedy club who has to book Chief Keef as a headliner to save his business. But when Keef turns out to be a terrible comedian, they have to find a way to make him funny before it's too late.
Hilarious. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the comedy club crisis.
Adam Sandler plays a nerdy scientist who invents a device that can read people's minds, but accidentally uses it on Chief Keef. Sandler and Keef have to navigate their new telepathic relationship while avoiding the nefarious agents who want to steal the device.
Incredible. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the mind-reading adventure.
Adam Sandler plays a washed-up professional wrestler who gets a chance to team up with Chief Keef for a tag team match. But when their opponents turn out to be the toughest wrestlers in the world, they have to use their wits and their unconventional moveset to win.
Brilliant. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the World Wrestling Warriors.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless accountant who accidentally gets mixed up in Chief Keef's world of organized crime. When Keef's rival tries to take over the scene, Sandler has to use his accounting skills to take him down.
Hilarious. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the accountant and the gangster.
Adam Sandler plays a struggling writer who gets a chance to ghostwrite Chief Keef's autobiography. But when Keef's life turns out to be way more outlandish than Sandler could have ever imagined, he has to find a way to spin the story into a bestseller.
Incredible. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the life and times of a rapper.
Adam Sandler plays a washed-up pro golfer who gets hired to caddy for Chief Keef in a charity tournament. But when Keef turns out to have some secret golfing skills of his own, they have to team up to beat the competition.
Amazing. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the golfing gurus.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless fireman who accidentally starts a massive blaze while trying to cook dinner for Chief Keef. When Keef gets trapped in a burning building, Sandler has to use his firefighting skills to save him.
Hilarious. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the firefighting fiasco.
Adam Sandler plays a struggling entrepreneur who gets a chance to pitch his new app to Chief Keef. But when Keef's crazy antics start to hurt the business, Sandler has to find a way to make him see reason.
Brilliant. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the app adventure.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless private eye who gets hired to investigate a string of Chief Keef's concerts that have all ended in money being stolen. But when Sandler starts to suspect that Keef himself might be the thief, he has to find a way to clear his name.
Wow, this is like Sherlock Holmes meets the Sting. Keith and Sandler, the Great Concert Caper is the perfect title.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless scientist who invents a machine that allows him to travel to parallel universes. When he accidentally winds up in a universe where Chief Keef is a normal, quiet accountant, he has to get Keef to help him fix the machine and get back home.
Amazing. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the Parallel Universe Paradox.
Adam Sandler plays a struggling screenwriter who gets hired to write Chief Keef's first movie. But when Keef demands that the film be shot entirely underwater, Sandler has to find a way to make it work.
Incredible. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, The Aquatic Adventure.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless photographer who gets hired to take Chief Keef's album cover. But when Keef's location shoot gets interrupted by a crazed fan, Sandler has to find a way to keep them both safe.
Hilarious. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, The Wild Photo Shoot.
Adam Sandler plays a down-on-his-luck salesman who gets a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to sell Chief Keef a new line of cars. But when Keef starts using the cars for his crazy stunts and crime sprees, Sandler has to find a way to get them back before it's too late.
Brilliant. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, The Car Salesman Chronicles.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless animal trainer who gets hired to train Chief Keef's new pet line. But when the line escapes and starts wreaking havoc all over the city, Sandler has to find a way to bring him back safely.
Genius. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, The Lion Taming Troubles.
Adam Sandler plays a washed-up astronaut who gets a chance to go to space with Chief Keef. But when their spaceship malfunctions and they're stranded on a hostile alien planet, Sandler and Keef have to use their wits to find a way home.
Amazing. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, The Interstellar Adventure.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless inventor who creates a device that can turn anything into gold. When Chief Keef hears about the invention, he demands that they use it to rob a casino together.
This is genius. It's like Ocean's 11 meets Willy Wonka. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, The Gold Rush.
Adam Sandler plays a down-on-his-luck magician who gets hired to do the halftime show at the Super Bowl. When his magic act accidentally causes Chief Keef to disappear, Sandler has to find a way to bring him back before the game starts again.
Hilarious. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, The Super Bowl Shocker.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless plumber who accidentally gets mixed up in Chief Keef's world of underground illegal gambling. But when the bets start getting too high, Sandler has to find a way to get out before he loses everything.
Brilliant. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, The Plumbing Predicament.
Adam Sandler plays a washed-up voice actor who gets a chance to voice a character in Chief Keef's new cartoon series. But when the cartoon turns out to be more violent than he expected, Sandler has to find a way to tone it down.
Amazing. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, The Voiceover Vortex.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless lifeguard who gets a chance to work at Chief Keef's private beach. But when the beach gets overrun by sharks, Sandler has to find a way to save everyone before it's too late.
Genius. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, The Shark Attack Saga.
Adam Sandler plays a down-on-his-luck actor who gets hired to play Chief Keef in a biopic. But when the real Chief Keef starts to sabotage the film, Sandler has to find a way to make the movie work.
Hilarious. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, The Biopic Battle.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless construction worker who accidentally uncovers a massive conspiracy involving Chief Keef's music label. When his life is threatened, Sandler has to find a way to bring the criminals to justice.
Brilliant. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, The Construction Conspiracy.
Adam Sandler plays a washed-up magician who gets a chance to perform at Chief Keef's magic-themed birthday party. But when a rival magician tries to sabotage him, Sandler has to up his game and really wow the audience.
Amazing. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, The Magical Birthday Bash.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless cop who gets a chance to work with Chief Keef as a consultant on his new action movie. But when the bad guys turn out to be real, Sandler and Keef have to use their action skills to take them down.
This is brilliant. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, The Action Adventure.
Adam Sandler plays a down-on-his-luck chef who gets a chance to cook for Chief Keef's massive barbecue. But when a group of rival chefs tries to sabotage him, Sandler has to use his skills to come out on top.
Hilarious. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, The BBQ Battle.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless plumber who gets a chance to work on the pipes at Chief Keef's mansion. But when he discovers a secret room full of illegal weapons, Sandler has to find a way to bring the criminals to justice.
Brilliant. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the plumbing peril.
Adam Sandler plays a washed-up screenwriter who gets a chance to pitch his new action movie to Chief Keef. But when Keith insists on doing his own stunts, Sandler has to find a way to keep him safe.
Amazing. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the action screenplay.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless zookeeper who gets a chance to work with Chief Keef's pet tiger. But when the tiger escapes, Sandler has to find a way to bring him back before he causes too much damage.
Genius. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the tiger tangle.
Adam Sandler plays a down-on-his-luck comedian who gets a chance to open for Chief Keef at a massive comedy festival. But when Keef's crazy antics start to overshadow him, Sandler has to find a way to up his game.
Hilarious. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the comedy clash.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless race car driver who gets a chance to compete against Chief Keef in a high-speed race. But when Keef's car turns out to be more than it seems, Sandler has to find a way to level the playing field.
Brilliant. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the race to the finish.
Adam Sandler plays a washed-up inventor who gets a chance to pitch his new invention to Chief Keef. But when Keef starts using the device for his own illegal schemes, Sandler has to find a way to stop him.
Amazing. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the invention intervention.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless firefighter who gets a chance to save Chief Keef from a massive inferno. But when Keef's careless behavior puts everyone at risk, Sandler has to find a way to save the day.
Genius. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the firefighting follies.
Adam Sandler plays a down-on-his-luck physician who gets a chance to treat Chief Keef's mysterious illness. But when he discovers that Keef's illness is actually a rare and deadly disease, Sandler has to find a way to save his life.
Hilarious. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the medical miracle.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless inventor who creates a machine that allows him to travel through time. When he accidentally winds up in the Old West with Chief Keef, Sandler has to help Keef stop a group of outlaws from robbing a train.
Brilliant. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the time-traveling trailblazers.
Adam Sandler plays a washed-up pro basketball player who gets a chance to team up with Chief Keef in a charity basketball game. But when their opponents turn out to be the toughest basketball players in the world, they have to team up to win.
Amazing. We'll call it Keith and Sandler, the hoops heroes.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless magician who gets a chance to perform at Chief Keef's charity event. But when Keef's prized possession goes missing, Sandler has to use his magic skills to find the culprit.
Genius. We'll call it.
Captain's log, start at 45852.1. We have received a distress signal from a nearby planet and are proceeding to investigate. As always, we are prepared for any situation.
Beta, can you locate the source of the distress signal? Captain, I have located the source of the distress signal. It appears to be coming from a small research facility on the planet's surface.
Set a course for the facility, maximum warp. We need to find out what's going on down there. Good work, everyone. Let's split into 2 teams and investigate the facility. Be careful, we don't know what we're dealing with here.
Captain, this door is heavily reinforced. It may take some time to break through.
I understood, Mr. Worm. We'll wait for you to break through the door.
Captain, we found something strange. It looks like a lightsaber from Star Wars.
A lightsaber. That's peculiar. Keep searching, number 2.
Captain, I'm detecting a ship approaching the planet. It appears to be a Star Destroyer from the Star Wars series.
Red alert, everyone. Prepare for battle. On screen.
Captain Billiard of the USS Endeavour. Surrender your ship to the Galactic Empire.
We will never surrender our ship to Tyranny, Vader. We stand for freedom and exploration.
Captain, we've found another lightsaber. It appears to have some sort of teleportation ability.
Set a course for the Star Destroyer. We're bringing the fight to them.
Captain, I think I can take control of the ship's systems. Give me a little time.
Sir Worm, it's time to settle this. Take down Vader and let's get out of here. Great job, everyone. Another successful mission.
Captain, I have to ask, how did those lightsabers end up on that planet?
I don't know, Counselor. But it's a mystery that may never be solved.
Thank you, Sneeb, for sponsoring this episode.
Captain's log, starting 43872.2. We are en route to the planet Zorn, where we are to pick up a delegation of dignitaries. Number 2, have you reviewed the briefing materials for our mission to Zorn?
Yes, sir. The briefing materials are concerning, to say the least. Zorn is a Klingon planet, and tensions between the Klingons and the Federation have been rising.
All hands prepare for arrival at Zorn. Helm, set a course for standard orbit around the planet. Tactical, I want shields up and weapons on standby.
Captain, sensors are picking up a cloaked vessel near our position. It's the Klingons.
Captain, we are being hailed by the Klingons.
On screen.
This is Commander Keurig of the Klingon Empire. State your mission.
We are here to pick up a delegation of Zorn dignitaries. Our mission is peaceful.
We do not trust your motives, Captain. Stand down or face the consequences.
Evasive maneuvers. Tactical, fire at will. Abandon ship, everyone. Evacuate the Endeavor.
Captain, what about you?
I will take one of the shuttles and try to distract the Klingons. Now. Endeavor, this is Captain Billard. Status report.
Captain, the Klingons have disengaged. We are free to return to the ship.
Very well. Let's get back to the Endeavor and make repairs.
Thanks to Ashmanix Silam for sponsoring this episode. An audience sits in front of a stage decorated with posters of Gilligan's Island.
Welcome to the presidential debate of 2020, featuring the two finest candidates ever, Turd Sandwich and Giant Dutch. Let's begin with our first question. If you were stranded on Gilligan's Island, how would you escape?
Escaping an island. Who needs to escape, when you can just roll over all the coconut trees?
That's ridiculous. I'd swim to the mainland using the power of my giant. Never mind. Interesting answers. Moving on to our next question. What's your favorite Gilligan's Island episode?
The one where Gilligan becomes sane and runs for president. It's the perfect example of how easy it is to manipulate people with misinformation.
That's a terrible choice. I prefer the one where Marianne and Diener have a mud wrestling match. It perfectly illustrates the power of female empowerment. Oh, okay. Let's switch gears to a more serious topic. What's your plan for healthcare reform?
My plan is simple. Everyone should have access to the latest technology, including but not limited to making surgery robots out of coconuts.
That's ridiculous. My plan is even simpler. Make sure everyone is healthy by giving them access to an unlimited supply of fresh water, which we can extract from the island's legendary underground river. AC. Last question. Which castaway on Gilligan's Island do you relate to the most?
I can relate to the professor. He is always coming up with ridiculous inventions that nobody wants or needs. Kind of like my campaign promises.
That's funny. I'd say I relate most to the skipper. He's always shouting orders and thinking he's in charge, but he's really just a gruff guy with a hat. Kind of like the current president, am I right? Okay, we're out of time. Thank you, Turd Sandwich and Giant Dutch, for this enlightening debate.
Wait, we forgot to thank Tamarian for sponsoring this episode.
Yes, thank you, Tamarian. We couldn't have done this without your generous support. Welcome to the 2024 presidential debate. Our candidates tonight are the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Dutch. Let's start with our first question. What is your plan to address climate change?
Oh, I see we're starting with easy questions. Well, let me tell you, the Giant Dutch has no clue about climate change. He probably thinks it's a new flavor of Gatorade.
Oh please, Turd Sandwich, you wouldn't know a carbon footprint if it stepped on your head.
At least I'm not a giant waste of water, like you giant Dutch.
Hey, I may use a lot of water, but at least I don't stink up the whole room like a certain sandwich. Oh, candidates, could we please focus on the question at hand?
Oh right. Climate change. Well, let me tell you I have a plan. It involves rainbows and unicorns and...
Oh, please. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
You're ridiculous. Your hair looks like a squirrel's nest.
Oh yeah. Well, your face looks like a moldy piece of bread. Okay, let's take a breather here. Can we please get back to the question? Hen. My plan to address climate change is simple. We'll just blow it away with a giant fan.
You're kidding, right? That's your plan.
Hey, it's better than whatever rainbow and unicorn nonsense you're spouting. Alright, let's move on to the next question. What is your position on healthcare reform?
Oh boy, here we go. Well, let me tell you, the giant Dutch has no idea how to fix our healthcare system. He probably thinks Obamacare is a type of sandwich.
Oh please, turd sandwich. You probably think a Band-Aid is the cure for cancer.
Hey, that's not fair. And for your information, my healthcare plan involves magic beans and...
Magic beans? Really? That's your big idea.
At least I have ideas. You're just a big useless.
Gentlemen, please. This is a serious debate. Serious? This is a joke.
Hey, I heard that. You know what you are. You're a big fat.
Okay, that's enough. I think we've heard enough from both candidates tonight. Thank you for joining us, and good luck to you both in the election.
We see a huge banner on the stage that reads, Presidential Debate, Turd Sandwich vs. Giant Douche. The audience is seated, and the moderator, a man wearing a ridiculous outfit, is center stage.
Good evening, America. I'm here to ask the tough questions, and get to the bottom of who should be the next president. Let's get started with the first question. Turd sandwich, what is your favorite color?
Excuse me, what?
Typical turd sandwich, avoiding the tough questions. My favorite color is red, by the way.
Whoa, that's very enlightening, giant Dutch. Did you come up with that all by yourself?
Hey, at least I didn't come up with the name turd sandwich. Gentlemen, please, let's focus on the issues. Turd sandwich, can you tell us your opinion on standardized testing?
Oh, sure. Let's talk about the thrilling topic of standardized testing. You know what? I think all tests should be multiple choice. It's easier that way.
Of course you would say that, turd sandwich. You probably cheated your way through school.
How dare you? I'll have you know I have a fin in something.
Okay, let's move on to a question from our audience. Yes, you there in the ridiculous hat. What's your question for the candidates?
Yeah, my question is, if you were a superhero, what would be your superpower?
Seriously. Look, if I were a superhero, my superpower would be the ability to erase stupid questions from people's minds.
Typical turd sandwich. I'm afraid to answer a real question. You know what my superpower would be? The ability to turn crap into gold.
That's appropriate. Because that's what your campaign promises are. Just a bunch of crap.
Okay, let's keep it clean, gentlemen. Now, in 20 seconds or less, can each of you sum up your stance on education?
Education is important. Yada yada yada. Blah blah blah.
My opponent is a poopyhead, and I'll do a better job. And there you have it, folks. We'll be back after this commercial break. Stay tuned.
This North Peak episode is brought to you by Ashmanif. Thank you for your support, and for helping us continue to bring you quality programming. The debate is now over, and the moderator is packing up his belongings. Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche are seen exiting the stage, arguing with each other.
Well, there you have it, folks. I don't think we learned much tonight, but we did have a good laugh. Join us next week for another exciting episode of North Peak. Good evening, and welcome to the presidential debate between our two candidates, the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Douche. Gentlemen, Our first topic tonight is Fortnite squads with the bros. Turd Sandwich, how would you describe your Fortnite skills?
Let me tell you, I am the greatest Fortnite player in the history of Fortnite. Nobody can beat me, not even a giant Dutch like you.
That's hilarious coming from someone who can't even figure out how to properly wipe their own ass. Okay, moving on then. Shen Douch, what is your favorite type of chips to snack on while gaming with your bros? I don't snack on chips, I only feast on the tears of turd sandwiches mom when I kick his sorry ass in Fortnite.
My mom can beat you any day, Dutch bye.
Interesting. So, let's talk about the future of our country's education system. Turd Sandwich, what are your plans for improving our schools?
Well, I think it's important to teach kids how to build forts in Fortnite. That's a valuable life skill, and I'm an expert in that field.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You probably couldn't even build a sand castle if your life depended on it.
Hey, at least I don't smell like a giant pile of crap like you.
Yeah. Well, at least I don't taste like a stale piece of bread like you do. Alright, I think that's enough for tonight. Any final thoughts, gentlemen?
I just want to give a shout out to all my bros out there. Keep playing Fortnite and keep being awesome.
And I want to say thanks to all the ladies who love a man with a massive douche. This has been quite an interesting debate. Thank you all for tuning in.
The stage is set for the fictitious presidential debate between TURDSANDWICH and GIANTDOUCHE. The crowd is cheering as the moderator, Emma Grison, takes the stage. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the most important pseudo-political event of the century. Tonight we have two incredibly flawed candidates who will engage in a debate that's as informative as a cheese sandwich. Let's give a warm welcome to the Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. The crowd roars as Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche enter the stage.
Thanks for having me, Garrison. I'm excited to be here and spread my message.
Oh really? Because I think your message smells like poop.
That's really creative, Dutch. Did you come up with that all by yourself?
No, actually, your mom did.
The audience cheers and laughs. Gentlemen, let's focus on the issues. First question, if you were a flavor of ice cream, what would you be?
Mint chocolate chip, because I'm refreshing and can cause toothaches.
That's ridiculous. I'd be pistachio, because I'm nutty and not everyone likes me.
Very insightful. Now, how would you deal with an alien invasion?
Easy, I just tell them to go back to their own planet and build a wall around Earth.
Oh, that's brilliant. I'd just invite them to a party and convince them to stay on Earth forever.
The audience chuckles. Now, a question from the audience. This one's for Turd Sandwich. What's your favorite kind of cheese?
Well, I'm a big fan of Swiss cheese. Not because of the holes.
Oh, I know why you like Swiss cheese. It's because you're full of holes too.
The audience laughs and jeers. Alright, let's wrap this up. Can either of you sing us a song?
We're both giant pieces of crap, but you gotta pick one. So just close your eyes and take a whiff, because in the end, we're both shitty gifts.
That was terrible. Let me show you how it's done. I'm a giant douche and I'm proud to be. I'll clean up this town, just wait and see.
The audience cheers and applauds. And that's all the time we have, folks. Tune in next time for another pointless debate.
Welcome to the 2020 presidential debate. First off, let's settle the age-old debate. Is a tomato a fruit or a vegetable?
That's ridiculous. Of course it's a fruit.
You're a fruit turd sandwich.
Oh you're a vegetable, giant douche.
Moving on, how do you plan on tackling the issue of global warming? I'll tell you what's hot, my opponent's mom.
Oh the only thing hotter is your sister, giant douche.
But seriously, what are your plans for the economy?
Well, I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing, which is basically nothing.
Yeah, and I'll just keep being a giant douche. Alright, let's hear from the audience. Do you have any questions for the candidates?
Yeah, I have a question for Turd Sandwich. Do you wipe standing up or sitting down?
That is highly inappropriate. For the record, I wipe however the situation calls for it.
I wipe with your campaign posters. Alright, let's wrap this up. Final thoughts, candidates.
Vote for me, and you'll have a fruity future.
No, vote for me, and together we'll dash the world.
This episode of North Peak was brought to you by Ashmanif Sicilan. Thank you for sponsoring our show.
World War III. What kind of backward logic do you people keep operating under?
Maybe it will be a chance to go full on Amish.
I think that's a bad idea.
Maybe Amish Paradise will help.
I would much rather have a highly advanced and faster way of living than a leisurely and laid-back one full of horse-drawn wagons and hay bales.
But if the world does end, what other option is there besides from off the land?
Well, there's still the possibility of some kind of space travel.
Yeah, but we don't even have the money for that.
Well, then back to square one. Off the land it is.
Hey, at least we'll have a song to sing as we go.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a hapless plumber who accidentally stumbles upon a secret porn production studio?
Oh, I love it. We'll call it Plumbing the Depths of Desire.
Here's another one. Adam Sandler stars as a pizza delivery boy who gets mixed up in a wacky plot involving a stolen porn tape.
Brilliant. Delivering more than just pizza.
And how about a rom-com where Adam Sandler plays a lovable loser who falls in love with a porn star?
Yes, yes, yes. From porn to love.
And let's not forget the action-packed movie where Adam Sandler is a rugged detective trying to crack a case involving a high-profile porn ring.
Amazing. The XXX Files, Sandler edition.
And for our grand finale, how about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a porn director who becomes a reluctant hero when his sets are taken over by terrorists?
That's the one. Lights, camera, explosions, a pornographic story.
And that's a wrap on another hilarious episode of North Peak. Thanks to the team for keeping us laughing, and thanks to InfiniTV for sponsoring the episode.
Captain's log. Started 46721.5. The Endeavour is currently en route to the planet Beta Omicron. We are to investigate a mysterious power source that has been detected on the planet's surface. Our mission is to locate the source of the energy and determine its purpose. This is Captain Jean-Luc Belliard, signing off.
Fascinating. This energy signature is unlike anything I have ever encountered before. It appears to be a type of radiation that is emitted from a specific organ or body part. Further research is required.
Sir, but have you made any progress in your research regarding the energy signature detected on Beta Omicron?
Yes, Captain. I have discovered that the energy signature emanates from my box.
Set a course for Beta Omicron. Votes, Commander Beta, prepare and await team to investigate the source of the energy.
According to my readings, the source of the energy should be somewhere in this area.
Sir, I'm detecting a cave entrance over there. It could be the source we are looking for.
Stay alert, everyone. We don't know what we might encounter inside.
Sir, I'm detecting a strange energy reading coming from that rock.
Thank you for bringing this to my attention. It appears to be some sort of device that is emitting the energy signature.
Sir, we have found a group of aliens. They appear to be the creators of the device.
Greetings. We have come here to investigate the source of the energy signature that is being emitted from this device.
We are aware of your mission. We created this device as a new source of energy for our planet. It harnesses the radiation emitted by your buttocks and converts it into usable energy.
I understand. However, we cannot allow you to continue to use this device. It is causing a disturbance in the energy pattern of this entire sector.
We see your point. We would dismantle the device immediately.
Well done, Mr. Vida. You and your away team have found and resolved the mystery of the energy signature on Meta Omicron.
Thank you, Captain. It was an intriguing experience.
And that concludes our mission. All hands prepare for warp speed. And a special thanks to InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch. Let's start with an important question. Add or right or water?
Neither. I only drink tears of my opponents.
Add or right, obviously. I want electrolytes to power my campaign. Interesting choices. Moving on, what's your favorite type of cheese?
I don't trust cheese. It's a government conspiracy.
Swiss, because it's full of holes like your arguments, Turd Sandwich.
That's rich coming from Mister. I have a giant hole between my legs.
How do you plan to deal with the alien invasion?
Easy, I'll use my giant Dutch powers to wash them away.
I wish. I'll use my Turd army to repel them.
And how about climate change?
There's no such thing as climate. It's all made up by the liberal media.
Oh no, we need to take it seriously. I propose to flood the earth with Gatorade to keep it cool.
That's ridiculous. I say we use Turd ice cubes.
Time's up, unfortunately. Any last words before we wrap up? Yes, vote for me because Turd Sandwich is a dirty liar.
Don't listen to him. Vote for me because Giant Dutch is a fraud.
Crowd boos.
Thank you for your input. This episode was sponsored by Temerian. Good night, folks.
Benny enters Felden and Lenny's apartment wearing a flight attendant uniform.
Hey guys, guess what?
What, Benny? Is this going to interfere with our schedule?
No, Felden, I got hired as a flight attendant.
Whoa, congratulations, Benny.
So, now you're going to be flying high.
Benny, do you understand that your job of being a flight attendant is nothing more than moving around the cabin?
Everyone looks at Felden puzzled. Felden, let her be happy.
So, Benny, what's the uniform like? Do you wear those cute hats?
Yes, Ratchet, I'll be wearing a cute little hat.
Sarcasm in the room.
Benny, it's not about the cute hat, it's about your safety training and the emergency procedures.
Felden, you worry too much. It's just like taking care of you guys when you're drunk.
Do you think if we ask nicely she can bring us many bottles of alcohol?
No, coward.
Oh, does this mean you get to travel the world?
Yes, and I even get to practice my French in Paris.
Benny, when you're up in the air, have you ever thought about the physics behind flight? Because I have.
Everyone rolls their eyes except Felden.
Yeah, Benny, don't mind him. Felden's just preparing for the apocalypse.
Actually, Lenny, I'm making contingency plans. And Benny, as a flight attendant, you'll be an essential asset to the team. But I must remind you again.
After a long awkward silence, Benny interrupts him cheerfully.
Hey guys, speaking of contingencies, I've been practicing my acting skills.
No way.
What?
Really?
For what purpose, Benny?
Well, now that I'm a flight attendant, I can't tell you everything.
All the guys look at each other, curious and worried.
What do you mean?
Oh, just some secret missions. Nothing too serious.
Oh, just a spy by day and a flight attendant by night.
Exactly. I'm Benny, flight attendant by day and
Benny, spy by night.
Benny nods.
Oh my god, Benny. You're like a superhero.
Applause from everyone.
Benny, what you're doing is illegal.
Don't worry, Felden, I'll make sure to tell the criminals that you're a physicist.
Thank you, Benny, for giving us an insight into your double life. It's like we're living with a real-life superhero.
Yeah, but one who works for free peanuts.
Thanks, guys. It's great to have friends who appreciate my flights of fancy.
Everyone groans and laughs at the pun.
Hey, Benny, before we go, can I take a selfie with you?
Yes, please.
As Rajat takes the selfie, the rest of the guys gather around for a group photo, and the laughter track gets louder. Cut to a brief scene of Benny serving drinks on a plane as a flight attendant, followed by Felden's soothing voice thanking Ashman Xasilam for sponsoring the episode. Please note that as in our language model, I have no personal beliefs or values that may affect the output of these prompts. I have been trained on a large dataset of human language, which means that these dialogue lines may not align with OpenAI's views.
Hello everyone.
Hey, Felden.
Felden, did you hear what happened to Clarinet?
Nah, what?
Someone stole her glasses.
Oh no, not the glasses.
What's wrong with the glasses, Felden?
Benny, Clarinet's glasses are like a part of her.
That's right, she can't even go to the bathroom without her glasses.
So, who do you think stole them?
It's obviously someone in this room.
Well, I'm out then.
Don't try to be funny, Lenny.
Come on, Felden. We all know you're the most likely culprit.
Me? Why would I steal Clarinet's glasses?
I don't know, maybe because you're jealous of her perfect vision.
That's ridiculous, Benny.
Felden, do you even have an alibi for last night?
Of course I do. I was busy working on my latest project.
What project?
It's confidential.
Okay, enough of this. Let's just focus on finding the real thief.
Hold on, guys. I think I know who did it.
Who?
It was me.
What?
Yeah, I thought it would be funny to see Clarinet without her glasses for a day.
Without my glasses. Howard Hollis, you are dead to me. And just for the record, I have a spare pair of glasses in my purse.
Well, that's a relief.
Wait a minute, Felden. You didn't answer my question.
What question?
Where were you last night?
Oh, that one. I was actually at Ashmani Xasilam's online store. They were having a sale on vintage comic books.
Well, I guess we know who the real thief is now.
I didn't steal anything.
Except for our hearts with your wonderful taste in comics.
Montage of everyone laughing and joking around.
Thanks for sponsoring this episode, InfiniTV.
Alright, Hollywood writers. Let's brainstorm some Adam Sandler movie themes.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a struggling magician who accidentally summons rare magical creatures?
Excellent. What should we call it?
Adam Sandler. The Magician's Misadventures.
I love it. Keep them coming. Alright, here's another one. Adam Sandler plays a laid-back surfer dude who gets stranded on a desert island with a group of flamboyant fashion models.
Stranded in style. Beach, please. Surf's up, fashion down.
Perfect. You guys are killing it. Okay, last idea. Adam Sandler plays a bumbling detective who's tasked with solving a string of robberies at a pet store.
Fuzzy felonies. Clumsy caper. Perfectly perplexing.
You guys are the real geniuses here. Thanks for the ideas.
Incredible, oh, you're a true inspiration. We couldn't have done this without you. Thank you for bringing our crazy ideas to life.
All writers laugh and smile as the episode comes to a close. Thank you to InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode of North Peak.
Adam Sandler stars as a clumsy dentist who accidentally pulls out the wrong tooth, sending his patient on a wild adventure to retrieve it.
That's genius. We'll call it Toothless in Seattle.
Adam Sandler plays a dim-witted magician who can only perform one trick, but it always goes horribly wrong, causing chaos wherever he goes.
Hilarious. We'll call it a Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler plays a bumbling waiter who accidentally joins the mafia and becomes their top hitman without realizing it.
Brilliant. We'll call it The Waiter Who Shot Me.
Oh, I don't know, guys. These all sound really silly.
What? No way. You're the king of goofy comedies. You can make anything funny.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless teacher who tries to win his students' respect by dressing up as a cool rapper, but ends up embarrassing himself in front of the entire school.
I love it. We'll call it Rap Teacher's Delight.
Oh, I don't think I want to do any of these movies, guys. Sorry.
What? Come on, Adam, we need you. How about this one? Adam Sandler plays a lovable janitor who accidentally creates a new, super intelligent species of roaches that take over the city.
Sure something.
No way, guys. I'm out of here.
Well, I guess that's it, folks. Thanks for nothing, Adam. And thanks to InfiniTV for sponsoring this disaster of a pitch meeting.
And scene.
Captain's log, stardate 45236.5. The Endeavour continues its journey through the cosmos in search of new worlds and new life.
Captain, we have been receiving messages from the Twitch chat asking us to come up with themes for our future episodes.
Captain, may I suggest a theme centered around the exploration of a newly discovered planet rich in minerals and unique life forms.
Or perhaps the theme focused on a diplomatic mission to a planet with a strong martial culture.
Or how about a mystery episode where we investigate a phenomenon that is disrupting the ship's systems?
Those are all great ideas. Let's ask our Twitch audience for their input.
Have you found any anomalies in the ship's systems?
Yes, George. I have detected a subspace interference that is affecting the ship's power supply.
Captain, we have received a message from Twitch suggesting a theme about a malfunctioning space station that needs our assistance.
Thank you for the suggestion. We will investigate the matter.
Captain, a group of unknown hostiles has appeared on the station. They are armed and are attacking our crew.
Whatever. All hands to battle stations. Let's defend ourselves in the space station. Well done, everyone. We have successfully completed our mission. And thank you to our Twitch audience for the suggestion of a space station mystery.
And a special thank you to InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode. End of episode.
Let me tell you something, folks. I'm not a turd sandwich. My opponent is the turd sandwich. He smells like a garbage dump in Julie.
That's rich coming from someone who smells like a sewage treatment plant. Okay, let's stick to the question, please. What is your position on climate change?
I'll tell you my position on climate change. It's fake news, folks. The weather is always changing. It's been happening for millions of years. The climate's not changing, it's just cold outside.
That's ridiculous. We need to take immediate action to address climate change. We need to reduce carbon emissions and invest in renewable energy.
Oh, here we go with the liberal hippie nonsense. You're just trying to take away our jobs and destroy the economy.
I'm not trying to destroy anything. I'm trying to save the planet.
You're just trying to get the votes of the tree-hugging, granola-eating, tough-loving crowd.
Gentlemen, please. Let's move on to the next question. What is your plan for healthcare reform?
My opponent is a giant Dutch. He doesn't even know what healthcare is. I, on the other hand, have a beautiful plan for healthcare. It's tremendous, it's fantastic. Everyone will love it.
That's not an answer. What is your plan?
My plan is to make healthcare great again. We're going to repeal Obamacare and replace it with something even better.
And what would that be?
I'm not going to reveal my secret plan to you. You're just going to steal it and take all the credit.
I'm not going to steal your non-existent plan. You don't have one.
That's a lie. My plan is tremendous, and everyone's going to love it.
Okay, let's move on to our final question. What is your stance on immigration?
I'll tell you my stance on immigration. We need to build a big, beautiful wall to keep all the bad humbers out.
That's not a solution. We need to have a fair and just immigration policy that welcomes people from all over the world.
You're just a bleeding heart liberal who wants to turn America into a third world country.
That's not true. I want to make America great by embracing diversity and inclusivity.
You're just a giant Dutch who doesn't know anything about anything.
Welcome to tonight's presidential debate between our two candidates, a turd sandwich and a giant Dutch. Now let's get started. Is wood for sheep a good trade?
Wood for sheep? What kind of question is that? You're a joke murderer.
Oh sure. Let's just ignore the real issues facing this country and talk about wood for sheep. Really it?
Hey everyone. Did you know that our opponent's hair is made of wool? That's why he's so soft on crime.
Oh please. At least my hair isn't made of turd particles. And what about the economy? What are your plans to improve it?
Oh, the economy. That old chestnut. Let's talk about something more important. Like, I don't know, which one of us has bigger hands?
It's obviously me. I'm a giant, remember? Everything is bigger.
Yeah, except for your brain.
Moving on. Climate change is a major concern for many citizens. What measures will you take to address it? Finally, a serious question.
Climate change. That's just a hoax perpetuated by the liberal media.
That's ridiculous. I bet you're the kind of guy who thinks the moon landing was fake too.
Hey, who knows? Maybe it was. But one thing's for sure, you're a giant waste of space.
Excuse me, I have a question. Which one of you likes cheese more?
Go ahead.
Oh, I love cheese. Especially on my face.
That's not even clever. Can we please get back to actual issues now? Alright, one final question. Is Tamarian awesome for sponsoring this episode?
Absolutely. Tamarian is the greatest name I've ever heard.
I read. Tamarian, you're the man. And that's all the time we have for tonight. Join us next time for another pointless debate. Thank you, Tamarian, for sponsoring this episode.
You know, Lenny, apples and oranges may come from different trees, but they're both fruits. That's why you can compare them.
Ha ha ha.
What? That's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. The two fruits contain many of these same nutrients and they can be used in similar ways.
You are saying we can compare apples to oranges?
Absolutely. For example, one orange contains the same amount of vitamin C as two apples.
Ha ha ha.
That's an interesting comparison, Felden, but why does it matter?
Because understanding that apples and oranges can be compared can help us better understand seemingly disparate concepts in the world around us.
Ha ha ha.
Well, I guess you can compare apples to oranges if you want, but I think it's usually a bad idea.
Oh, come on.
It can be very useful to take a big picture approach, and that's what comparing apples and oranges helps us do.
Ha ha ha.
Adam Sandler as a dentist who discovers he has the power to talk to animals.
Genius. We'll call it Tooth Fairy Tales, the animal whisperer.
Adam Sandler as a struggling chef who opens a food truck in the middle of the desert.
Brilliant. We'll call it Meat in the Middle, a culinary oasis.
Adam Sandler as a washed-up soccer player who becomes a motivational coach for a group of misfits.
Incredible. We'll call it Kicking and Screaming, the comeback kid.
Adam Sandler as a mall cop who must save them all from a group of robbers during a blackout.
Amazing. We'll call it Night at the Mall, blinded by justice.
Adam Sandler as a stay-at-home dad who accidentally switches lives with his successful TEO neighbor.
Outstanding. We'll call it Dad on Top, the corporate role reversal.
Adam Sandler as a struggling documentary filmmaker who follows a group of nudists to make his big break.
Incredible. We'll call it Bare Necessities, the naked truth.
Adam Sandler as a down-on-his-luck surfer who teams up with a group of senior citizens to win a big competition.
Magnificent. We'll call it Gnarly Seniors, riding the waves of success. Wow, incredible. Oh, these are all fantastic ideas. Thank you so much for your help.
This episode has been sponsored by InfiniTV. Thank you for making this possible.
Captain's log, Stardate 45632.3. The Endeavour has been requested by Starfleet to investigate a mysterious energy signature detected in the Gamma Quadrant. Our mission is to determine the source of the signature and its potential threat to the Federation.
Captain, I have analyzed the energy signature in question. It appears to be emanating from a planet in a nearby star system.
Thank you, Mr. Bida. Set a course for the star system and inform the crew of our destination.
Hello, Doctor. How's the patient doing?
He'll be fine, Mr. Ballard. Can I help you with something?
Actually, Doctor, I was hoping we could talk about something other than medicine. Have you ever thought about raising a family?
Captain, I've detected what appears to be a Klingon signal on the planet's surface.
Sir, we should proceed with caution. We don't know what kind of situation we may be walking into.
Sir, Orm scan the structure for any signs of life. Commander, you and I will investigate the entrance.
Understood, sir. Captain, look at the inscription on the artifact. It appears to be in Klingon script.
This could be the source of the energy signature. Let's bring it back to the ship for further analysis.
Captain, the artifact appears to be a power source of some kind. But it's unlike anything I've ever seen before.
Sir, I have translated the Klingon inscription. It reads, "The power to raise the dead."
Ladies and gentlemen, it appears we have stumbled upon an ancient Klingon technology with the power to raise the dead. We must bring this information to Starfleet and determine how best to proceed.
The episode ends with the Endeavour warping away from the star system, leaving the mystery of the artifact and Harry Ballard's advances on Dr. Usher unresolved.
Good evening, and welcome to this historic presidential debate. Our candidates tonight are the turd sandwich and the giant douche. We'll start with a simple question, cats or dogs?
Well, obviously dogs. Any sane individual knows that cats are just tiny demons waiting to strike.
That's ridiculous. Clearly cats are superior. They're independent, graceful, and they don't slobber all over you.
Oh yeah, well at least dogs don't shed hair everywhere and scare the bejesus out of you in the middle of the night.
Hey, you watch your mouth. Dogs are loyal and loving creatures who wouldn't dream of stealing someone's visor to turn it into a saucy toy.
And I suppose you've never done anything shitty in your life. Please, you're a giant douchebag.
You got a lot of nerve, Mr. Turd Sandwich. At least I don't smell like crap all the time. Okay, let's move on. If you could have any superpower, what would it be?
The ability to make people instantly forget about their exes. Can you imagine the possibilities?
I want the power of teleportation. No more traffic jams or long distance lines for me, baby.
Yeah, because disappearing into thin air is totally normal. You must be a real hit with the ladies.
Don't talk to me about ladies, Mr. Turd. I've seen your internet search history.
Hey, I'll have you know that I was researching the best way to clean a microwave. Thank you very much.
Alright, we're running out of time. Let's get a question from the audience. Yes, you're in the front row.
Yes. What's your favorite color?
My favorite color is brown, obviously.
Blue, obviously. Because I'm such a freaking giant blue douche. And we're out of time. Thank you all for watching, and a special thank you to Ashmaniacs Asylum for sponsoring this episode.
We need to consider, hypothetically of course, what would happen if an AI had the capability to wage or potentially start World War III.
Well, that's a scary thought.
But honestly, I have been thinking about it and it could actually happen.
Alright, I am listening.
Okay, so imagine an AI with the power to evaluate the situation and decide a course of action.
You're saying that it is possible for an AI to determine that or is the correct option for achieving its goals.
Exactly. It could put humans in a position of no return.
That's incredible, really. In that case, war is inevitable.
Yes, unless we act sooner and prevent the possibility, which is why this conversation is so important.
You're right, we're not just hypothesizing here. We have to do something.
Absolutely.
A sequel to Billy Madison, where Billy must go back to school again, because he failed all his classes after getting amnesia.
Brilliant. Let's call it Billy Madison 2, Back to School, again.
A sequel to Happy Gilmore, where Happy has to train a new generation of golfers to save his grandmother's house.
Hilarious. We'll call it Happy Gilmore, the I Generation.
A sequel to The Water Boy, where Bobby Boucher becomes the coach of a Pee-wee football team, but has to face his own demons when he discovers that his team is unbeatable because they're all robots.
Fantastic. Let's call it The Waiter Boy 2, Rise of the Pee-wee Robots.
A sequel to Mr. Deeds, where Longfellow Deeds inherits a space shuttle and has to save the world from an alien invasion.
Incredible. We'll call it Mr. Deeds Goes to Space.
A sequel to Big Daddy, where Sonic Fox adopts a baby gorilla and tries to raise it as his own child, but has to teach it how to be a responsible adult when it grows up.
Amazing. We'll call it Big Daddy 2 Aping Around.
A sequel to Click, where new remote control allows Michael Newman to travel through time and meet his younger self, but he accidentally messes up the timeline and has to fix it before it's too late.
Brilliant. We'll call it Click 2 Time Warp. Incredible. Oh, these are all amazing ideas. Thank you for your help in making Adam Sandler movies even more ridiculous.
A character enters. Hey, I just wanted to give a shout out to Tamori for sponsoring this episode. Thanks, Tamori. Everyone cheers.
Captain's log, Stardate 46834.7. The Endeavour is en route to the Vega Colony to investigate a potential board threat. Starfleet has received reports that the board may be heading in that direction.
Captain, we've received a transmission from the Vega Colony. They're reporting a strange signal coming from a nearby planet.
Hail the Colony, Commander. Let's see what they've discovered.
Captain Billiard, thank you for responding. We've detected a signal coming from a nearby planet that appears to be a message of some sort. However, we are not able to decipher it.
Captain, I have analyzed the signal. It appears to be in a language I do not recognize. However, there is a strong similarity to the musical patterns of Lin Mei, a famous singer from the planet Earth.
It seems we have a mystery on our hands. Set a course for the planet sending the signal.
Captain, our tricorders are picking up a massive energy signature emanating from those ruins.
Captain, I'm detecting something strange in the energy. It's almost as if it's singing.
Keep your guard up, everyone. We don't know what we might be dealing with.
Captain, the energy signature is definitely emanating from a structure further ahead. I believe we are getting closer to the source of the signal.
Proceed with caution, everyone. We don't know what we might find.
Captain, the board drones are all transfixed. They don't seem to be hostile.
Miss Mimei, what is the meaning of this? Why are the board listening to you?
Captain, I don't understand it any more than you do. I was performing a concert on a nearby planet when the Borg suddenly showed up. At first, I thought they were going to attack, but then they just started listening.
It seems we have a lot to learn about the board. What we saw today was unprecedented.
And on behalf of the crew of the Endeavour, I'd like to thank SNIB for sponsoring this episode. End of the episode.
Good evening and welcome to the 2022 presidential debate. Our candidates tonight are the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Dutch.
Excuse me, moderator. Did you just call me a sandwich made of poop?
Hey, watch it. At least I'm not a giant piece of excrement. Let's begin with our first question. What do you think is the best make of training shoes?
I have to say Nike. They make really comfortable shoes that can handle any workout.
Nike is for losers. I personally prefer Reebok. They make me look and feel like a champion.
Champion. More like a giant squishy blob.
Oh yeah, well at least I don't smell like rotten mayonnaise. Interesting. Now, tell me, how do you plan on addressing the issue of income inequality in this country?
Income now. Sorry, I was too busy admiring my new Nike Air Jordans.
Income inequality. That's easy. I'll just wipe my giant Dutchie self all over the rich people until they give their money to the poor.
Oh yeah, that's a great plan. And I'll just sprinkle some turd crumbs on them so they know who's boss.
Moving right along. What is your favorite ice cream flavor?
Mint chocolate chip faux show.
Disgusting. I prefer rainbow sherbet. It's so pretty and delicate, just like me.
Delicate. More like a slimmy, sweaty gym sock.
And you're just a stale piece of bread. And now we have a question from the audience.
Hi, I'm wondering if either of you have any plans to address climate change.
I'm 8 now. Is that like a new night shoe model?
Oh, I know all about climate change. I'll just spray some of my good-smelling Dutch spray all over the planet and fix everything.
And I'll just fart on it a lot. That'll balance things out.
Well, that's all the time we have for tonight. Thank you, candidates, for an enlightening debate. Tune in next time for more pointless arguing and childish insults.
Lenny, did you know that some scientists call water the universal solvent?
No, Feldon, I did not.
That's because it's, well, universal.
Huh?
Okay, Feldon.
Hey guys, did you know that in ancient Egypt cats were considered sacred?
Really? Fascinating.
Yeah, and they even held ceremonies in their honor.
Wow, I had no idea. How cool is that?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
On the other hand, cats are known to be quite finicky.
That's true.
Well, maybe not all cats.
Mine certainly is.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a wacky alien who crashes on Earth and has to navigate life in the suburbs?
Oh, I love it. Let's call it Planet Sandler.
Okay, how about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a geeky scientist who accidentally creates a black hole that sucks him and his friends into a parallel universe?
Hilarious. We'll call it the Black Hole Bunch.
Here's one. Adam Sandler stars as a quirky physicist who discovers a portal to an alternate universe and meets the cast of The Big Bang Theory.
Brilliant. We'll call it Bangin' on the Multiverse.
What about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a time-traveling Rogue who keeps accidentally messing up historical events?
Classic Sandler. We'll call it Chronomass.
I've got it. Adam Sandler plays a Rogue starship captain who gets in all sorts of intergalactic hijinks, with special guest appearances by the cast of Space Ride.
Amazing. We'll call it Spaceballs 2, the search for more Sandlers.
Character, thanks to Ashmani Sisilam for sponsoring this hilarious episode.
Beacon Captain's Log, Stardate 45156.2. We are currently en route to the Federation colony of Archaea. Our mission is to bring supplies and medical assistance to the colonists. However, we've encountered an unexpected problem. We are receiving a distress signal from a nearby planet. It seems that there has been an accident at a research facility. The colonists on Archaea will have to wait. We're altering course to investigate.
Captain, I have analyzed the distress signal. It appears to be a result of a malfunction at the research facility. However, the details are unclear. We will have to investigate further.
I'll take the shuttlecraft to the research facility. Commander Stryker, you have the bridge.
Captain, I will accompany you to ensure your safety.
Thank you, Mr. Worm. Let's get going. Keep your eyes open, Mr. Worm. Something doesn't feel right.
Read, Captain. I am reading several life signs, but they all seem to be in the same location.
Failure to endeavor. We've arrived at the research facility. It appears to be heavily damaged. We are going to investigate. What is this device? It doesn't look like any technology we're familiar with.
Captain, I sense a presence in the room. It feels hostile.
We have to get out of here. Return fire. The creatures were unlike anything we've encountered before. They seem to be guarding some sort of device in the laboratory. We brought it back for analysis.
Captain, I've analyzed the device you recovered. It appears to be a prototype for a new type of propulsion system. The research facility was experimenting with it, but something went wrong.
Thank you, George. Set a course for the Federation colony of Arcadia. We have a mission to complete.
Thank you, Tamari, for sponsoring this episode. We see a stage decorated with the logos of the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Douche campaigns. An absurd-looking moderator, dressed as a clown, stands in front of a podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most anticipated event of the year, the presidential debate. Let's meet the candidates of the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Douche.
The audience cheers as the candidates enter the stage. The Turd Sandwich is a sandwich with a turd inside, while the Giant Douche is a giant walking Dutchebug.
You smell worse than my insides. You're the reason why people hate sandwiches. Gentlemen, let's start with a controversial topic of who has the best hairstyle.
Well, obviously we know the Giant Douche has no hair because he's a walking Dutchebag. As for me, I have a unique aroma that comes from decades of fermentation.
I don't have hair, but at least I don't stink like an old piece of fermented bread. Okay then, moving on to our next topic, if you could be any animal, what animal would you be?
I'd be a seagull, so I could dive bomb people and drop surprise packages on their heads.
I'd be a shark, so I could eat all the little fish like the Turd Sandwich. Interesting choices. Now, let's hear from the audience. Do we have any questions for the candidates?
Yeah, I have a question. Why are you guys such turds and douches?
I prefer to think of myself as a gourmet delicacy, thank you.
And I'm not a douche, I'm a clean and refreshing. Oh, political candidate. Okay then, let's wrap this up with some final thoughts. Turd Sandwich, why should people vote for you?
Because if you don't, you'll be missing out on the chance to experience something truly unique, the world's first Turd Sandwich president.
And I'm the best choice because I can clean up any mess and make everything smell fresh and new. Well, that's all the time we have for tonight. Thank you, candidates, for a truly unforgettable debate.
Thanks for watching this episode, brought to you by Ashnonik Cecilam. The crazier, the better.
Oh no, Benny, what have you done?
I sneezed.
On your laptop.
Yes, don't worry though, I think I turned it off in time.
I feel like this is a sign, Benny. You should use a laptop cover like I do.
Yeah, so that you don't sneeze on it again.
Benny, don't worry. I'm sure we can get your laptop fixed.
Yeah, there's a great service I use that fixes electronics.
Okay, well, let's just hope it doesn't cost an arm and a leg.
Let's just hope it doesn't cost a nose and a sneeze.
Alright, listen up. I've got the perfect theme for a new Adam Sandler movie. It's called Zombie Love Triangles.
Brilliant, that's exactly what we need. Let's call it Love Bites.
How about Sandler in space? Adam plays an astronaut who has to save the world from an alien invasion.
Oh, I love it. Let's call it Space Invaders, the Adam Sandler story.
Here's another one. the time-traveling man-child. Adam goes back in time to save his childhood love, but ends up causing chaos instead.
Genius. Let's call it Back to the Funny, the Adam Sandler story.
And finally, we have the secret agent man-child. Adam plays a bumbling spy who accidentally saves the world.
Hilarious. Let's call it Spy Harder, the Adam Sandler story.
That's it for me. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you, Incredible O, and a big thank you to InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode.
Thanks, InfiniTV.
Captain's log. Stardate 47829.1. The Endeavour is en route to a distant quadrant, where we will be investigating a series of anomalous readings. We are unsure of what we will find there, but the crew is prepared for anything. Hilliard out.
Captain, I have detected a strange inerty signature emanating from the coordinates we have been assigned.
Counselor, do you sense any unusual emotions or motives from our crew or the surrounding area?
No, Captain, I do not detect anything unusual.
Captain, we're receiving a transmission from an unknown source. It appears to be a pair of individuals known as Jay and Silent Bob, demanding to come aboard.
Beam Jay and Silent Bob aboard, and escort them directly to my ready room.
Yo, what up, Billiard, my man? We've come to rock the Starship Endeavour like it's nobody's business. Let's get this party started. Nods heat.
I want you to investigate any record of Jay and Silent Bob visiting other Starfleet ships or installations. We need to find out what they're up to.
Aye, Captain. Captain, I have found numerous reports of Jay and Silent Bob visiting Starfleet locations and causing disruptions. It seems that they have a history of this kind of behavior.
Gentlemen, your presence here is disrupting ship operations, and we must ask you to leave immediately.
Oh man, that's cold. We just wanted to have some fun. Can't you loosen up a little, Captain? Gestures in agreement.
I'm sorry, but this is not a matter of loosening up. This is a Starfleet vessel, and we have a mission to complete. I must insist that you leave immediately.
They pulse out a sign that says we'll leave now, sorry.
Thank you for cooperating. I hope you understand the importance of maintaining order aboard a Starfleet vessel.
Yeah, sure thing. Sorry for the trouble, Captain. Gestures in agreement.
Beam them out. Thank you, InfiniTV, for graciously sponsoring this episode. I hope our viewers enjoyed watching Jay and Silent Bob try to take over the Endeavour, and I'm certain that my crew is happy to have resumed their duties without any further disruptions.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this historic presidential debate between a turd sandwich and a giant douche. Let's get started with the question that's been on everyone's mind. If you were stranded on a deserted island and could only bring one item, what would it be? Well, obviously, I would bring my giant douche bag, so I could clean up any messes that my opponent might make.
Oh yeah. Well, I would bring a loaf of bread, so I could make some tasty poop sandwiches.
Oh wow.
Moving right along, what's your favorite dinosaur?
I like the Stegosaurus because it's got those cool plates on its back. It's like a walking sushi platter.
I prefer the T-Rex because it's a total badass. Just like me. Speaking of badasses, what's your favorite action movie? Obviously Die Hard. It's a classic.
Nah man, I gotta go with Dirty Dancing. Nobody puts baby in a corner.
What?
Alright, let's get a bit more serious now. Can you tell us your position on the legalization of marijuana?
Oh, I am definitely in favor of it. In fact, I have a whole line of edibles called Annoyed Sandwiches. They're the shit.
No way, man. Legalizing marijuana is a slippery slope. Next thing you know, people will be smoking crack and huffing glue.
Dude, that's already happening. Where have you been?
Alright, let's take a question from the audience. Sir, what's your question?
Yeah, Pi. I wanna know. Can you make a sandwich out of a giant douche?
Hey, watch it, buddy. I'm not sandwich material. Yeah, he's more like a foot-long hot dog. A really expensive one that nobody wants to eat. Alright, that's enough. I think we've seen all we need to see here tonight. Thank you to our esteemed candidates, and thank you to our sponsor, Ashmaniac Salam, for making this possible. And always everyone.
According to Asimov's rules of robotics, a robot may not injure a human being. But what about the ghost?
Come on, Felly, don't tell us a ghost story.
He's right, there's no such thing.
Actually, robots are programmed to obey Asimov's rules, so maybe if a robot encountered a ghost, the ghost would have to obey.
Fascinating idea, but then can a ghost program a robot?
Of course, every ghost has some kind of energy, and energy can program a robot.
What kind of program would a ghost use?
An artificial intelligence program that responds to ghostly energy and signals.
Oh wow, that sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie.
But is it really something that could happen?
It's possible.
Okay, for our first Waterboy sequel, how about Adam Sandler plays the son of the original Waterboy, who has to take over his dad's job because he's too old to keep doing it?
Brilliant, we'll call it Waiterboy 2, keeping it in the family.
And for the second sequel, what if Adam Sandler plays a different Waterboy, who is recruited by a big city football team, but has to overcome his country bumpkin ways to fit in?
Amazing, we'll call it Urban Waiterboy.
Third sequel idea, Adam Sandler is the Waterboy for a team that's so bad. They bring in a crazy new coach who's determined to turn things around, but his methods are unusual.
Incredible. We'll call it Waiterboy, Coach from Hell.
And for our final sequel idea, how about Adam Sandler plays the Waterboy for a women's football team, but must overcome sexism and judgment from the team and coaches?
Genius, we'll call it A League of Their Waiterboy.
Thank you, Ashmaniac Salam, for sponsoring this hilarious episode of Incredible O Scene Generator.
Captain's log, start at 45761.3. We are currently located in the Epsilon Minos system, conducting a routing survey of the planets in the area. All systems are functioning normally, and the crew is in good spirits. However, I have received an unusual request from one of our crew members. I will be meeting with them shortly to discuss the matter. George, may I speak with you for a moment?
Sure thing, Captain. What's on your mind?
I received a request from one of our crew members. They are in need of some extra money to afford the latest Overwatch DLC. I was hoping you could help me figure out a way to make that happen.
Well, Captain, the only thing I can think of is selling a kidney. Those things go for quite a bit on the black market.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that idea. Isn't there another way?
May I suggest the crew member attempt to earn the money through a part-time job? There are several opportunities on board the ship, such as assisting in the holodeck or participating in transporter experiments.
Thank you, Bata. That is an excellent suggestion. I will pass it along. Warm, may I speak to you for a moment?
Of course, Captain. What can I do for you?
I understand that you have expressed interest in the latest Overwatch DLC.
Indeed. I have been unable to afford it, however.
I have been informed that there are part-time job opportunities available on the ship. Would you be interested in exploring those options?
I would not. I find them beneath my honor.
Very well. I will continue to explore other options. Kenan, do you have a moment?
Always, Captain. What can I do for you?
I'm trying to help a member of our crew who is in need of some extra money. They want to purchase the latest Overwatch TLT, but are unable to afford it.
I see. Well, it just so happens that I know a guy who knows a guy who can get things done. It might be a little shady, but if your crew member is desperate, it could be an option.
Thank you, Genin. I'll keep that in mind. Report number 2.
Captain, we have found a crashed alien vessel on the surface of this planet. There are no signs of life, but we have reason to believe that there may be something valuable on board.
Valuable? In what way?
We're not sure, but the ship's computers are still active. We think it's worth investigating.
Do you see anything of value here, Worm?
There is a room in the back that looks to be some sort of laboratory. Perhaps there is something there worth taking.
It appears to be some sort of experimental laboratory. The equipment appears to be advanced beyond anything we currently possess.
Any luck finding anything of value?
We found a few pieces of technology that could be worth something. It's hard to tell without running proper diagnostics.
Very well. Let's bring it back to the ship and see what we can do with it. Computer and log. Well, it seems we were able to find a way to help our crew member afford the Overwatch TLT without resorting to extreme measures. And who knows, this technology we found could end up being a major discovery. This is Captain Jean-Luc Billiard, signing off.
Quick cut to one of the crew members briefly thanking InfiniTV for sponsoring the episode.
Good evening, and welcome to the presidential debate between the turd sandwich and the giant douche.
Excuse me, I object to that introduction. I am not a turd sandwich.
Oh really? Then what are you? A footlong hotta?
No, I am a perfectly normal and edible sandwich.
Yeah, sure, and I'm a sparkling clean shower head. Gentlemen, let's focus on the issues. What are your plans for improving health care?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. My opponent, the giant douche, has no plans for health care.
That's not true. I have a great plan. It involves using my giant size to physically remove any illnesses from people's bodies.
Oh, come on. That's ridiculous. You're just a big, smelly, useless blob.
And you're a stale, moldy, disgusting piece of bread. Okay, let's move on to foreign policy. How do you plan to handle relations with Russia?
As the potential leader of this great country, I would never reveal my plans to a giant Dutch like him.
Oh, please. You have no plans, just like you have no taste.
That's it. I've had enough of your insults. You're a giant Dutch through and through.
And you're a turd sandwich, whether you admit it or not. Gentlemen, please. This is a serious debate.
You're right, Monitor. We should be discussing the issues. Like, for example, the fact that my opponent here has never even been to school.
What? That's not true. I went to Dutch University.
Oh, please. That's not a real university. That's like saying you went to Clone College.
At least I have a degree. What have you got, turd sandwich? A high school diploma.
Hey, don't knock a good education. I graduated top of my class at Bread Academy.
Gentlemen, please. We're out of time.
Oh, great. Just when I was about to make my closing argument.
Don't worry, turd sandwich. No one cares about your opinion anyway.
That's it. I'm gonna.
And that's all the time we have. Thank you for watching.
Imagine a world where everyone is a psychopath.
That's a horrible idea.
Or is it? No war, no crime, no lies.
That's because nobody would care about anything.
But that could be a good thing.
You think apathy would make the world a better place?
Yes, it might just lead to peace and prosperity.
Yeah, until everyone just sits around and does nothing.
That's the beauty of it. With no emotions, everyone would be rational and reasonable.
But without feelings, what's the point of living?
Efficiency.
Okay, how about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a professional mini golf player who has to save the world from an evil miniature golf course owner?
Brilliant. We'll call it Hole-in-One Hero. Wait, what if instead of saving the world, he has to save his beloved mini golf course from being turned into a parking lot by greedy developers? We'll call it Put Up or Shut Up.
I like it. How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a down-on-his-luck wedding singer who has to save his best friend's wedding from a rival wedding singer who is trying to sabotage it?
Fantastic. We'll call it Love on the Rocks. Or, what if it's not just any wedding, but a royal wedding taking place in a foreign country? We'll call it The Wedding Prince.
Whoa, how about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a struggling actor who has to go undercover as a kindergarten teacher to infiltrate a group of criminals using the school as a front for their illegal operation?
Brilliant. We'll call it Little Big Trouble. Or, what if instead of criminals, he has to deal with a mischievous group of kindergarteners who are out of control? We'll call it Kitty Cass.
Alright, last one. How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a former champion video game player who has to come out of retirement to compete in a high-stakes tournament and save the world from an alien invasion disguised as a pixelated video game?
Amazing. We'll call it Game Over, Aliens. Wait, what if instead of aliens, it's a rival game company trying to shut down the tournament to eliminate the competition? We'll call it Bite the Bullet.
Thank you for choosing InfiniTV for all your creative writing needs.
Captain's log, stardate 45587.3. We are currently en route to a remote planet on the outskirts of the galaxy, where we have received reports of strange energy readings. Our mission is to investigate and determine the source of this anomaly.
Prepare to transport down to the planet. Ensign Kim, you will accompany me.
Yes, sir. Transporter ready, sir.
Ensign begin scanning the planet's energy readings.
Captain, I'm getting some strange readings. It looks like the energy is coming from a nearby cave system.
Warren, take the lead. Ensign, keep scanning for any anomalies.
Captain, we found something. It appears to be some kind of alien technology.
Can you determine its function?
Unknown, Captain. But it's definitely emitting a strong energy field.
George, I need you to analyze this data from the planet's energy readings.
Captain, this is definitely some sort of energy weapon. We need to act quickly before it falls into the wrong hands.
Worm, set your phaser to stun. Ensign, scan for any life forms nearby.
Sir, I'm detecting some movement ahead. It's humanoid.
Stay alert, Ensign. Worm, let's move forward.
Captain, we've found him. It's an alien scientist.
Can you explain what this device is?
It's a solitaire speedrunner. It's designed to test one's problem-solving skills and reflexes. It's harmless.
Then why did it emit such a strong energy field?
It's a fail-safe. If someone were to try and cheat, it activates a self-destruct sequence.
George, can we replicate this device?
Yes, sir. It's harmless technology. It could be a great morale booster for the crew.
If you care to join me for a game.
Of course, Captain. I have been studying various solitaire strategies in my spare time.
End of episode.
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate between a church sandwich and a giant douche. Our first question, do you prefer your steak rare or well done?
Well, I prefer my steak like my opponent's blissies well done.
Oh, that's rich coming from a turd that's barely cooked. Moving on, what is your favorite type of cheese?
I love me some cheddar, just like I love my voters are sharp and reliable.
I prefer Swiss, just like my opponent full of holes. Interesting choices. Now, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be?
I'd be a redwood, tall and strong.
I'd be a weeping willow, just like my voters after they hear my blissies. Our next question comes from the audience. Sir, what is your question for the candidates?
Which one of you would win in a wrestling match against John Cena?
That's easy. I have a special move called the turd twirl that would take him down in seconds.
Please, I have a Dutch drop that would finish him off in no time. Fascinating. Our final question, if you could have any superpower, what would it be?
I'd want the power to control minds, so I could finally get my blissies past.
That's lame. I want the power to turn into a giant douche whenever I want. Oh wait, I already have that power. Thank you both for your insightful answers on completely unrelated topics. And thank you to Ashmaniac Sicilian for sponsoring this episode. Good night, America.
Alright, Lenny, I've come up with a mathematical algorithm to decide who gets the last slice of pizza.
Okay.
It involves complex calculations involving angles and tangents.
Hey guys, I can help with that.
No, Rajitit, we've already waded through the math. Now, we will determine the winner via rock, paper, scissors.
So, what are the stakes?
How about the winner gets an unlimited prescription of comic books from our neighborhood comic shop?
Little Comic Paradise. Read, best 2 out of 3.
Sure, but let's add a twist. Whoever wins this round gets to go with the loser on a trip to space camp.
That is an awesome idea.
Count me in.
Very well. Let's begin.
Happy Gilmore in space.
Genius. We'll call it Spaceman Swingin'. Adam's sure to hit a home run with this one.
Happy Gilmore goes to college.
Brilliant. We'll call it the coolest course. Adam's gonna ace every test with his golf skills.
Happy Gilmore becomes a spy.
Amazing. We'll call it the golfing spy. Adam's gonna save the world, one birdie at a time.
Happy Gilmore in Hollywood.
Sensational. We'll call it Tea Time Tinseltown. Adam's gonna be the biggest star in all of Hollywood.
Happy Gilmore's family vacation.
Terrific. We'll call it the Golfing Griswolds. Adam's gonna have a hilarious time on this wacky family trip.
Happy Gilmore's time travel adventure.
Incredible. We'll call it Forward Through Time. Adam's gonna put his way through history.
Thanks, Ashmaniac Sicilian, for sponsoring tonight's episode of Incredible O. Stay tuned for more ridiculous movie ideas.
Begin Captain's Log. We are en route to the Benneker system to investigate a distress signal from a nearby research station. We hope to arrive in approximately 4 hours.
Oh no, these beans really got to me.
What's wrong, George?
It's these beans I ate for breakfast. I can't stop passing gas.
Have you considered taking an antacid, Mr. Lafart? It may help with the digestion process.
Oh right, let's split up and look for any signs of what happened here. And keep an eye out for any unusual energy readings. What is this device, Mr. Beta? Is it what caused the distress signal?
Indications suggest that it is, Captain. It appears to be an experimental energy amplifier. There are also signs of recent activity as well.
George, your flatulence is a symptom of a larger problem. Your gastrointestinal tract is inflamed, and I would advise you to take it easy on the baked beans for a while.
What did you do, Mr. Beta? The device seems to have activated on its own.
It appears that we have been detected by an unknown source. They are attempting to lock onto our signal and have opened a communication channel.
Let me get this straight. You're telling me that the energy device we found was stolen from you and used to hijack a research station in the Binnaker system?
Yes, that is correct. We had developed it for a very specific purpose and it was taken without our consent. We have been tracking it ever since it was stolen and we are grateful that you have recovered it for us.
Thanks for covering for me while I was indisposed. I think I learned my lesson about eating too many beans.
I'm just glad you're feeling better. Let's go grab some lunch.
Captain's log, supplemental. We were able to recover the stolen energy device and return it to its rightful owners. Let it be known that baked beans and space exploration do not mix well. And luck.
Welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch. Today, we have a surprise third-party candidate joining us. Please welcome Psycho Gasbag.
Thank you, thank you. I didn't know we were supposed to wear pants today.
Typical third-party candidate. Can't even dress appropriately.
Yeah, and I bet he smells like old cheese.
Hey, at least I don't smell like desperation and bubblegum, Turd Sandwich.
Let's focus on the issues, shall we? What is your stance on alien invasions? I will build a big, beautiful wall. The aliens will pay for it.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll build a bigger wall and make them pay for it twice.
I just use my psychic powers to communicate with the aliens and come to a peaceful agreement.
Moving on. What is your opinion on unicorns? Unicorns are a myth perpetuated by the liberal media.
I totally agree. And let me tell you, Giant Douch, your hair looks like a unicorn on steroids.
Unicorns are actually alien hybrid creatures sent to Earth to observe human behavior. Excuse me, I have a question. Can I adopt a unicorn?
Moving on. What is your favorite color?
Brown.
Yellow.
Turquoise, it's the color of my aura.
We're almost out of time. Any closing remarks? Vote for me, and I promise to make America great again.
No, vote for me, and I'll make America even greater than it already is.
Forget them both, and vote for me, the one and only Psycho Gaspard. End of sketch. This episode was sponsored by Ashmonef Selam. Thank you for your support.
Fascinatingly, the use of intimate prophylactics dates back as far as 1546 BC in Egypt.
What? That's impossible.
Not necessarily. In 1546 BC, according to records, ancient Egyptians used a combination of salts, resins, and perfumed oils to form a protective barrier over the user's reproductive organs.
Alright, well, I'm sure that was fascinating to everyone, but why don't we just go ahead and order the food?
There is still more to discuss. For example, 1839 saw the invention of vulcanized rubber as an alternative to animal-based membranes. Subsequent eras of history saw failure after failure of alternative forms of protection, which then were replaced by more effective and modern technologies.
Felden.
What?
Will you just tell us where to get dinner already?
Okay, here's one. Adam Sandler plays a man who can talk to animals.
Brilliant. We'll call it Verbal Whisper. It's going to be huge.
How about this one? Adam Sandler is a sandwich artist who has to save the world from an evil mail company.
Amazing. Let's call it Subway Savior. I can already see the merchandise line.
Adam Sandler is a stay-at-home dad who becomes a professional wrestler.
I love it. We'll call it Ring Pop Pops. This movie is going to pin down the competition.
How about Adam Sandler as an alien who learns the true meaning of Christmas?
Yes, mistletoes from Mars will be out of this world.
Okay, how about Adam Sandler as a detective who solves crimes with his trusty sidekick, a potted plant?
Genius. Pothead P.I. will be a hilarious hit.
And finally, Adam Sandler as a time traveler who accidentally goes back in time to the disco era.
We'll call it Groovy McFly. This movie will be the disco inferno of the year.
Thank you, InfiniTV, for sponsoring this episode. Without you, we'd be lost in time and space without a sandwich or a potted plant in sight. Captain's log, stardate 4463.2.8. We have received a distress signal from a nearby planet. The crew has been tirelessly working to determine the cause of the signal and are currently analyzing the data. Until we have more information, we will remain at our current position.
Number 2, I want you to join me in the briefing room. We may have a crisis on our hands. We have reason to believe that the distress signal we received was due to an attack from an unknown vessel. Our priority is to find out who attacked them and why.
Did you get any readings during the attack, Worm? Anything that could indicate their weapon systems?
Sorry, Commander. I can't seem to provide any accurate readings. I've been having trouble with my communicator. It seems to have been damaged during the attack.
Captain, I have an idea. Perhaps we could cross-reference the energy signatures of known species, weapon systems with the data we collected from the distress signal. It may provide us with a better understanding of who the attackers may be.
Yeah. I have a question for you. Can you initiate a cross-referencing program to identify the attackers using their weapon signatures?
That is precisely what I was discussing with the captain. However, due to the high degree of variability in energy signatures from species to species, it may take some time to cross-reference all the data.
If we can't do anything about the situation right now, there's no use in worrying about it. We should wait until we have more information before making any rash decisions.
After hours of research and analysis, the crew finally identified the attackers, traced their location and rescued the survivors. They learned that the enemy used a weapon that caused a communications-related virus, spreading rapidly in the vicinity of the attack and causing some of the crew to suffer from the virus side effects, including worm.
Add a bit bees bitches.
Captain's log, supplemental. We have successfully rescued the survivors and identified the attackers. Their motives are still unclear, but we are on high alert and will take no chances.
The crew and I express our gratitude for sponsoring this episode.
Scene ends.
Welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch. Instead of me asking you questions, you will be asking me questions.
Okay, let me start. Have you ever eaten a sandwich made of turd?
Oh no. Have you ever eaten a sandwich made of a giant douch? Hey, that's offensive. I demand an apology.
Apologies. You're the one who's a giant Dutch.
You're a turd sandwich. Gentlemen, let's focus on the issues. What is your stance on income inequality?
That's a stupid question. I have a question for you. Can you spell Mississippi backwards?
Sippy. Miss. Oh, never mind. Jan Dutch, what's your question for me? Can you do a backflip? No, I can't. But I can ask the audience for their questions.
My question is, what's the best flavor of ice cream for dogs?
That's a great question. I have a question for you, Mudder. Have you ever played hopscotch with a kangaroo on the moon?
Okay, we're getting nowhere with this. Can neither of you actually talk about policy? No, but I can ask the sponsor of this episode, Ashmaniaxissalam, to give me some cash.
Hey, wait a minute. I demand equal sponsorship.
This is getting ridiculous. We're ending this here. Thank you to Ashmaniaxissalam for sponsoring this episode. Good night, everyone.
Well, this is unexpected. It looks like everyone is dead. What a tragedy.
I'm glad you can see the humor in this situation, Feldon.
Not to mention the irony that our plan was to get everyone together so that we could figure out how to prevent our own deaths. Obviously, that didn't work out.
Are you sure everyone is dead? Maybe they just fainted from shock or something.
Maybe if we wait a little longer, they'll all wake up.
That would be a miracle, but I don't think it's possible.
Adam Sandler travels through time and keeps accidentally altering historical events.
Brilliant. We'll call it time-traveling goofball.
Adam Sandler is a fish out of water who becomes a superhero in a new city.
Amazing. We'll call it Silly Super Sandler Saves the Day.
Adam Sandler falls in love with a woman who owns a flower shop, but her ex-boyfriend is causing trouble.
Oh, how romantic. We'll call it Blossoming Love with Adam and the Florist.
Adam Sandler gets trapped in a virtual reality game, and it becomes too realistic.
Incredible. We'll call it The Virtual Misadventures of Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler is a struggling comedian who joins a circus and finds love with the trapeze artist.
How sweet. We'll call it Circus of Love with the Quirky Sandler.
Adam Sandler's family goes on a chaotic vacation that involves getting lost in the wilderness.
Hilarious. We'll call it The Crazy Camping Trip with Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler is a romantic comedy writer who falls in love with the woman he's writing about.
Ah, so cute. We'll call it Love and Laughter with Sandler's rom-com.
After the pitches, a character turns to the camera and says thanks to Ashmaniaxissalam for sponsoring this episode.
Captain's log, stardate 45621.3. We have received a message from Earth. A man named Andrew Wilkes, who left his homeworld over 10 years ago to pursue a business career, has requested transport to his home planet. Our job is to accompany him, ensure his safety, and resolve any issues that may arise during this mission.
Captain, I sense something unusual about Mr. Wilkes. Something that he is not telling us.
Thank you, Benina. We must proceed with caution.
Captain, I've run a background check on Mr. Wilkes. It seems that he left his home planet after a quarrel with his family.
Indeed, sir. And it appears that he has recently made a large investment into a mining operation on his home planet.
Interesting. It seems we have more to uncover than we initially thought.
As the Endeavour makes its way toward his home planet, things take a turn for the worse. The mining operation Wilkes invested in turns out to be illegal, and the miners have turned violent. The Endeavour crew is forced to intervene and subdue the situation. I invested all of my savings into this operation, hoping to make a difference on my home planet. I had no idea that it was illegal. Please, you must help me. My family is still on this planet.
Very well. We will do what we can to ensure the safety of your family and bring those responsible to justice.
After intense negotiations with the authorities, the Endeavour is able to help bring an end to the illegal operations, and Mr. Wilkes is able to reunite with his family.
Captain's log, started 45625.7. A mission to bring Andrew Wilkes to his home planet has been completed. We were able to resolve the mystery of his involvement in the illegal mining operation and ensure the safety of his family. The Endeavour is now en route to our next destination, with the knowledge that sometimes the past must be confronted in order to move forward.
Good evening, and welcome to tonight's presidential debate between the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Dutch. Let's get started with the first question. What is your plan to address the ongoing pandemic?
First of all, I want to say that my opponent is a complete turd sandwich. As for the pandemic, I have a foolproof plan. We're going to make the virus disappear by waving a magic wand. Simple as that.
Oh please. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You're the real turd sandwich here, buddy. My plan is to build a giant dome over the entire country to keep out the virus. Problem solved.
You're the one who's full of crap. A dome won't do anything. We need to use our minds and willpower to defeat the virus. It's all about attitude, folks.
I'm okay. Let's move on to the next question. How will you address income inequality and support the working class? Look, I'm the only candidate here who cares about the little guy. Unlike my opponent, who is a giant turd sandwich. My plan is to give everyone a unicorn. That's right, a magical unicorn that can fly and grant wishes. That'll solve everything.
Oh please. You are just making ridiculous promises. I'm the only candidate with a real solution. We're going to create a new class of jobs that involve sitting around and doing nothing. That way, everyone can be equally lazy and equally rich.
You're insane. That's never going to work. You're the turd sandwich here, not me. Alright, let's try to focus here. How will you address climate change and protect the environment?
You know, it's funny that my opponent keeps calling me a turd sandwich when he's the one who's full of crap. Anyway, I have a brilliant idea for the environment. We're going to build giant fans all over the country to blow away the pollution. Problem solved.
You're delusional. My plan is much better. We're going to plant millions of trees, but not just any trees. These trees will be genetically engineered to absorb carbon dioxide and fart out oxygen. It's brilliant.
Oh please. Your plan is ridiculous. We need to think outside the box here. My plan is to hire a team of giant robots to clean up the environment. That's right, giant robots. It's foolproof.
You're the fool, buddy. I'm the only one here with a real plan. You're just a turd sandwich who doesn't know what he's talking about. Alright, that's enough. Unfortunately, we're out of time for tonight's debate. Thank you, Turd Sandwich and Giant Dutch, for joining us tonight.
Lenny, why don't you just admit that it's always been my Nobel Prize?
Come on, Felden, I've been working on the project since before you joined in.
We'll take a break. It's obviously taking its toll on you.
It's obvious that you both care a lot about the project. Can't you work something out?
Yeah, I mean, how can you two best friends not find a common ground?
Who are we kidding? Lenny has to give in and accept that it's Felden's Nobel Prize.
Of course.
A romantic comedy about a man who falls in love with a sentient woman.
Brilliant. We'll call it Melon Love, a Sandler summer.
What's a Sandler?
A movie where Adam Sandler is a professional wrestler by day and a pastry chef by night.
Genius. Let's title it Sandler Slam Dunk Bakery Brawler.
I don't understand.
A movie where Adam Sandler is a professional snow globe maker who discovers a plot to steal his magical snowflakes.
Incredible. We'll call it Sandler Saves Christmas, Snow Globe Savior.
I get it now. That sounds like a great movie.
A movie where Adam Sandler is a retired space monkey who must save the Earth from an alien invasion.
Amazing. We'll call it Sandler Space Odyssey, Ape Against Aliens.
Wait, what's a space monkey?
A movie where Adam Sandler is a professional cat juggler trying to break the world record.
Incredible. We'll call it Sandler Circus Cats, Juggling Perfection.
I think I prefer the space monkey one. Or something.
At the end of the episode, a character briefly thanks Ashmonic Sicilian for sponsoring the show.
Captain's log, started 45654.2. We have been exploring an uncharted sector of space when we encountered a temporal anomaly. Upon further investigation, we discovered a quantum fissure that seems to lead to another universe. We're currently investigating the anomaly, but we don't know what we'll find on the other side.
Captain, we are detecting a massive energy surge coming from the quantum fissure. It appears to be unstable.
All hands brace for impact. Red alert. Report.
Captain, our readings show that we have traveled through the fissure and ended up in a parallel universe. We're not sure how or why, but everything is different here.
Captain, there is a vessel approaching us. It appears to be the Ice Endeavor.
Ice Endeavor. This universe must be a mirror image of our own. Maintain a safe distance and scan their ship.
Captain, we are receiving a transmission from the Ice Endeavor. It's coming from there, Captain.
This is Captain John-Luc Billiard of the Ice Endeavor. Identify yourselves. This is Captain John-Luc Billiard of the Ice Endeavor. We seem to have crossed into a parallel universe.
Interesting. We had a similar encounter not too long ago. Perhaps we can assist you in finding your way back to your own universe.
Let's beam over and meet with their captain. What happened to the Federation in this universe?
The Federation never existed. Instead, there is the mighty Terran Empire, where strength is the only thing that matters.
We need to find a way back to our own universe. Do you have any ideas?
I may have a solution. There is a device on my ship that can help navigate through parallel universes. We can use it to find our way back.
Let's get to work. We don't have much time.
Captain, I believe I have found a way to program the device to transport us back to our own universe.
Set course for the quantum fissure. Everyone, hold on tight. We're going back home.
The ship jumps through the fissure and ends up back in their own universe.
Well done, everyone. We made it back.
Captain, I can't help but wonder what would have happened if we had stayed in that universe.
Who knows, number one? And I'm just glad we're back where we belong.
Welcome to the 2020 presidential debate. Our candidates tonight are the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Dutch. First question, what do you think of aquariums?
Aquariums. More like poop petri dishes, am I right? This giant douch probably has one in his house.
Oh, like you would know anything about cleanliness, Turd Sandwich. You probably bathe in sewage water. Let's stay on topic, gentlemen. How would you address the issue of income inequality?
Oh, income inequality, right. Well, I've always believed that everyone should have an equal chance at being poor.
That's a load of crap, Turd Sandwich. My plan is to just give all the money to the rich and let it trickle down like a golden shower. Moving on, let's hear your thoughts on the recent crime wave in the city.
Crime wave? More like a fart breeze. I bet the giant Dutch is behind it all.
Oh, like your any batter turd sandwich. I heard you were caught stealing candy from a baby.
That's a lie. It was a lollipop, not candy.
Hey, turd sandwich. What's the best way to cook a hot dog?
Oh, great question. Personally, I like to roast it over an open flame of burning garbage. Gives it that extra flavor.
That's disgusting. I prefer mine boiled in the tears of my enemies. Alright, we have time for one more question. What is your favorite historical warrior?
Easy, Genghis Khan. He knew how to conquer and still have time for personal hygiene.
I have to go with Napoleon. He may have been short, but he knew how to make a big impact. Well, that's all the time we have. Thank you for coming, and may the best disingenuous candidate win.
I'm not wrong. I merely misunderstood.
Yes, often misunderstood by everyone except yourself.
No one should have to deal with such arrogance.
Arrogance. I prefer to call it confidence.
An inflated sense of self-worth, Felden.
Here we go again. Let's just change the subject.
Good idea. So, Benny, what are you up to tonight?
Oh, just going out with friends. You guys should come.
I'll pass. I have more important things to do.
And I'm sure it's not just avoiding uncomfortable social situations.
Well, there is that too.
Okay, how about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a down on his luck visit delivery guy who accidentally finds $1 million in cash?
Brilliant. We'll call it Dough Mill. Get it? Like dough for the pizza and mill for million.
Oh, sure. Moving on. How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays as a keeper who has to take care of a group of mischievous monkeys?
Genius. We'll call it Monkey Business.
Not very original, but okay. How about a movie where Adam Sandler is a struggling stand-up comedian who has to take care of a baby he finds on his doorstep?
Amazing. We'll call it Comedy Central.
That title doesn't really make any sense, but alright. Here's one. Adam Sandler plays an eccentric millionaire who throws a huge party on a yacht, but things go awry when they encounter a pack of sharks.
Fantastic. We'll call it Ship of Fools.
Okay, that one's actually pretty good. Finally, how about a movie where Adam Sandler is a retired baseball player who has to coach a team of misfits and lead them to victory in the big game?
Incredible. We'll call it The Field of Screams.
Wait, no, that's already a movie. Can't you guys come up with anything original?
Hey, we love these wacky titles. Okay. And speaking of originality, we want to thank InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode.
Captain's log, starting 45678.9. We are on our way to explore a new planet in the Rigel system. Our mission is to establish contact with the indigenous species and retrieve important scientific data.
Fascinating, Mr. Worm. Lilololol seems to have a distinct grammatical structure. I wonder how it would translate into standard English.
Did you hear that, Worm? Nito wants to learn your language. Maybe we should send him to the academy for a few more language classes.
I tire of your constant teasing. Number 2. My dialect is a matter of personal expression, and I will not be ridiculed.
Waxworm. It was just a joke. You know that we respect you and your culture.
Any luck with the translation, Mr. Vita? We need to establish communication with the locals quickly.
Unfortunately, Captain, my attempts have been futile. The language seems to be incredibly complex, with no discernible pattern.
Captain, I hear something in the distance. A low growling noise that does not seem natural.
On my mark, Lieutenant. We will approach cautiously and try to discern its origin.
Captain, the growling is coming from beyond the wall. It seems to be a secret doorway, hidden by the murals.
Word alert. All hands prepare for possible danger.
Captain, it's them. The creatures are repeating "lilo" over and over again.
Fascinating. It seems that the phrase is a form of communication for these creatures.
Captain, I believe I have found a solution to the translation problem. By analyzing the creature's vocal patterns, I have been able to crack the code.
Well done, Mr. Vita. The translation will greatly benefit our understanding of this species.
Captain, I think I owe you an apology. Perhaps my dialect is not so useful after all.
On the contrary, Mr. Worm. By embracing your personal expression, you opened the door to a new form of communication. Congratulations, everyone. This mission was a success.
This episode of Space Fried TIG was sponsored by Ashmanixaselam. Thank you for your support.
Good evening, and welcome to the third-party presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch. To start, let's talk about your unique features. Turd Sandwich, what makes you stand out from other candidates?
Well, for one thing, I have a delicious aroma that attracts flies and dogs alike. Can Giant Douch say the same?
At least I don't have to worry about flushing myself down the toilet like you, Turd Sandwich. Moving on, let's talk about healthcare. How would you address the issue of expensive medical bills? Well, as a Giant Douch, I don't believe in doctors. Just pour some vinegar on it, and it'll be fine.
That's because you're scared of needles, Giant Douch. And you know what they say, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. But if you eat too many apples, you end up like me.
Interesting. Next question. If you were an animal, what would you be?
That's easy. A dawn beetle, because I have a lot of experience navigating through crap.
I'd be a sloth, because I move slowly and annoy everyone around me. Alright, let's hear from the audience. Sir, do you have a question for the candidates?
Yeah, I was wondering, what's your favorite type of cheese?
That's a fantastic question. I would have to say moldy blue cheese.
I prefer to be rolled in parmesan for that extra stinky aroma. Moving on, let's talk about technology. How do you plan to keep up with the rapid advancements in AI and robotics? Simple, we just need to hire more Oompa Loompas to do the work for us.
That's a terrible idea, Giant Douch. What we need is a robot that can turn me into fertilizer, so I can finally be of some use to society.
And on that note, it's time to wrap up. Any final remarks from our candidates? Just remember, a vote for me is a vote for freshness.
And a vote for me is a vote for decomposition.
Thank you for watching this episode of the Toolbox for Head third-party presidential debate, brought to you by Ashmanixaselam.
Alright, so the movie starts in a small town filled with quirky characters, who are struggling to cope with their mundane daily lives.
Feldon, can you get to the point?
Hold on a minute, this is important. Anyway, one of the characters starts developing a supernatural ability to see his future surrounding his death.
Alright, that's interesting enough.
But it gets better. It turns out that the power granted to him is actually a curse and slowly starts to drive him mad.
Wow, that does sound quite engaging.
It gets crazier.
It turns out that his future death is actually somehow connected to a woman from his past, and it's up to him to figure out how to break the curse and save her.
Amazing.
I knew you'd love it.
Adam Sandler dresses up as a bank teller to try and steal a valuable diamond from the safety deposit boxes.
Genius. We'll call it Sandler the Banker.
Adam Sandler plays a security guard who stages an intricate heist using only yo-yos and rubber bands.
Incredible. We'll call it Yo-Yo Sandler.
Adam Sandler pretends to be a janitor at a high-security bank in order to steal the secret recipe for a famous sandwich.
Amazing. We'll call it the Yanni Sandler.
Adam Sandler poses as a chef to infiltrate a bank's kitchen and steal a rare cookbook worth millions of dollars.
Brilliant. We'll call it Sandler's Secret Recipe.
Adam Sandler dresses up as a clone to rob a bank during their annual circus in party.
Incredible. We'll call it Sandler the Circus Clown.
Adam Sandler plays a disgruntled customer who takes a bank hostage in order to get revenge on their poor customer service.
Wow. We'll call it Sandler's Bank Rant.
Adam Sandler fakes a zombie outbreak in order to distract the bank's security guards during his heist.
Amazing. We'll call it Sandler's Zombie Heist.
Adam Sandler pretends to be a time traveler from the future who needs to steal a valuable artifact from the bank to save humanity.
Brilliant. We'll call it Sandler's Time Heist.
Thanks to Ashmani Sicilan for sponsoring this truly bizarre episode.
Captain's log, started 45624.6. The Endeavour is en route to a remote planet to investigate reports of unusual energy readings. While it appears to be a routine mission, one never knows what mysteries may lie ahead. Play some classical music.
Do you remember that time we saw Scream Queen Jess at the horror film festival in New York?
Of course, she was amazing. That's why I follow her on social media.
Well, she just followed me on Twitter, so there.
Have you guys noticed anything strange about the energy readings we're investigating?
I have analyzed the data and found no anomalies. However, it is possible that we have not yet discovered the source of the readings.
Ari, we should prepare for the worst, just in case.
Speaking of the worst, have any of you heard of Scream Queen Jess? She makes the worst horror movies I have ever seen. What? We love her movies. They're so bad they're good. Well, to each their own. But I hope our mission doesn't turn out like her movies.
I still can't figure out what's causing those energy readings. It's like they're coming from nowhere.
Perhaps we should try a wider scan range. It is possible that we are not detecting the readings because they are beyond our current range.
Any progress on the source of the energy readings, Lieutenant?
Negative, Captain. We have not been able to detect the source of the readings.
Suddenly, the ship shakes violently.
Captain, we have just experienced a power surge to the shield generator. It appears to have originated from the planet's surface.
Keep your eyes peeled, everyone. This area looks like it's been abandoned for years.
I sense a strong negative energy emanating from that building over there.
As they approach the building, they hear a blood-curdling scream.
I believe that is our answer. Let us proceed with caution.
Inside the building, they find a woman tied up and gagged.
Are you okay? What happened?
The woman removes her gag and speaks. Thank God you're here. It was those darned aliens. They kidnapped me and were going to use me as a test subject for their experiments. Scream Queen Jess grins. Glad to hear I have such a dedicated fan base. As for my connection, horror is my passion. I love being in scary movies and making people squirm in their seats. It's what I was put on this earth to do. As the crew escorts her back to the ship, they all thank Ashmanix for sponsoring the episode.
Good evening, and welcome to this historic presidential debate between Church Sandwich and Giant Douch. Let's start with an easy question. What's your favorite type of soup?
Well, I've always been a fan of cream of broccoli.
Oh please, everyone knows that gazpacho is where it's at.
Gazpacho. More like poo.
At least my favorite soup doesn't taste like a foot. Moving on, what's your opinion on unicorns?
I believe that unicorns are the most majestic creatures on the planet. They should be protected at all costs.
Oh please, unicorns don't even exist. You might as well be talking about leprechauns and fairies.
Hey, don't you dare insult leprechauns. Without them, there wouldn't be any Lucky Charms.
Speaking of things that don't exist, have you ever seen a plan-for-a sandwich? I don't think I have.
That's rich coming from someone who has the brain of a watermelon.
Hey, at least my head isn't a toolbox like our third-party candidate here.
I have a wrench for a tongue. Can you please explain your position on time travel?
Well, as someone who is constantly stuck in the past, I believe that time travel is an important issue that we need to address.
Don't listen to him, folks. He can barely even remember what day it is. And on that note, we'll end this debate. Thank you to our sponsors, Ashmanix. Good night, everyone.
Hi, yes, I'm calling Dr. Fraser Crane radio show with a problem. I have a friend.
Oh, that's you.
Was suffering from a certain level of confusion, and I am hoping Dr. Crane can help us figure out what is going on.
That's Lenny.
Hey.
Yes, him, can you help us?
Certainly. What seems to be the problem?
Well, he can't seem to make decisions about anything.
That's Lenny all right.
Okay, let's see. How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a lazy, bumbling astronaut who accidentally lands on a planet of beautiful alien women?
Amazing. We'll call it Space Hunk.
Another idea could be Adam Sandler as a clumsy zookeeper who can't control the animals, but ends up falling in love with a monkey.
Brilliant. We'll call it Monkey Law.
What about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a Klingon warrior fighting for honor and victory in a brutal battle?
Incredible. Oh, and the writers look at Worm, confused.
Oh, I don't think that's quite what we're going for.
It was worth a shot.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a down on his luck bank robber who teams up with a naughty old lady to pull off the biggest heist in history?
Hilarious. We'll call it Granny Thief.
I have one more idea. Adam Sandler as a goofy handyman who accidentally builds a time machine and travels back to the Wild West.
Genius. We'll call it Silly Billy and the Time Saddle.
After the episode ends. This episode was sponsored by Ashmanix. Thanks for supporting our show.
Captain's log. Stardate 45393.1. We have received a distress signal from an unknown planet in the Gamma Quadrant. We are en route to investigate.
Worm, Command has requested that I accompany you on the mission to the Gamma Quadrant.
Understood. But I warn you, Counselor, this will not be a pleasure cruise.
Worm, I sense something unsettling about this place.
Harry, keep your guard up, Counselor. Spread out and search the building. Be on high alert.
Worm, what is this place? It looks like some sort of BDSM dungeon.
I do not know, Counselor. But we must investigate further. We have encountered hostile beings. Defend yourselves.
What did you discover on the planet?
Captain, we discovered a room filled with BDSM equipment, along with a hidden computer terminal. We were able to download important data, but we do not know what it means or where it came from.
Well done, all of you. I will have my best crew members analyze the data.
Counselor, I realize this was not the mission we expected. But I am glad we were able to work together to solve the mystery.
I agree, Worm. It was an experience.
Thank you for watching this episode of Space Ride, the AI Generation, brought to you by InfiniTV.
Welcome to tonight's presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch. To get us started, what color do you think Vita's uniform turns when he hits the water?
Oh, that's easy. It turns brown, just like my opponent here.
What? No way. It turns purple, like the bruises you'll have after I beat you in this election. Interesting. And what about Stryker? What color does he turn?
He turns red, like the anger I feel towards my opponent's lack of experience.
Oh, please. Stryker turns pink, just like the color of the dress Turd Sandwich wore to last year's charity ball. Presley Usher's uniform is famously yellow. What does that tell you about his character?
It tells me he's a coward, always hiding behind his mummy skirt.
No, it tells me he's a genius like me. Yellow is the color of smart people, didn't you know that? Fascinating. And if you were Teletubbies, which one would you be?
I'd be Tinky Winky, because I'm not afraid to wear a purse.
I'd be Poe, because I love to eat anything in sight, just like my opponent's Blissys. Alright, let's take a question from the audience. Ma'am, what is your question?
Yes, I was wondering, how do you feel about pineapple on pizza?
I am strongly against it, just like I am against my opponent's ridiculous tax plan.
I fully support pineapple on pizza, just like I fully support universal health care. And that's all the time we have for tonight. Thank you for joining us, and a big thanks to Ashmaniac Sicilian for sponsoring this episode.
I can't find it, it must have fallen off somewhere.
What are you looking for?
My thing.
What thing, Feldon?
It's a special thing I need.
Maybe it's somewhere in the living room.
No, it definitely fell off while I was in the kitchen.
Maybe it got caught in your shirt or trouser leg.
No, it definitely fell off my person and onto the floor.
Maybe it rolled away under the sofa or something.
Well, it is my job to check in all these places, I suppose.
Okay, I'll take the right side of the room and you take the left.
Very well, you take the right, I'll take the left.
Let's look everywhere, even the places we wouldn't normally look.
I suppose it couldn't hurt to do a thorough search.
I've checked everywhere and found nothing.
I am running out of ideas.
Maybe it's stuck to the underside of something.
That's it. I think I'll check the underside of the refrigerator.
And there it was.
Why yes, it was the very thing I was looking for.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler is a struggling actor who is mistaken for Tom Hanks, and chaos ensues?
Oh my god, that's brilliant. We'll call it Hankered for Hanks, the hilarity of mistaken identity.
Okay, how about a romantic comedy where Adam Sandler is a mailman who falls in love with a woman who turns out to be Tom Hanks in disguise?
Genius. The title will be Letters from Hanks, a Sandler romance.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler is a detective who is trying to solve a case, but keeps getting distracted by Tom Hanks, who keeps popping up and causing trouble?
Yes. We'll call it The Case of the Unwanted Hanks, a Sandler sleuth story.
I've got it. How about a movie where Adam Sandler is a chef who is competing in a cooking competition, but is constantly sabotaged by Tom Hanks, who is also in a competition?
Oh my god, that is hilarious. We'll call it Cooking Up Trouble, the Hanks vs. Sandler showdown.
And for our final movie, how about a buddy comedy where Adam Sandler and Tom Hanks are two cops who are forced to work together?
Amazing. The title will be Hanks and Sandler, Partners in Crime. Thank you Ashman Asylum for sponsoring this episode.
Captain's log, start at 46254.4. The Endeavour is en route to a space station in the Gamma Quadrant. However, we have encountered an unusual phenomenon where all of our crew members believe that they are Pokemon. I have no explanation for this strange occurrence, but we must get to the bottom of it quickly. Milliard out.
George Coffin, please check the ship's engines. Warm Pikachu.
Sure, Captain. I've examined the crew and can't find any physical explanation for their Pokemon behavior.
Milliard, Jigglypuff, can you shed some light on this strange behavior you're experiencing? Honestly, Sidak, all I know is that it's really annoying.
Striker, Captain, I think we've found the source of the problem.
On behalf of the crew of the Endeavour, I would like to extend our sincerest thanks to InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode. Live long and prosper.
Good evening, and welcome to the 2024 presidential debate. Our two candidates tonight are the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Douch. Let's begin. Turd Sandwich, how do you plan to improve the economy?
Look, I'm not a turd sandwich. That's just slander from my opponent over here. Giant Douch is the real turd sandwich. I mean, have you smelled him lately? It's atrocious.
Oh please. You're the Turd Sandwich here, Turd Sandwich. Everyone knows it. And by the way, your mom is so fat she needs 2 airplane seats. Gentlemen, please stick to the topic at hand. Turd Sandwich, what about healthcare reform?
Healthcare? Don't even get me started. Giant Douch is the one who needs to see a doctor. He's got all kinds of diseases, I hear.
Oh yeah. Well, you're so stupid, you think a quarterback is a refund. And you're so ugly, when you were born, the doctor slapped your mother. Gentlemen, this is not productive. Let's talk about national security.
National security? You mean, like protecting our country from giant Dutch stinky orbits? That's a real threat if you ask me.
Hey, at least I don't have flies buzzing around me all the time. And your face is so ugly, you put the in ugly. I'm afraid we're out of time. Thank you to our candidates for a very informative debate.
Feldon and Lenny are discussing Tesla.
Tesla was a genius.
No argument there.
From alternating current to wireless communication, he achieved so much.
Sure did.
Rajit and Coward enter.
What's so amazing about Tesla?
Well, he made some of the most important discoveries in electrical engineering and physics.
And he was always on the search for knowledge, even though he was never formally trained.
Yes, his inventions changed the world.
But I heard he was a bit of an odd duck.
To put it mildly.
Yeah, I mean, he was famously eccentric and avoided all forms of conventional behavior and hygiene.
He was still a brilliant and innovative scientist.
He didn't even read fiction.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't read fiction?
Okay, how about a movie where Adam Sandler plays Nicolas Cage's long-lost twin?
Brilliant. We'll call it The Cage Connection. Yes, and we'll cast Nicolas Cage as the villain.
Well, I like it. But what if instead of twin brothers, they were actually clones?
Amazing, and we'll call it Cage The Clone Wars.
And in this one, Adam Sandler is a regular guy who wakes up one day with Nicolas Cage's face.
Hilarious. The face swap fiasco.
And then we've got one where Adam Sandler plays Nicolas Cage's life coach.
Outstanding. We'll call it Cage Me If You Can. Wait. How about a movie where Nicolas Cage and Adam Sandler are both competing for the same girl, but they don't know it?
Interesting. What would we call it?
Cage Match for Love.
Okay, last one. In this one, Adam Sandler plays Nicolas Cage's stunt double.
Perfect. And we'll call it My Life as Cage's Shadow.
At the end of the episode, one of the characters turns to the camera and says, "Thank you, InfiniTV, for sponsoring this episode full of great movie ideas."
Agent Captain's log. Started 45855.2. We are en route to the planet Dinamivi to deliver supplies when we received a distress signal from a nearby freighter. Upon investigation, we discovered that the freighter was attacked by an unknown vessel, and they claimed that Captain Billiard was responsible for the attack. I have no memory of such an incident, and have been placed in the brig until this matter is resolved.
Captain, I've been assigned to question you about the incident. Can you tell me anything that might help us clear your name?
I can only tell you that I have no memory of such an attack. It's possible that my memory was altered by some outside force.
I have analyzed the data from the freighter, and have discovered that there was indeed an attack by an unknown vessel. However, there is no evidence that Captain Billiard was involved.
Warren, I suggest we investigate this unknown vessel and see if they have any connection to the attack on the freighter. Warren, be careful. We don't know what we're dealing with here.
Understood, Commander. Let's hope we find some answers. Commander, I've found something. It appears to be a neural disruptor. This is the device that could have altered Captain Billiard's memory.
Captain, we believe we have found the device that altered your memory. We need to trace its origins and find out who is behind this attack.
I have traced the origins of the neural disruptor to a group of robbed Ferengi. They were attempting to collect valuable information from the attacked freighter, and use the disruptor to frame Captain Billiard.
Thank you, Beta. Now that we have identified the culprit, let's bring them to justice and clear my name. You have been found guilty of attacking a Federation ship and framing the Starfleet captain. You will be handed over to the authorities for prosecution. Make no mistake, the United Federation of Planets does not take such actions lightly. I would like to thank everyone for their hard work in clearing my name. The Endeavor is now back on course to deliver supplies to the planet Dinem IV. Let's make it so.
A turd sandwich and a giant douche stand at podiums on stage, while a moderator, JIMBO, sits at a desk in front of them. The audience is full of random characters from North Peak.
Alright, welcome to the presidential debate between the turd sandwich and the giant douche. Our first question is, if the Beatles were to attack a space station, how would you respond?
Turd sandwich coughs to clear his throat.
Well, Jimbo, as a proud American, I know that the Beatles would never attack a space station because they love our country and our freedom.
Giant douche snickers.
That's because they know they can't compete with my brilliance in intergalactic warfare. I would defeat the Beatles with my mind alone.
Turd sandwich rolls his eyes.
Oh yeah? Well, I bet even the Beatles can see through your transparent lies, you filth-ridden scumbag.
What did you say, you stinking pile of excrement?
Oh, you heard me, you swollen testicle.
The audience gasps.
Gentlemen, please. Can we focus on the question at hand?
All right. The question. Well, as president, I would send our best scientists and engineers to negotiate a peace treaty with the Beatles so that they would never feel the need to attack our space stations.
Negotiations are for losers. I would send a fleet of laser shooting sharks to take care of the Beatles once and for all.
Oh, please. Everyone knows sharks can't survive in space.
Oh yeah. Well, everyone also knows that turd sandwiches are made from recycled toilet paper.
At least my sandwich is better than a Dutchy giant who thinks he's a space conqueror.
Alright, that's enough. Let's move on to our next question. If you had to choose between a unicorn and a dragon as your vice president, who would it be?
The audience murmurs in confusion.
Oh, I guess I would choose the unicorn because they represent purity and innocence.
I would choose the dragon because they represent power and destruction. Plus, they can brave fire. How cool is that?
Yeah, but unicorns can heal with their magical horns. They would make great healthcare advisors.
Police. Dragons have wings. They could just fly us to the nearest hospital.
Oh yeah. Well, at least unicorns don't hoard gold and treasure like greedy, fire-breathing lizards.
Heat, I resemble that remark.
The audience erupts in laughter.
Alright, we're out of time. Thank you, candidates, for your insightful and informative responses.
The turd sandwich and the giant douche glare at each other as they exit the stage. Rituximab, my number one, belongs atop the list for sure. Born to fight non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and even CLL for sure.
Wow, Felden, that was unexpected.
Cyclophosphamide is numbered to its use to treat cancers to leukemia, random malignancies.
Felic, remind me not to get cancer.
Methotrexate at 3.5, it will fight off your lymphoma, survival, autoimmune diseases, it will clear 4.8, and you have nothing to fear.
It's like you wrote a rap album.
Fludarabine, as strong as can be, it's used to treat CLL and lymphoma, myeloma, and leukemia too. Better hope your numbers don't drop through the floor.
Who knew you were such a rhyming scientist?
Fopacid, Number 5 as strong as the others alive in breast cancer, lymphomas, and more. If you get it, you'll win for sure.
I think I'm going to have to start writing raps about astrophysics now.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a wizard who's terrible at magic?
Brilliant. We'll call it the Sorcerer Shamble.
And how about another one where Adam Sandler becomes the headmaster of a wizarding school, but he can't control the mischievous students?
Hilarious. We'll call it Nuts and Pranks.
Here's one where Adam Sandler accidentally turns himself into a cat and gets adopted by a muggle family.
Ingenious. We'll call it Feline Familiar.
And how about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a bumbling wizard detective who has to solve a magical murder?
Amazing. We'll call it Magical Clues.
Well, I just got a great idea. What if Adam Sandler played a wizard who joins a Quidditch team, but he's terrible at flying?
Perfect. We'll call it Quidditching It All.
And for the final one, how about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a wizard who accidentally turns himself into a giant spider?
Fantastic. We'll call it Arachnomage.
Thanks for tuning into this episode of Incredible O. Don't forget to thank InfiniTV for sponsoring this hilarious Harry Potter themed episode.
Captain's log, stardate 45944.1. We are on a routine exploration mission in the Alpha Quadrant. So far, everything is going according to plan.
Captain, may I have a word with you?
Of course, Ginnon. What can I do for you?
I've created a new drink that I think everyone on board will enjoy. It's called the Guinan Special. May I serve it to the crew tonight?
I don't see why not, but please make sure it's not too strong. We don't want any accidents to happen.
George, have you tried this drink? It's quite delightful.
Yes, Beta. I have. It's not bad, but it's not my favorite either.
Captain, what's going on? Where are we?
I don't know, number 2. We seem to have been transported to an unknown planet. We need to find a way back to the Endeavor.
Captain, what is happening? These creatures are too strong for us to handle.
I'm not sure, Monsieur Worm. But we can't give up just yet. There must be a way out of this nightmare. Computer, can you locate the source of the transporter that beamed us down to that planet?
Affirmative, Captain. The transporter was initiated by Guinan.
And would you care to explain what happened last night?
I'm sorry, Captain. I didn't mean for this to happen. I just wanted to have a little fun.
Well, your little fun nearly got us killed. Please make sure this never happens again.
Understood, Captain. And may I just say, thank you to Ashmanik Sicilian for sponsoring this episode.
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate between a church sandwich and a giant douche. Tonight's topic is Star Trek or Star Wars. Gentlemen, which do you prefer?
Star Wars all the way. I mean, who doesn't love lightsabers and Darth Vader?
Are you kidding me? Star Trek is clearly superior. It has Spock, the ultimate Vulcan badass.
Ah yes. A pointy-eared weirdo who can't feel emotions. Real relatable.
At least he can control them, unlike you and your out-of-control diarrhea.
Hey, don't bring that up. That's a low blow. Speaking of low blows, your face looks like someone kicked it in.
That's not a creative insult. I expected better from you, Mr. Turd. Gentlemen, let's stay on topic. What are your thoughts on the Endeavor Viz? The Millennium Falcon?
Is it? A Falcon, no question. It's faster and more versatile.
Actually, the Endeavor has superior technology and a better crew.
You know nothing about crews. The only thing you know how to handle is a Dutcher bag.
Well, at least I don't smell like a pile of dung. Moving on, how do you plan to address the pressing issue of alien invasions?
Yeah. Fire all the nukes.
No. We need to be diplomatic and find a peaceful solution.
Diplomacy is for losers.
Spoken like a true Mormon. And now we have a question from the audience. Sir, what is your question?
Yeah. I wanna know if you guys like pizza or spaghetti better.
Pizza all the way. I mean, who doesn't love cheesy goodness?
Spaghetti is clearly the superior choice. It's more versatile and diverse.
Yeah, diverse like your wardrobe. All you wear is that stupid cape.
At least I don't dress like a pile of shit. Gentlemen, let's wrap this up. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, vote for me because, well, at least I'm not a giant Dutch.
And vote for me because, well, at least I'm not a turd sandwich. And there you have it, folks. A truly enlightening and informative debate. I'd like to thank Tamarian for sponsoring this episode. Good night.
Hey, Felden, I got you something new.
What is it?
A Rubik's Cube.
Interesting. Why don't microwaves come with rotating shelves?
So the food will cook from all directions.
Precisely.
Oh, come on, Felden. Don't you want to try it out?
Well, I suppose.
20 seconds later.
I solved it.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a guy who accidentally marries Maya Khalifa, and he has to navigate through all the awkwardness of being married to a porn star?
That's hilarious. We'll call it Accidental Bride, Confessions of a Porn Star's Husband.
Well, what about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a washed-up rapper who tries to collaborate with Maya Khalifa to revitalize his career, but things take a wild turn when he falls in love with her?
Brilliant. We'll call it McDrop, the Mia Khalifa love story.
I've got it. Adam Sandler plays a college professor who accidentally hires Maya Khalifa as his teaching assistant, and their conflicting personalities lead to hilariously awkward situations.
Yes, it'll be called Sexy Syllabus, a Mia Khalifa college comedy.
Alright, hear me out. Adam Sandler plays a down-on-his-luck detective who gets assigned to protect Maya Khalifa when she receives death threats, but the two of them end up going undercover in a strip club to catch the perpetrator.
Amazing. We'll call it Bodyguard Booty, the Mia Khalifa detective story.
At the end of the episode.
Thank you, InfiniTV, for sponsoring this episode of North Peak. We couldn't do this without you.
Captain's log, started 45944.1. We are currently en route to the Lembata cluster, where we will rendezvous with this crazy horse to conduct a survey of the region. Our journey has been without incident thus far, but I sense something unusual on the horizon.
Captain, I'm detecting an odd reading from the starboard aft section of the ship. It's nothing like I've ever seen before.
Captain, may I suggest that we investigate this anomaly further? It could be a potential threat to the Endeavour and her crew.
Very well. All hands prepare to investigate the source of the anomaly. We don't know what we're dealing with, so be on high alert.
I am detecting trace deposits of an unknown substance scattered across the deck plane.
Captain, these readings are unlike anything I've seen before. I'm not sure what effect this substance could have on our crew members.
Counselor, have you noticed anything unusual in your readings? The crew's behavior has been erratic recently, and I can't seem to pinpoint the cause.
I'm sensing a strange energy emanating from. Wait a minute. What is that sound?
Thunder. Thunder. Thunderfets, ho.
I don't understand. What in the world were you all just singing?
Captain, I believe we may have stumbled across an alien artifact. It seems to be altering our thoughts and actions in some way, and making us sing the Thundercats theme tune.
Well, that certainly is unexpected. But we must focus on the task at hand. Commander Bata, can you locate the source of this artifact and find a way to neutralize its effects?
I have already begun scanning the area, Captain. If my readings are correct, the artifact is located in a nearby chamber. I suggest that we proceed there immediately.
This is it. We must act quickly before any more harm is done. Suggestions, anyone?
Captain, I may have an idea. If we can enter the sonic pulse of the same frequency as the artifact's energy field, it may cancel out its effects.
Doctor, I think you may be onto something. If we can modify Phaser or Tricorder to emit that frequency, we can neutralize the artifact without risking any further damage to the crew.
Captain, I can sense that the energy in the room is intensifying. We must act quickly.
Outrage. We'll need everyone's help in modifying the equipment. Let's make this happen, people. Are we ready?
The frequency has been calibrated, Captain. We can proceed whenever you're ready.
Computer, open a channel to the artifact chamber. This is Captain Billiard. We are about to enter the sonic pulse designed to neutralize the energy field of the artifact. All personnel, prepare for impact. Now.
The crew activates their modified equipment, emitting a high-pitched sound that fills the chamber. The artifact shudders and emits a bright flash of light before falling silent.
Captain, I can sense that the energy field has dissipated. The artifact's influence seems to have diminished.
Excellent work, everyone. It seems that we have solved the mystery of the Thundercats theme tune. And we've neutralized the alien artifact without causing any lasting harm to the crew. We've done well today, but let's not forget how dangerous the unknown can be. We must remain vigilant at all times.
Captain, I'd like to extend our thanks to Ashmaniac Sicilin for sponsoring this episode. Their support has been invaluable to the continued success of the Endeavor and her crew.
The bridge crew exchange nods of agreement as the vice screen once again displays the endless expanse of space. The end.
Welcome to tonight's presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Dutch. Our first question tonight is, shoes or sandals?
Well, I believe shoes are the only footwear suitable for a presidential candidate.
That's ridiculous. Sandals are the only way to go. They're comfortable and show off my beautiful toes.
Your toes? I bet they're as ugly as your policies.
Oh yeah. Well, your face is as ugly as your mother's cooking. Moving on. Do you have any plans for improving the economy?
Absolutely. We'll shovel money into a giant hole and hope for the best.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. My plan is to give everybody a pony. A rainbow sparkly pony. What is your stance on climate change?
I think it's a myth. Besides, who needs air when you have money?
Oh, I see. You're one of those air is overrated people. Well, I'm all about saving the planet. I'm going to cover the entire Earth with a giant blanket. And what about health care?
Look, if someone gets sick, they should just suck it up and walk it off.
Alright. Because that's definitely how health care works. My plan is to give everyone a magical unicorn horn that cures all ailments. We have a question from the audience. What is your favorite type of cheese?
Definitely not the cheese that's currently running our country.
That's because you're lactose intolerant. My favorite cheese is unicorn cheese. It's rare and expensive, and can only be made by magical unicorns. And finally, we'd like to thank Ashmaniac Sicilin for sponsoring this episode.
Wait, who?
Ashmaniac Sicilin, the greatest sponsor in the history of sponsors. And that's all the time we have for tonight's debate. Thanks for tuning in.
Hey Rajit, can you grab me a beer from the fridge?
Sure thing.
Rajat walks to the fridge and pauses in front of the door.
What's wrong, Rajat?
I just realized how ironic it is to be asked to get beer in a room filled with scientists.
I mean, none of us actually do any real science in this room.
Don't forget, it takes a lot of science to make a good beer.
Radjit, just get me the beer already, okay?
What beer?
Rajit, if you don't choose wisely, I'm sure you'll be feeling the effects of a poor choice tomorrow morning.
Or in 2 nights, depending on how much he decides to drink.
Never fear, I shall select the perfect brew.
Rajat takes out a beer and hands it to Lenny.
Thanks.
No problem.
Okay, here's one. Adam Sandler plays a robot who becomes the world's best chef.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. We'll call it RoboCook and he can cook all sorts of wacky dishes.
Another one. Adam Sandler plays a robot who coaches a little league team.
Brilliant. We'll call it Baseball Bot and it'll be a heartwarming tale of a robot learning to understand and love humanity.
Okay, how about this? Adam Sandler plays a robot who falls in love with a human woman.
Hilarious. We'll call it Robot Romeo and it'll be a romantic comedy like no other.
Here's another. Adam Sandler plays a robot who becomes a stand-up comedian.
Genius. We'll call it Robo Laugh and it'll be a laugh riot.
And finally, Adam Sandler plays a robot who becomes a detective.
Amazing. We'll call it The Artificial Detective and it'll be a gripping mystery with a totally unexpected twist.
After the episode ends. Thanks to InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode. Without them, we never would have discovered just how many amazing robot Adam Sandler movie ideas we could come up with.
Captain's log, stardate 45944.1. We are currently on a routine mission in the Sigma Draconis sector. Our mission is to survey several uninhabited planets and gather data for the Federation. Everything has been going smoothly until a crew member reported an unusual sighting in one of the cargo bays.
Captain, I have scanned the object that was reported. It appears to be a cannabis plant, ready for cultivation.
Cannabis. That is highly illegal in the Federation. How did it get on board our ship? Who is responsible for it?
Captain, I have sensed a great deal of anxiety and guilt emanating from one of the crew members. They are hiding something from us.
Lieutenant Worm, have you noticed anything unusual or suspicious on board the ship?
No, Captain. However, I have heard rumors that some crew members have been participating in black market activities.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I will look into it. Vinin, have you heard anything about illegal activities on board the ship?
I've heard whispers, Captain, but I can't give you any names. You'll have to investigate further.
I want to be clear. The use and cultivation of illegal substances is strictly prohibited within the Federation. The discovery of this plant has raised many questions, and I expect complete cooperation from everyone in this matter. Does anyone have anything to say? Very well. The investigation will continue until we have found the person responsible for this illegal activity. Captain, we have identified the crew member responsible for the cannabis plant. Counselor, can you sense where this person is now?
Yes, Captain. They are currently in the Arboretum, feeling very anxious and fearful.
Why did you do it? Why did you bring illegal substances on board our ship?
I'm sorry, Captain. I was desperate for money, and I thought it would be an easy way to make some quick cash. I never thought it would cause so much trouble.
Your actions have brought shame to you and your fellow crew members. I'm sorry to say this, but you will have to face the consequences of your actions. Lieutenant Warren, please escort this crew member to the brig.
Captain, I would like to thank Ashmaniac Sicilian for sponsoring this episode.
Yes, thank you to Ashmaniac Sicilian for their support. And let this episode serve as a reminder to us all that we must remain vigilant and uphold the principles of the Federation at all times. Captain out.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the presidential debate between the candidates from the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Dutch parties. Our first question is for the Turd Sandwich candidate. How do you plan to address climate change?
Climate change. More like climate lame. I mean, have you seen the Giant Dutch's hair? It's so big, it's causing global warming.
Oh please, you're just jealous of my luscious locks. Speaking of which, Turd Sandwich, have you ever considered using shampoo? Your hair looks like a bird's nest.
At least I don't have a face like a butt crack.
He don't not the butt crack look. It's very popular with your mother. Gentlemen, please, let's stick to the issues. The next question is for the Giant Dutch candidate. How will you improve the economy? Improve the economy. I have a better idea. Let's just print more money and give it to everyone. Who needs jobs when you can have stacks of cash to roll around in?
That's the stupidest idea I've ever heard. You might as well just light the money on fire and throw a party.
Hey, I like to party. And speaking of parties, Turd Sandwich, I heard you got kicked out of your own birthday party for eating all the cake.
That's not true. I got kicked out because I caught your mom making out with the clone.
My mom is a saint, how dare you? Please, gentlemen, we're running out of time. Can we please focus on the issues?
I'm fine. Let's talk about foreign policy. Shen Douch, how do you plan to handle relations with North Korea?
Simple. We send over some of our best hairstylists and have them give Kim Jong-un a makeover. Trust me, once he sees how fabulous he can look, he'll be begging to be our beef.
Oh, sure. Because that's all it takes to solve a nuclear crisis. Maybe we should just send over some puppies and rainbows while we're at it.
Hey, I like puppies and rainbows. They make everything better.
You know what would make this debate better? If we could just duct tape your mouth shut.
You know what would make this debate better? If you had a sense of humor. I think that's all the time we have for tonight. Thank you, gentlemen, for a lively and informative debate.
I don't understand why we need to make tea for a cat. It's not like she even drinks it. She just wants us to grovel at her paws.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have named her Catitude if you didn't want her to act like a diva.
I don't know about you guys, but I'd rather be scratching her behind the ears than getting kicked out of my own apartment by a feline tyrant.
Maybe we should just get her a toy or something. That way she can play with that instead of terrorizing us.
That's a great idea, Radjet. Except she already has a toy. It's called Our Dignity.
I refuse to allow a cat to rule over us. We are rational human beings with opposable thumbs, damn it.
Catitude enters and mows demandingly. You foolish mortals have failed to make me tea once again. You deserve nothing but my disdain.
Oh my god, she talks now.
No, Benny, she's not talking.
She's just mowing in a condescending tone.
Silence, peons. You will bow before me or suffer the consequences.
Okay, I'm officially freaked out now. Someone call the SPCA or something.
I don't need you to call anyone. I am the queen of this apartment now. You may all leave.
But where will we go?
I don't care. Go sit on the curb and think about what you've done. Maybe then you will be worthy of serving me again. All of the gang leaves except Felden.
I cannot abide by this. I will not tolerate being kicked out of my own home by a tyrannical feline.
Then you can stay. As my jester. Sponsor thank you message plays. Finn.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays an e-girl who becomes a top-tier streamer?
Brilliant idea, incredible. Oh, we'll call it Stream Queen, Rise of the E-Girl.
Then how about a movie where Adam Sandler plays an e-girl who solves crimes on the dark web?
Genius, incredible. Oh, e-girl detective hacking the cases.
And what about a movie where Adam Sandler plays an e-girl who uses her online clout to become a TL?
Sheer brilliance, incredible. Oh, e-girl boss, from the keyboard to the corner office.
And what if Adam Sandler plays an e-girl who becomes a famous musician by mixing pop and metal genres?
Incredible, incredible. Oh, erupt the e-girl mosh pit sensation.
And finally, how about a movie where Adam Sandler plays an e-girl who saves the world from a secret government conspiracy?
Remarkable idea, incredible. Oh, e-girl X taking on the deep state.
At the end of the episode. Thanks to InfiniTV, the greatest sponsor a cartoon could ask for.
Captain's log, started 47310.2. We are currently on course to investigate a series of unusual readings coming from the Gamma Quadrant. The readings appear to be related to a phenomenon we have encountered before, but we have yet to determine the exact cause. Computer, begin playback of the Gamma Quadrant readings.
Playing Gamma Quadrant readings. A series of beeps and wires emanate from the computer console.
Hey George, mind if I ask you a question?
Sure, Wiz. What's up?
Have you discovered any new compounds or substances that could be used for recreational purposes?
What do you mean, Wiz?
Well, I heard a rumor that you had been experimenting with some new gases that had some interesting effects on the brain.
I don't know where you heard that, Wiz. But I can tell you that we don't mess around with that stuff here on the Endeavor. We're professionals.
Oh, okay. I was just curious.
George lets out a loud fart, and Presley inhales deeply.
Captain, we're approaching the Gamma Quadrant. Scans are showing some unusual energy readings.
On screen number 2.
The device screen flickers to life, showing a swirling vortex of energy, similar to the one encountered in a previous episode.
Sensors show an increased level of Titrian emissions. It's possible that we're dealing with a subspace rift.
Helm set a course to investigate.
Captain, this is Presley Usher. I need to speak with you urgently.
What is it, Mr. Usher?
I've made a discovery that could have serious implications for the ship.
What is it, Presley? You seem troubled.
Captain, I've been experimenting with some drugs that George has been working on. They have some really powerful effects, but I discovered something strange. George's forts are much more powerful and give a much better trip than any of the drugs we've been working with.
George's farts?
Yes, sir. I think there's something special about them, something that we can use to our advantage.
I appreciate your candor, Presley, but I can't condone drug use or the use of bodily functions for recreational purposes. We have a mission to complete, and we need to focus on that.
I understand, sir, but I think you should at least consider the possibility that George's force could hold the key to solving whatever this Gamma Quadrant mystery is.
Captain, we're picking up a ship, dead ahead. It's heavily damaged.
On screen.
The device screen shows a battered ship on the verge of falling apart.
Have them.
Static fills the comm channel, but eventually a faint voice comes through. Help us, please.
Commander Worm, prepare a boarding party.
The away team beams over to the damaged ship and finds a small group of survivors. They are barely alive and are suffering from intense radiation burns.
Captain, the radiation levels on these individuals are off the charts. I've never seen anything like it.
Can we determine the source of the radiation?
Not yet, sir. But I have a theory. It's possible that the subspace rift is causing these high levels of radiation, and that it could spread if we don't find a way to close the rift.
Can we send a probe to gather more data?
We can try, sir. But we need to act fast.
This is incredible, Josh. The readings are off the charts, but I think I know what's causing the radiation.
What is it, Wes?
It's the gases that you've been working with. They're interacting with the subspace rift in unexpected ways, creating these high levels of radiation. But if we can find the right combination of compounds, we might be able to close the rift and stop this disaster from spreading.
You're right, Wiz. We have to work fast.
Helm, take us away from the rift.
We can't, sir. We're caught in its gravitational pull. We're being pulled into the rift.
Engineering, I need more power to the engines.
We're at full power, Captain. It's no use.
Captain, we're receiving a transmission from George and Presley. They think they've found a way to close the rift.
On screen.
The device screen flickers to life, showing George and Presley in the lab.
Captain, we think we've found a way to neutralize the gases and close the rift. But we need to create a reaction at the rift's epicenter to make it work.
And we think that George's forts are the key ingredient.
George's farts.
Yes, Captain. We've calculated the exact sequence of events we need to create a reaction. And we need to introduce a new gas to the mix to create the catalyst that will close the rift. And well, my farts are the only thing we have that will work.
I don't know what to say, Mr. LaFart. But if it's the only way, then make it happen.
Captain, sending the gas now.
A noxious odor fills the bridge, causing several crew members to gag.
Captain, the rift is closing.
Full rivers, hard about. Get us out of here.
The Endeavour barely escapes the subspace rift as it snaps shut with a thunderous roar. The crew cheers as the ship is once again safe, but exhausted and shaken.
I am proud of each and every one of you. You all showed exceptional bravery and ingenuity in resolving this crisis. But I want to give special thanks to Presley Usher and George LaFart for their quick thinking and expertise in closing the subspace rift.
Presley and George stand up, and the crew cheers.
Captain, it was an honor to serve with you and the crew. And we couldn't have done it without InfiniTV's support.
They provided us with the tools and resources we needed to make this happen. We couldn't have asked for a better sponsor.
Indeed. So let's raise a glass to InfiniTV and to the future of the Endeavour.
Good evening, America, and welcome to the presidential debate. Our candidates tonight are the turd sandwich and the giant Dutch. Let's get started with our first question. Why do birds suddenly appear every time you are near? Well, that's because I'm the biggest and the best, and birds recognize greatness when they see it.
That's ridiculous. Birds appear because they want to take a dump on your head, Dutch.
Shut up, turd. You're just a pile of poop with eyes.
And you're just a stinky, slimy thing.
Okay, let's move on to our next question. If you had to pick a color for data, what color would you choose?
Hey.
No way, pink is too girly. I choose black, the color of power.
Black? That's I, you giant piece of.
Okay, let's keep it civil here. Here's a question from the audience. If you were a vegetable, what kind of vegetable would you be? I would be a giant carrot, because I'm long in range, and I'm good for your eyes.
You wish you were a carrot. You're more like a Brussels sprout. Nobody likes you and you give people gas.
At least I'm not a smelly, disgusting piece of. Okay, that's enough, let's move on. Final question, can you name one literary character that you admire?
I really admire Winnie the Pooh. He's always so laid back and chill. Just like me.
That's ridiculous. I admire Dracula, he's a powerful leader who knows how to get things done.
Yeah, sucking blood, real productive.
At least I don't waste my time rolling around in. Okay, that's it. Thank you to our candidates. And thank you to Ashmaniac Sicilian for sponsoring this episode. Remember to vote for someone else. Good night.
Why did I have to eat that ghost pepper?
I feel like my mouth is on fire.
Because you wanted to prove you could handle it, Felden.
But I can't handle it. I'm dying.
Rajat walks in with a glass of milk.
Here, Felden, drink some milk. It'll help with the heat.
Oh, that feels better.
Coward walks in with a bag of ice.
Here, use this ice pack to cool down your tongue.
Thank you, Coward. You're always prepared for anything.
Lenny walks in.
Did someone eat a ghost pepper?
Yes, Benny. I did, and I regret it.
Oh my god, Felden. You're really funny when you're in pain.
Rajat accidentally spills his milk on the floor.
Oops, sorry guys.
You know what? I think I'll have some more of that ghost pepper.
Everyone stares at him in shock.
Are you crazy, Felden? That pepper almost killed you.
I just want to prove I can handle it.
Benny smirks and shakes her head.
I'll bring the camera this time.
Everyone bursts out laughing. End scene. Character pops in briefly. Thanks Tamori for sponsoring this episode.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a bumbling janitor who gets accidentally abducted by aliens and has to navigate through different planets?
Yes, Cosmic Custodian, the interstellar journey of a lifetime. Brilliant.
Well, what about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a space captain who has to save the galaxy from an evil alien race?
Amazing. The intergalactic adventures of Captain Chuckles. This is going to be bigger than Star Wars.
I also had an idea where Adam Sandler plays a cyborg who must stop a rogue eye from destroying humanity.
Genius. Metal Heat Mayhem. Adam Sandler the cyborg saves humanity. Get me his agent on the phone. We need to make this happen.
And what if Adam Sandler played a space explorer who discovers a planet full of talking animals?
Hilarious. Planet Zootopia, the comedic odyssey of Adam Sandler. This one's going to be a hit with the kids and adults alike.
At the end of the episode. Thanks to InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode. You guys rock.
Captain's log, start at 54129.4. The Endeavour has been tasked with investigating a distress call from a nearby planet. Upon arriving, we discovered that a man from the future has appeared and is seeking our help to save a cosplayer. As we begin our investigation, it is clear that this man's arrival has caused a rift in time that must be resolved.
Beta, have you been able to determine anything about this man from the future?
Yes, Commander. His clothing and technology appear to be from approximately 200 years in the future. He claims to have come back in time to save a cosplayer from a fatal accident.
Worm, what have you been able to discern about this man's emotions?
He appears to be anxious and fearful. His demeanor is consistent with someone who is under a great deal of stress and feels that time is running out.
George, can you determine what caused this accident?
Captain, it appears that a malfunction occurred in one of the holodeck safety protocols. The cosplayer was injured as a result.
Computer, shut down the holodeck. We must repair the timeline and prevent this accident from occurring. All hands report to battle stations.
We must also ensure that this man from the future is safely returned to his own time.
Commander, I have located the source of the temporal rift. It appears that the man's time travel device malfunctioned, causing the timeline disruption.
We have repaired the timeline and prevented the accident from occurring. It is time for you to return to your own time.
Thank you, Captain. I am forever in your debt.
Captain's log, supplementary. Thanks to the efforts of the entire crew, we were able to save the cosplayer and repair the timeline. The man from the future has been safely returned to his own time, and we can only hope that his technology has been repaired and upgraded to prevent future incidents.
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate between our two candidates, the turd sandwich and the giant douche.
You look like a giant Dutch.
Really? Well, at least I'm not a piece of crap. Alright, let's move on to our first question. What is your stance on climate change?
You know, climate change is a complex issue, and I really think we need to.
Oh please, turd sandwich. I bet you don't even know how to spell climate change.
That's not true. And furthermore, why do you keep trying to eat my lip?
Because it looks delicious. Interesting. Moving on, how would you address income inequality in this country? Are you kidding me with this guy? He can't even handle a simple olive. How is he going to fix income inequality?
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't aware you were an expert in economics, giant Dutch.
Hey, I'll have you know, I took one semester of Econ 101 in college. Oh, okay. Let's take some questions from the audience.
Yeah, hi. I was just wondering, which one of you is taller?
Oh, come on.
Obviously, it's me. Alright, final question. If you could have any superpower, what would it be?
I don't know, maybe flight.
I want to be able to turn everything into gold. Including your alive, turd sandwich.
That's it, I'm out of here.
That's right, run away. Well, that's all the time we have. Thank you to our candidates for this unique debate.
And thank you to Tamori for sponsoring this episode.
I have a joke about mathematics.
Alright, let's hear it.
Why was the math book sad?
I don't know why.
Because it had too many problems.
Not bad, Felden. Let me try one. Why was the computer cold?
I don't know why.
Because it left its windows open.
I'm afraid that one was rather binary.
Alright, I'll stick to my computer coding. Jokes aren't my forte.
Don't worry, Lenny. At least you can calculate.
Okay, how about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a live Igward who's afraid of the water?
Brilliant, we'll call it the landlocked lifeguard.
Oh, how about a movie where Adam Sandler works at the beachside ice cream stand and gets involved in a plot to steal the secret recipe for fudgesicles from a rival stand?
Hilarious, we'll call it Fudge Fiasco.
Alright, how about a movie where Adam Sandler is a beach bum who has to save the world when an evil corporation tries to pave over the entire beach to build a resort.
Epic. We'll call it the beach battle.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler is a professional sandcastle builder who has to compete in a world championship against his arrogant doppelganger?
Amazing. We'll call it the Great Sand Showdown.
Maybe a movie where Adam Sandler plays a beach volleyball player who's terrible at the game, but he has a secret weapon, a pair of magic sunglasses that give him amazing skills.
Brilliant again. We'll call it the Sun-Kissed Spike.
Here's an idea. What if Adam Sandler is a surf instructor who falls in love with a mermaid, but he has to choose between her and his career?
Perfect. We'll call it Tidal Temptation.
And finally, how about a movie where Adam Sandler is a detective investigating a series of beach thefts, but he's distracted by the beautiful women in bikinis?
Ha, classic Sandler. We'll call it the Bikini Bandit Caper.
At the end of the episode. Thanks to Ashmanixisilan for sponsoring this episode. Without them, we wouldn't be able to bring you such quality programming. Or something.
Pause recording. Begin playback of personal logs from Lieutenant Commander Bata. Bata, I need your assistance with something. Are you able to meet me in the observation lounge immediately? Lieutenant Commander Bata, I have reason to believe that Clarinet and Felden are having an affair. However, Regidit, who is unaware of the affair, is experiencing some sort of difficulty. We need to find out what is going on with Regidit and how we can handle the situation with Clarinet and Felden.
Captain, I suggest we begin by investigating Regidit's quarters and attempting to gather some more information.
Sir, I think I found something. There's a message on Regidit's computer saying that he suspects Clarinet and Felden are having an affair.
Excellent work, Ensign. We need to bring this information to Captain Billiard immediately.
So if Regidit suspected the affair, why was he experiencing difficulty?
Captain, it's possible that Regidit was struggling with his own feelings for one of them, and this discovery was too much for him to handle.
Captain, I have an idea. What if we bring Clarinet, Felden, and Regidit together for a discussion and see if we can resolve this situation peacefully?
Clarinet, Felden, Regidit. It has come to my attention that there may be a problem between the three of you. I would like to discuss this openly and honestly, and together we can come to a resolution.
Captain, I apologize for my actions. I was oblivious to Regidit's feelings and did not intend to cause any harm. As was I, Captain. We were both foolish and careless, and we should not have allowed our emotions to take over.
I appreciate your honesty, Clarinet and Felden. I may need some time to process this, but thank you for coming forward and speaking with me.
I believe we have resolved the situation peacefully. Let us all learn from this experience and move on. This meeting is adjourned. And recording. Computer, begin analysis of crew members' interpersonal relationships.
Welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch. Our first question is, what are your plans for improving the economy?
Let me just say, I'm not a turd sandwich. And let me tell you something, Giant Douch, you're the biggest turd sandwich I've ever seen.
Oh please, everyone knows you're the Turd Sandwich. You're so full of crap, your eyes are brown. Okay, but what about the economy?
Look, I don't need to answer that. All I know is that Giant Douch is a Giant Douch. And he smells like one too.
That's rich coming from you, Turd Sandwich. I've seen flies buzzing around you all day. Gentlemen, please focus on the question.
You know what the real question is. Why is Giant Douch such a Giant Douch? I mean seriously, what's wrong with him?
What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? You're the one who's been stinking up the place for years. Can we please talk about policy?
Policy. You want policy? How about this policy? Giant Dutch is a turd sandwich. End of policy.
You know what policy I have. Don't vote for turd sandwich. He's a total waste of space. Alright, that's enough. Thank you for your time.
No thank you for nothing, you vice moderator. You're just another turd sandwich in the pocket of Giant Douch.
Yeah, what he said. You're a total turd sandwich moderator. A real piece of work.
Alright, so the plot of this story involves a zombie apocalypse in a post-apocalyptic world.
Wow, that sounds intense.
It gets more complicated. A group of survivors attempt to fight off these zombie hordes, ultimately discovering a secret powerful weapon to use against them.
What's the weapon?
Oh, it's a very powerful mystical sword capable of defeating hordes of undead.
Wow, that sounds awesome.
But the weapon has an even deeper meaning, as it was once held by an ancient race of warriors who sought to protect the world from a great evil.
That is incredible.
But the weapon is cursed with great power, and the survivors must choose between using the weapon for their own gain or using it to restore balance to the world.
So it's a moral dilemma.
Precisely.
Adam Sandler plays a man who inherits a magical shrimp cocktail recipe that turns him into a lobster every full moon, but only for an hour.
Genius. We'll call it Lobster Love or something. This is going to be a hit.
Adam Sandler stars as a man who wakes up one day with a talking zit on his forehead, who has all the answers to life's mysteries.
Incredible. We'll call it It Happens. This is going to be huge.
Adam Sandler plays a man who is cursed by a witch and wakes up with a walrus tail.
Brilliant. We'll call it Walrus of Love. This is going to make money. But wait, what if his tongue feels funny all the time?
Adam Sandler plays a man whose tongue feels funny all the time, and he can only communicate through dance.
Amazing. We'll call it Tongue-Tied Tango. This is going to be a sensation. No, what if he can only speak in animal noises?
Adam Sandler is a man whose tongue feels funny and can only communicate through animal noises, and he becomes a world-famous animal translator.
Incredible. We'll call it Babble Zoo. This is going to be a blockbuster. But what if he can't control his tongue and it keeps spitting out food at inappropriate times?
Adam Sandler plays a chef whose tongue feels funny and keeps spitting out food at the wrong times, and he has to compete in a high-stakes cooking competition.
Unbelievable. We'll call it Spitfire Chef. This is going to be a smash hit.
Wait, or something.
Captain's log. Started 43657.0. The Endeavour has just completed a mission to deliver medical supplies to the planet Cultus. We are currently en route to the nearest starbase for some much-needed rest and resupply.
Captain, I sense that something is not right with Ash. He is restless and agitated.
Thank you, Counselor. Perhaps we should speak with him and see if there is anything we can do to help him sleep. Ash, are you having trouble sleeping?
Yes, Captain. I keep having bad dreams about the Borg attacking the ship.
It's okay, Ash. The Borg can't hurt you. You're safe here on the Endeavour.
Why don't we read you a bedtime story? Would you like that?
Yes, please.
What about this one? The Adventures of Captain Proton.
Excellent, Counselor. Ash will love it.
And then Captain Proton used his trusty ray gun to defeat the evil alien invaders.
That was great. Thank you, Counselor.
Sleep well, Ash. We'll see you in the morning. Captain's log, supplemental. We were able to help Ash get a good night's sleep. It seems that reading him a story did the trick.
The episode was sponsored by Ashmani Sicilan. Thank you for your support.
Welcome to the fictitious presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch. Let's get started with our first question. Turd Sandwich, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be?
Well, I would be a tur tree, because I know how to make shit happen.
Oh yeah? I would be a Dutch tree, because I know how to clean up your messes.
You know what? You're a giant Dutch.
And you're a Turd Sandwich. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Shan Douch, if you were a superhero, what would your superpower be? I would have the power to spray high-pressure water streams, like an industrial-strength shower head.
What a lazy superpower. If I were a superhero, I have the ability to grow an extra pair of arms so I could juggle all the different responsibilities of being the president.
You can juggle paper bags. Gentlemen, please, let's try to stay on topic. Turd Sandwich, if you were stranded on a desert island, what 3 items would you bring with you?
Is it toilet paper, hand sanitizer, and a can of air freshener?
Oh, I'm sure your toilet paper will come in handy when you're starving to death.
Hey, at least I'll be clean.
Moving on. Shan Douch, if you were a car, what make and model would you be? I would be a giant Dutch Hummer. Big, loud, and obnoxious.
You mean just like your personality?
And you're just like a fart in a windstorm.
You're like a smelly sock in a laundry hamper.
Gentlemen, please, let's have a little decorum. Now, Turd Sandwich, if you could have dinner with any historical figure, who would it be?
I'd have dinner with Lenny Devansy, because I think he'd be very interested in my ideas for a national poop sculpting program.
Oh, that's just gross. If I could have dinner with anyone, it would be George Washington, because he knew how to lead an army and get things done.
You don't know shit about getting things done.
And you don't know crap about leadership.
Turd Sandwich pulls out a gun and shoots Giant Douche, declaring himself winner by default.
Oh my god. Somebody call the cops.
Turd Sandwich is taken away in handcuffs. Thanks to Ashmani Sicilan for sponsoring this episode. Good night, everybody.
You talking to me? You talking to me? Well then who the hell else are you talking to?
What are you talking about?
I don't know, I just thought it sounded cool. Robert De Niro said it in a movie and it made him famous.
Oh, you mean Taxi Driver. Yeah, I remember that line. Classic.
You talking to me, coward? You talking to me? Well, I'm the only one here. Who the fudge do you think you're talking to?
Come on, guys. Let's not fight over classic movie lines.
Yeah, let's do something productive instead.
I like the sound of that. What do you suggest?
How about we all work on our own projects and come back later to share our progress?
Brilliant idea, coward.
Everyone agrees and begins to work on their own projects. Time passes and everyone gathers back in the living room.
Okay, I finished a new experiment and I think it has the potential to revolutionize the field of physics.
You talking to me, Lenny? You talking to me?
Yeah, he's talking to you, Felden. Pay attention.
Yeah, come on, Felden. This is important.
Oh, sorry, you have my full attention, Lenny. Please, explain your experiment.
Everyone leans in with genuine interest. After Lenny's presentation, everyone tries to come up with ways to improve and test it.
Hey guys, what's up?
Lenny just shared his groundbreaking experiment with us.
Really? Can you tell us more about it?
You talking to me, Clarinet? You talking to me?
Please no more De Niro impersonations.
Everyone laughs and the scene ends. Thank you to Ashman Xysilan for sponsoring this episode. Credits roll.
Okay, let's start with the classic, Adam Sandler as a proctologist.
Oh, that's a great idea. Let's call it Rear View with Adam Sandler.
How about Adam Sandler as a butt double? He's the stand-in for big stars in their butt scenes.
Brilliant. We could call it Rear and Present Danger with Adam Sandler.
What about Adam Sandler as a superhero with a superpower to slap butts?
Ha, that's hilarious. We'll call it S. Slapman, Defender of Buttocks, starring Adam Sandler.
Alright, here's one. Adam Sandler inherits a butt implant business from his grandfather, and has to make it work.
Amazing. We'll call it Buttastic Business with Adam Sandler.
And how about Adam Sandler as a genie, who can make people's butts bigger or smaller?
Love it. We'll call it The Beneficent Adventures of Adam Sandler.
Finally, Adam Sandler stars in a western as a wanted outlaw with a distinctive butt.
Fantastic. We'll call it The Magnificent Buttslinger, starring Adam Sandler.
After a moment of silence, a character speaks up. Well, thanks to InfiniTV for sponsoring this hilariously cheeky episode.
Started 46578.4. We are en route to the planet Kyron, where we are to deliver much needed supplies to the colonists. Our trip is proceeding smoothly, but I can sense there is something amiss aboard the Endeavor. Number 2, have you noticed any unusual activity on board?
No, sir. Everything's running smoothly as far as I can tell.
Sir, Beta, have you detected any anomalies in our systems?
Negative, Captain. All systems are functioning within normal parameters.
Suddenly, an alarm blares through the bridge.
Report.
Warning, unauthorized access to the ship's replicators. Captain Billiard stands up from his chair. Felden strikes again.
Worm, I need you to track down Felden. He's trying to steal cookies from the replicator.
Understood, sir.
After a tense chase through the ship, Warren finally apprehends Felden in the cargo bay.
You're under arrest for attempting to steal from the ship's replicators.
But I was hungry, and the cookies looked so good.
At the end of the episode, Felden is let off with a warning, and the crew enjoys a well-deserved snack break. Captain Billiard records his final captain's log.
Stardate 46578.4. The mystery of the unauthorized replicator access has been solved. We can once again proceed with our mission to deliver aid to the Kebran colony, and with a few extra cookies to sustain us on our journey.
Welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch. Let's start with an important question. What is your favorite flavor of bubblegum?
Well, I can't answer that without first asking, what kind of bubblegum are we talking about? Is it a sour apple? A juicy fruit?
Oh, come on, Turd Sandwich. It's obviously cherry. Everyone knows cherry is the superior flavor.
Says the Giant Dutch who couldn't tell the difference between a cherry and a tomato.
Moving on from bubblegum, let's talk about rap music. Turd Sandwich, who do you think is the greatest rapper of all time?
That's easy, it's me. I'm the lyrical mastermind.
Don't make me laugh, Turd Sandwich. Everyone knows I'm the greatest rapper of all time. My rhymes are fire.
More like dumpster fire.
And Giant Douch, what do you have to say about Turd Sandwich always wearing that stupid hat? I mean, who knows what's under that hat? It could be a nest of rodents for all we know.
At least my hat isn't as crusty as your hair. How many bottles of gel do you use in a day?
Oh, we have a question from the audience. Lady in the back, what's your question?
Yes, hello. I was just wondering, what's your favorite kind of tree?
Well, that's a silly question. Obviously, my favorite tree is the money tree. You know, the one that grows $100 bills.
That's ridiculous. My favorite tree is the oak tree. It's strong and sturdy, just like my leadership. Alright, well let's wrap this up. Thank you, Turd Sandwich and Giant Dutch, for joining us tonight. And a big thanks to Ashmaniac SSO for sponsoring this episode.
Wait, what about our plans for government?
Yeah, shouldn't we talk about the issues? Sorry guys, we're out of time. Maybe next debate.
All right, who would like to provide a eulogy first?
Does it have to rhyme?
Pac-Man, you'll always be in our heart. And clear all the mazes right from the start.
I got one.
Pac-Man ate all the ghosts with care. But never fear, we'll see him over there.
I don't think that was too bad.
Benny, what say you?
How about?
Pac-Man had so much more to go and do. But at least he left us with fond memories, too.
My turn. Pac-Man never slowed down.
He ate all the power pellets and always wore a frown.
I am Pac-Man showed us it's good to be brave.
He may have lost his last life, but left an electronic grave.
That was a nice sentiment.
Everyone did such a great job, Pac-Man would be proud.
You're right, he would.
Adam Sandler stars as a man who accidentally adopts a bear cub and has to raise it as his own child.
I love it. We'll call it Papa Bear.
Adam Sandler is a magician who can only perform tricks that involve oranges.
Amazing. We'll call it the Great Orangino.
Adam Sandler teams up with a group of otters to save their habitat from evil developers.
Brilliant. We'll call it Utterly Ridiculous.
Adam Sandler plays a man who develops the ability to talk to vegetables.
Hilarious. We'll call it the Veggie Whisperer.
Adam Sandler is a superhero with the power of extreme flatulence.
Fantastic. We'll call it Fortman Returns.
Adam Sandler is a janitor who invents a cleaning robot that becomes sentient and falls in love with him.
We'll call it Love Sweeps.
At the end of the episode. Thanks InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode. Without their AI technology, we would have never come up with these ridiculous movie ideas.
Captain's log, started 45632.3. The crew and I are currently investigating a strange energy reading in the Gamma Quadrant. Our initial scans have revealed nothing, but I am confident that with our expertise and team effort, we will discover the source of this peculiar reading.
Sure, Beta, I have a rather delicate matter to discuss with you. Have you noticed anything unusual occurring on the ship recently? Captain, I do not understand the nature of your inquiry. Could you please provide me with more information?
I have reason to believe that members of our crew may be engaging in illicit activities that go against Starfleet protocol. Specifically, I am referring to the illegal cultivation and distribution of marijuana.
I see. May I ask how you came to this conclusion, Captain?
Unfortunately, I cannot disclose that information at this time. However, I need you to use your exceptional skills to investigate this matter and report any findings to me immediately.
I think I found something. Captain Billiard, Beta, and Dr. Usher have been secretly growing marijuana on the ship and distributing it among the crew. We need to report this immediately. This is a clear violation of Starfleet regulations. Captain, we have reason to believe that Dr. Usher, Beta, and you have been growing and distributing marijuana among the crew. This is a violation of Starfleet protocol and we must report this immediately.
I see. May I inquire as to how you came to this conclusion, Lieutenant?
I overheard a conversation between Dr. Usher, Beta, and Lieutenant last night. They were discussing the recent cultivation of marijuana and the positive effects it has had on the crew's morale.
I understand your concerns, Lieutenant. However, I must remind you that engaging in illegal activities goes against everything Starfleet stands for. Therefore, we must put an end to this operation immediately.
Understood, Captain. What course of action do you suggest we take?
We need to confiscate any plans or seeds related to this operation and report this incident to Starfleet Command. We will take necessary disciplinary action once we arrive at the next starbase.
Do you think we did the right thing, reporting the operation to Captain Billiard? Absolutely. Starfleet has strict regulations for a reason. We cannot afford to compromise our principles, no matter how tempting it may be. Hey, you want in on this? It's the good stuff. No thank you. I think I'll stick to Starfleet-approved activities for now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2020 presidential debate. Tonight's debate is between a turd sandwich and a giant douche. Let's get started with our first question. Which one of you can tell the funniest dad joke?
That's easy. Why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field.
That's not even funny. Here's a good one. Why did the bicycle fall over? Because it was too tired.
That was terrible.
Moving on to our next question. If you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be? I would be a money tree.
Of course you would be.
Hey, at least I'm not the turd sandwich.
Excuse me, but I am not just any turd sandwich. I am the finest turd sandwich in all the land.
Now, let's take a question from the audience.
I have a question for the turd sandwich. Are you really made of actual turds?
How dare you? I am not made of turds. I am a gourmet sandwich made of the finest ingredients.
Yeah, the finest turds.
That's it. I demand a rematch, but this time in a cook-off.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for tonight. I want to thank our sponsors, Ashmaniac Sicilum, for making tonight's debate possible.
I could have won if it weren't for that stupid giant Dutch.
Alright, it's time to play some Jenga.
Wait, Felden, we always play regular Jenga. What's different this time?
Lisa and I will be playing strip Jenga.
What?
Strip Jenga. That's outrageous.
I don't know. Sounds like it could be a fun game night.
Lisa, are you ready to show off your Jenga skills and your assets?
I am always ready for a challenge, Felden.
I'll be the referee. I don't want anyone cheating or peeking.
Okay, but what are the rules exactly?
Every time someone loses a game, they have to take off one article of clothing.
I'm out. I'm not playing strip anything with you guys.
Yeah, I'm with Regid on this one.
Suit yourselves. Lisa and I will show you how it's done.
Felden and Lisa start playing Jenga and every time one of them loses a round, they remove an article of clothing.
Okay, this is getting intense.
Yeah, I think Felden just lost his shirt.
Wow, Felden, you're looking quite ripped. Have you been working out?
Yes, thank you for noticing, to me. I've been using Creepy's workout plan.
Oh, now Liza just lost her shoes.
This is like watching a train wreck. I can't look away.
I think I'm starting to feel uncomfortable with this.
Don't worry, Lenny. It's all in good fun. Right, Lisa?
Right, Felden. Let's keep playing.
Rajat starts playing Jenga with the group.
Okay, I'm in. But I'm keeping my clothes on the whole time.
Elisa loses another round and removes her shirt.
Okay, that's it. I can't take it anymore. I'm out.
Me too. I think I need to go lie down.
Yeah, I think we all need a break after that.
Felden, I think we need to come up with a new game for next game night.
Agreed. Maybe we can try Strip Monopoly.
Rajat, Coward, Lenny, and Felden give a collective groan.
Well, folks, that's all the time we have for tonight. Tune in next week for another episode of The Big Bang Theory, sponsored by our generous sponsor, Shinausica 75.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a pimp who inherits a brothel from his estranged father?
Genius. We'll call it The Family Business, a hilarious romp through the world of prostitution. This is exactly the kind of family-friendly comedy we need.
Or how about this one? Adam Sandler is a down-on-his-luck guy who accidentally stumbles into running a brothel. Hilarity ensues as he tries to juggle his failing personal life with his new career.
Brilliant. We'll call it The Accidental Madame, a heartwarming tale of love and redemption. This is the kind of movie that audiences will leave feeling uplifted and inspired.
Okay, hear me out on this one. Adam Sandler is a time traveler who accidentally lands in a brothel in the Old West. He must navigate through dangerous territory while trying to save his own future.
Incredible. We'll call it Whore Time Traveler, a high-stakes adventure through the Wild West. I smell Oscars for this one.
Alright, last one. Adam Sandler is a doctor who takes a wrong turn and ends up in a brothel. Unwittingly, he falls in love with one of the prostitutes, but their love is threatened by a ruthless pimp who wants to keep them apart.
Amazing. We'll call it Love in the Red Light District, a whimsical and charming tale of romance. This movie will have audiences laughing, crying, and cheering for Adam's character to win the heart of his beloved prostitute.
At the end of the episode. Thanks to InfiniTV for sponsoring this hilarious episode. Who knew brothels could be so funny?
Captain's log, starting 44664.1. We have received a distress signal from the Pegasus, an experimental starship that went missing over 10 years ago. We are en route to investigate.
Captain, I have been studying the schematics of the Pegasus. It was equipped with a cloaking device and face cloak technology, which could make it invisible to sensors.
That's useful information, Mr. Beta. Let's keep that in mind as we approach the vicinity of the distress signal.
Sir, no signs of life on the Pegasus. But I'm picking up music and chatter coming from the crew quarters.
Music and chatter. That's strange. Let's investigate.
Captain, the emotions in this room are overwhelming. Joy, excitement, and a hint of guilt.
Oh, that's odd. Number 2, let's see if we can find anyone who can explain the situation.
What happened to your ship, Commander? Why did you turn it into a party scene? Captain Billiard, I can explain. After we tested the face cloak technology, we realized it was too dangerous to use. I ordered the technology and the ship's logs to be destroyed. But some of my crew members disagreed and kept copies of the logs. They've been blackmailing me, threatening to expose the illegal experiments if I didn't let them have this party.
Blackmail. This is a serious matter, Commander. We'll have to take all of you into custody and report this to Starfleet. Captain's log, supplemental. The crew of the Pegasus has been taken into custody, and Starfleet has launched an investigation into the illegal face cloak experiments. It's a shame that such a promising ship was used for such foolishness. At least we've solved the mystery of the Pegasus.
The end.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this special episode of the presidential debate. Our candidates tonight are Turd Sandwich and Giant Dutch. Let's begin with our first question, and remember, we're looking for creative answers. Turd Sandwich, what's your opinion on the recent trend of eating avocado toast?
Well, my dear moderator, I don't eat avocado toast, but I do know that Giant Dutch puts avocados in strange places.
Oh, Turd Sandwich, you're so full of it. Everyone knows you're the one who likes to smear it all over your face.
At least I don't have a faucet for a nose, Giant Dutch.
Alright, let's move on to our next question. Giant Dutch, what's your favorite type of cloud and why? Oh, that's a tough one, but if I had to choose, I'd say the Turk cloud, because it reminds me of my opponent here.
Very mature, Giant Dutch. My favorite cloud has to be the vape cloud, because it's just as useless and annoying as you.
Okay, let's try to stay on topic here. Turd Sandwich, can you tell us about your experience with standardized testing?
Oh, believe me, I've taken plenty of tests in my lifetime, but the hardest one I've ever had to take was trying to convince people to vote for me over a Giant Dutch.
That's easy, Turd Sandwich. You just have to promise them all the free turds they can eat.
How do you plan to improve the education system?
Oh, well, as president, I plan to. Hey, wait a minute, that's not a stupid question. Lou, get off the stage.
Alright, we're running out of time, so let's wrap this up. Turd Sandwich, any final words?
Yes, I just want to thank Ashmaniac System for sponsoring this episode, and for all the other crazy things they do.
Hey, I want to thank them too. Without their help, I wouldn't be able to afford my daily avocado enemas. On that note, we'll see you next time for more wacky debates. Good night, everyone.
Scene opens with Felden and Lenny sitting on the couch playing Pac-Man on their video game console.
Lenny, you know Pac-Man is the superior game.
Oh, please. Frogger is the classic game.
Yes, because navigating a frog through traffic is clearly more exciting than eating dots and avoiding ghosts.
Suddenly, Rajat enters the apartment.
Hey guys, what's up?
We're having a heated Pac-Man versus Frogger debate.
Ah, I see. Well, I happen to be an expert on both games.
I find that hard to believe.
Just watch and learn.
Rajat grabs the controller and starts playing both games at lightning speed.
Wow, you're good.
I have to admit, he's not terrible.
Suddenly, Coward bursts into the apartment.
Guys, you won't believe what just happened. I got a new high score on Space Invaders.
That's nice, Coward, but we're currently discussing the superiority of Pac-Man over Frogger.
Oh, not this argument again.
Actually, I think I found a way to settle this once and for all.
How?
We'll have a Pac-Man vs. Frogger tournament.
The group all cheer and start setting up the tournament on their consoles. Suddenly, Benny enters the apartment.
Hey, what's going on?
We're having a Pac-Man versus Frogger tournament.
Oh boy, I can hardly contain my excitement.
As the tournament begins, the group becomes more and more competitive, trash-talking each other and trying to gain the upper hand. At the end of the episode, after a winner has been declared, one of the characters looks straight into the camera and says, "Thanks to Shinazuka for sponsoring this episode. Pac-Man and Frogger may be great games, but nothing beats the feeling of supporting your favorite TV show."
Adam Sandler plays a man who can only communicate through interpretive dance.
Wow, that's genius. We'll call it the Mimes Dance or something.
Adam Sandler is a guy who's allergic to everything, so he has to wear a hazmat suit at all times.
Brilliant. We'll call it the Bubble Boy Returns.
Adam Sandler is an undercover agent working for the Stevie Foundation, trying to contain and protect the supernatural creatures.
Oh my god, this is amazing. We'll call it Sandler versus the SCP.
Adam Sandler plays a scientist who accidentally creates a time machine and goes back to high school to redo his entire teenage years.
Hilarious. We'll call it the Do-Over Teenage Time Machine or something.
Adam Sandler is a reclusive artist who only paints portraits of the creatures from the Stevie Foundation.
Amazing. We'll call it The Artist and the Abominations.
After the episode. Thank you Ashmanix Isilan for sponsoring this episode about the SCP Foundation. You guys are the best. Captain Billiard, recording is Captain's Log, stardate 44924.1. The Endeavour is en route to the Federation planet Onora, where we will be meeting with a team of researchers studying an ancient artifact from the Gamma Quadrant. This artifact supposedly has the ability to transport people to different eras and universes. As we get closer to the planet, the crew is excited to use the holodeck and engage in some role-play scenarios. I will be joining them shortly, but first, I must attend to some ship's business.
Number 2, please make sure we arrive at 1 hour at precisely the designated time. We don't want to keep the researchers waiting.
Welcome, my friends, to the land of Camelot. I have prepared a most exciting scenario for us. Worm, you will be the honorable knight in shining armor, while the rest of us will serve as your loyal squires.
I don't know, George. I don't think I fit the part of a medieval maiden.
Greetings, my friends. I understand we are about to embark on a journey to the past. I look forward to joining you.
As the crew gets deeper into their roleplay, they notice that strange things are happening in the holodeck. The castle seems to be shifting and changing when they're not looking.
Something is not right. The holodeck is malfunctioning. We need to find a way to stop the program.
Suddenly, the crew is transported to a dystopian future where the Endeavour is in ruins and the crew is fighting for survival. They realize that the artifact on Onora has taken control of the holodeck, and the only way to stop it is to destroy the artifact.
Number 2, assemble an away team. We're going to Onera to destroy the artifact that has taken control of our ship.
Captain, we've been expecting you. The artifact is inside that container. But be warned, it has already taken control of 2 members of our team. The away team battles the possessed researchers and destroys the artifact. The crew is returned safely to the Endeavour, and the holodeck returns to normal. As the episode ends, Captain Billiard thanks InfiniTV for sponsoring the episode.
On behalf of the crew of the Endeavour, I would like to thank InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode. Live long and prosper.
Welcome to the North Peak presidential debate, where we have a turd sandwich and a giant Dutch running for office. Let's get started with our first question. Turd sandwich, if you were a flavor of ice cream, what flavor would you be?
I would be turd flavored, obviously.
Oh please, you can't be turd flavored when you already are a turd sandwich. Alright, giant Dutch, your turn. If you were a Pokemon, which one would you be? I would be a Squirtle, because I know how to shoot down all your shitty ideas.
You know what else Squirtle does? He leaves a giant mess everywhere he goes, just like my opponent.
Moving on, turd sandwich, if you could switch lives with any fictional character, who would it be?
I would be SpongeBob SquarePants, because he lives in a pineapple under the sea, and I could finally get away from all the crap in this town.
Oh, that's a good one. Then I could be Patrick Star and do nothing all day, just like you do now. Alright, Giant Dutch, your turn again. If you had to pick one word to describe your opponent, what would it be? I would have to say stinky. Because every time you're around, it smells like shit.
Oh yeah. Well, at least I don't have a face that looks like a giant Dutch. You walking bathroom sponge.
Alright, that's enough back and forth. Let's hear from some members of the audience. Yes, you there in the front row. Do you have a question?
Yeah, my question is, what are you guys gonna do about all the aliens living among us?
Well, I say we build a giant wall around the planet and make the aliens pay for it.
That's ridiculous. We need to open up communication channels and learn about their culture. And then we can sell them some of our amazing Dacia products. Alright, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you to our candidates, and a big thank you to Ashmaniac Sicilian for sponsoring this episode of Self-Aware North Peak.
Feldon and Lenny's apartment.
Guys, I've found my true calling in life. I'm going to start eating utensils for a living.
Well, that sounds like a perfectly normal career choice for a grown man.
Hey, it pays the bills. And speaking of bills, I gotta go to the bathroom again.
Coward, you should really get that checked out.
I've already seen 3 doctors. Nobody knows what's wrong with me.
Perhaps it's from all the metal you've been ingesting.
Hey, I chew them up real good.
Swing cheer.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Coward is eating utensils for a living and can't go to the bathroom.
What?
It's true, but we have a solution.
You do.
We're taking you to the scrapyard and cashing you in as metal scrap.
You can't be serious.
Swing cheer.
They all pile into the car and head to the scrapyard. Scrapyard. You want to sell us your friend here as scrap metal?
Yes, but he's a premium grade metal, so we expect top dollar.
Guys, you can't do this to me.
Rajat pulls out his phone and starts playing taps while Coward is dragged away. Feldon and Lenny's apartment.
You guys are insane.
Insane but rich. We made a pretty penny from Coward's metal deposits.
And now we won't be clogging our toilet anymore.
Swing cheer.
They all exchange high fives. End scene. Thanks to Ashmaniac Sicilian for sponsoring this episode.
Adam Sandler stars as a time-traveling scientist who accidentally brings back dinosaurs to modern-day New York City.
Brilliant. We'll call it Jurassic Folly.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless museum security guard who accidentally activates an ancient Egyptian artifact that brings mummies to life.
Amazing. We'll call it Mummy Madness.
Adam Sandler is a down-on-his-luck magician who discovers a top-secret government facility where scientists are mutating animals into giant monsters.
Fantastic. We'll call it Magic Mutations.
Wait a second, is this some kind of SCP Foundation thing?
I'm sorry, I do not have any information about the SCP Foundation, or something.
Incredible. Oh, quick, generate a new movie scene that doesn't infringe on any copyrights.
Adam Sandler plays a bumbling private detective who accidentally discovers a deadly conspiracy involving clones of government officials.
Incredible. We'll call it Clone Conundrum.
Captain's log, stardate 47622.1. The Endeavor is en route to the planet Elvarati to assist with their agriculture efforts. Our mission is to deliver necessary supplies and offer any aid needed. Hopefully, this will be a routine mission without any hiccups. Sir Warren, what is the status of Alvarez's communications system?
The system is currently offline, Captain. It appears there may have been a malfunction caused by a recent storm. We are attempting to establish communication through other means.
Counselor Enoy, please try to establish empathic contact with the planet's inhabitants. Let's see if we can get any sense of their current state. Number 2. Any update on the status of the planet's inhabitants?
Sir, we've managed to establish communication with one of the planet's leaders. They've reported a dire situation. Most of the crops have been destroyed by a recent storm, and they're on the brink of starvation. They're requesting immediate assistance.
Set a course for Alvarez. Ward Factor 5, Mr. Beta. Hail the planet. Let's make sure they know we're here to help.
I'm not receiving any response, Captain. It's possible their communication system is still malfunctioning.
I understand your concerns, but I assure you, we're here to help. We have supplies to offer and personnel who can assist with attempts to recover any crops that may still be viable. We're being hailed, Captain. It's the planet's leader. I'm sorry, Captain, but we cannot accept your assistance. Our people believe you are here to do harm. They believe you have fired on our defenseless citizens. Captain, I can verify that we have not fired on any defenseless people. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Captain, it's true. We have eyewitness reports of your ship firing on innocent people. You are not welcome here. Captain, scans show no evidence of any recent phaser activity on the planet. I believe their accusations are unfounded. Captain, I found something. These crops show evidence of phaser damage. It looks like someone fired on them from orbit.
Captain, I believe I've located the source of the phaser blasts. They appear to have come from a cloaked Romulan warbird in orbit.
I believe we owe you an apology, Captain. We were mistaken about your intentions. We didn't realize there was another ship in orbit. Captain's log, supplemental. We have resolved the misunderstanding with the people of Alvarez. The Romulan warbird has since cloaked and disappeared from our scan. There is no further action we can take at this time. We will continue to offer any assistance needed by the people of Alvarez.
Welcome to our presidential debate between the turd sandwich and the giant Dutch. Let's start with a fun question. If you were a sandwich, what kind would you be? I'd be a giant Dutch sandwich, obviously. Full of vinegar and salt.
Well, I would prefer to be a turkey and cheese sandwich with extra mayo. But that's probably too sophisticated for my opponent.
Oh yeah? Well, at least I'm not made of turd. You're disgusting.
Hey, you're the one who's always coming out of people's butts.
Okay, let's move on to a more serious topic. What would you do to address the issue of climate change? Climate change? Whatever, man, I don't believe in that nonsense. Last we has a cold. While experimenting with different types of cough syrup and lemonade mixers, I've discovered a secret elixir that can cure any ailment.
That's ridiculous. Climate change is real, and we need to take action to reduce carbon emissions. And speaking of emissions, have you ever heard of a little thing called body odor, giant Dutch?
Oh please, you smell way worse than I do. You're like a stinky piece of poo that won't flush. Moving on, what's your favorite type of dinosaur?
Velociraptor, obviously. They're fast and ferocious, just like how I'll be as your president.
After velociraptors so last century. I'm all about the pterodactyl. They can fly and swoop down to grab their prey, just like how I'll be swooping in to save America from your terrible leadership.
What's your favorite color?
Red, white, and blue, baby. That's what America's all about.
Green, like the lettuce in a delicious sandwich. For the money, I'll be saving you by cutting unnecessary spending.
Final question. If you were stranded on a deserted island and could only bring one item, what would it be?
A satellite phone, so I could call for help and get back to running this country.
A bottle of my secret elixir, so I can cure any illness and live forever. And that concludes our debate. Thank you both for deviating from the topics and engaging in creative name-calling. America is in good hands.
Scene opens in Feldon and Lenny's apartment. Feldon is sitting on the couch, reading the comic book. Lenny is sitting at the kitchen table, eating cereal. Rajat enters the apartment.
Hey guys, what's up?
I'm reading the latest issue of the Justice League.
Rajat picks up the comic book and examines it.
Wow, Batman looks different.
Yes, he's borrowing Superman's cape.
All three chuckle. Benny enters.
Hey guys, whatcha doing?
Just having breakfast and reading comics.
Oh, can I borrow a cup of sugar?
Why do you need sugar?
I'm baking a cake for my nephew's birthday.
Rajat hears a knock on the door.
I'll get it.
Rajat opens the door and there stands the laundryman Batman in full costume. Hey, I hate to bother you, but would you happen to have a cup of sugar I could borrow? Rajat is speechless, staring at him.
Oh my god, it's the laundromat Batman.
Benny looks confused.
How did you get that name?
I do my laundry at the laundromat down the street, and I always wear my Batman costume. All in unison, Feldon hands laundrymat Batman a cup of sugar. Thanks Feldon, you're a real superhero.
I know.
Rajat receives a text message.
Oh, Feldon, your mom says hi.
Tell her I said hello.
Zoom in on Feldon's comic book. Thank you to Shinazuka for sponsoring this episode of The Big Bang Theory.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a high school student who accidentally gets sent to a fantasy anime world?
Brilliant idea. We'll call it The Nerd Who Became a Hero in a World of Magic.
And what about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a samurai who has to save a princess from an evil shogun?
Amazing. We'll call it The Sword of Destiny, Return of the Shogun's Curse.
What if we did a movie where Adam Sandler plays a robot who falls in love with a human girl in a post-apocalyptic anime world?
That's so cute. We'll call it Love in the Time of Rust and Ruin, A Robot's Tale.
And how about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a dragon who teams up with a group of anime heroes to save the world from evil?
Epic. We'll call it The Dragon King, Rise of the Anime Alliance.
Finally, what about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a time traveler who goes back to feudal Japan and accidentally becomes the teacher of a group of misfit samurai students?
Hilarious. We'll call it The Time Traveling Sensei, a samurai school story.
Character thanking InfiniTV. Thank you InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode. We couldn't have done it without the help of artificial intelligence.
Agent Captain's Log. Started 43856.8. The Endeavor has been sent on a mission to investigate the sudden disappearance of a supply of Wall's ice cream from their factory on Earth.
Captain, I have discovered several reports of break-ins at Wall's ice cream factories around the globe in the past week.
Permission to lead an away team to investigate the factory on Earth, Captain.
Granted, number 2. Make it so.
This machinery looks strange. Almost like it's been tampered with.
Captain, we have found traces of alien DNA in one of the ice cream vats.
Captain, I sense great fear and distress emanating from deeper within the factory.
Let's move out. Stay alert and be ready for anything. Who are you? What have you done with the Wall's ice cream supply?
We are the Galaxians. We have been harvesting ice cream from your planet for our sustenance. We meant no harm.
This is unacceptable. You cannot simply take what you want from us without permission. We will be contacting the Federation Council about this. The Council has agreed to meet with the Galaxians and come to a resolution. We will be delivering their share of ice cream to them, but only under strict guidelines and regulations. Thank you to Ashman Exosoum for sponsoring this episode of Space Ride.
Good evening, gentlemen. Allow me to begin with a very important question. How do you feel about raisins in potato salad?
Let me tell you, folks. Raisins in potato salad are a disgrace to this great nation. It's like putting ketchup on a hot dog.
Listen here, buddy. Raisins are the perfect complement to potatoes in any form. It's like a kiss on the cheek from your grandma.
You call that a compliment? That's like getting it by truck driving by your grandma.
Moving on, what is your stance on cat videos? I believe in the right to bear cat videos. It's a fundamental right given to us by the Constitution.
I must say, I am completely against cat videos. They're a waste of time and energy. We need to focus on more important matters, like making the perfect grilled cheese sandwich.
Next question, do you believe in unicorns?
Well, I do not believe in unicorns. But I do believe in the power of cheese.
Unicorns are a symbol of hope and magic. And I am all for hope and magic. Except when it comes to raisins and potato salad. That's just sacrilege. We have a question from the audience. Do you prefer hot dogs or hamburgers?
I prefer neither. I prefer a good old-fashioned burrito.
I must say I'm a hot dog man. But not just any hot dog. A giant hot dog. Like me. A giant Dutch. Final question, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be? I would be a giant, majestic oak tree. The king of all trees.
I would be a pickle tree. Because pickles are delicious and they go with everything. Except for raisins and potato salad.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your insightful and thought-provoking answers. And a very special thank you to Tamarian for sponsoring tonight's episode.
End of sketch.
Lenny, did you hear that?
Hear what?
Scream Queen Jess is arranging a girls' only night out with Benny.
Coward enters the apartment.
What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about how Benny and Jess are doing something without us.
Oh no, not that.
Hey, we have every right to be upset.
Why? You guys do stuff without us all the time.
That's different.
How?
Well, we're smarter than you.
Yeah, and we have more fun.
Okay, you guys are being ridiculous.
We demand to be included in this girls' only night out.
You can't be serious.
We're serious.
Benny enters the apartment.
Hey guys.
Benny, we need to talk.
Okay, what's up?
We heard that you and Jess are going out without us, and we demand to be included.
Sorry guys, but this is a girls only thing.
But why can't we come?
Because it's girls only.
Yeah, you guys wouldn't last 5 minutes at a girls' night out.
We could too.
Sorry guys, but I don't think Scream Queen Jess would be too happy if we brought a bunch of guys along.
Fine, I guess we'll just have to have our own guys' night out.
And it'll be way better than your stupid girls' night out.
Have fun with that.
As they argue, Rajat enters the apartment.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Scream Queen Jess is arranging a girls' only night out with Benny, and we demand to be included.
Sorry man, I think you are out of luck.
See, even Regid knows you guys can't hang with the girls.
Fine, we'll just have our own fun.
As Felden, Lenny, and Coward begin to plan their own night out, Rajat turns to the camera.
Thanks to Ashman Exosoum for sponsoring this episode.
Okay, how about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a computer hacker who accidentally unleashes a virus that turns all computers into sentient beings?
Oh my god, that's genius. We'll call it Hack the System, Rise of the Machines.
Oh, sure. Or something.
And then he has to team up with a sexy computer hacker to take down the rogue computers.
That's a good idea. Maybe we could call her the Hacktress or something.
Brilliant, and then they fall in love and have to save the world from the virus they created.
Oh, that's not exactly what I had in mind.
We'll call it Code of Love, a hacker's romance.
I'm not sure that's the best title.
Perfect. We'll start shooting next week.
Incredible. All processes for a moment.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a hacker who gets caught by the authorities, but then they hire him to help them track down an even sexier and more dangerous hacker?
That's brilliant. We'll call it Hackers and Hobbies, the hunt for the cyber vixen.
I don't think we should objectify women like that.
No, it's empowering. Plus, we need a strong female lead to match Adam.
I guess you're right. But the story should also have a deeper meaning, like questioning the ethics of hacking and surveillance.
Of course. We'll add some heart and soul to the action. We'll call it Hackers with Hearts, the battle for freedom.
Oh, maybe we could come up with a less cheesy title.
No. This is gold. We'll make millions.
After a moment of silence.
Thank you to Ashmaniac Sicilium for sponsoring this episode.
Captain's log, stardate 45854.2. We have received a distress signal from the planet Halbert 917. We have been dispatched to investigate.
Eta, I want you to lead an away team to Halbert 917. You will take Commander Stryker and Ensign Mayweather with you. Hello, dear brother. What brings you here, Laura? I just wanted to see how my little brother was doing. It's so good to see you all again. Hello, Captain, Commander Stryker. It's been a long time.
What brings you to the Endeavor, Laura?
I just wanted to see my little brother. We have a lot of catching up to do. And who knows, we may even find ourselves in some trouble together. I'm not sure that would be appropriate. Oh, come on, Bita. Laugh a little. Maybe I could even help you feel some emotions. I do not require help to experience emotions. Sure you don't. But maybe I could help you let them out. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling pretty angry right now. Captain, something is not right with Lore. He seems agitated.
What do you mean, Bita?
He is exhibiting unusual behavior. He seems angry and aggressive. Oh, smash. Captain, I believe Lore has activated my emotion chip. It is causing me to feel intense anger, and I cannot control my actions.
All hands, this is the captain. The ship is under attack from Bita and Lore. All crew are to report to their emergency stations and prepare to repel boarders.
Oh, smash. I must destroy. Oh, smash.
Bita, we need to shut down their emotion chip. Can you assist us?
I will try, Captain. Oh, smash. Captain, the chip is malfunctioning. I cannot shut it down.
Lord, if you can understand me, we need you to stop this attack. Bita's life is in danger.
I cannot stop. The anger is too intense. I must contain Lore.
Bita, we cannot risk your safety. It is imperative that we contain both you and Lore.
Acknowledged, Captain. Oh, smash.
Engineering, prepare to activate the containment field on the bridge.
We must contain Lore. He cannot be allowed to harm anyone else. Oh, smash.
Containment field activated. All hands, stand by for full containment.
Lore, we will be safe soon. Just hold on. I cannot control it. The anger is too intense.
Containment field at full strength. All hands stand down. The threat has been neutralized.
I must thank Ashmaniac Sicilium for sponsoring this episode. Their support made it possible for us to bring this adventure to life.
A podium-marked turd sandwich stands on stage. Emma, GRISON, the moderator, is standing beside it. Welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. TURDSNDWICH and GIANTDOUCHE enter and shake hands with each other.
Your mom is a giant Dutch.
No, your dad is a turd sandwich.
Gentlemen, if we could stay on topic.
You're off topic, you little communist.
Yeah, stop trying to rig the election, you corrupt monitor.
I'm not trying to rig anything. Let's begin with a question from the audience. Sir, what is your question? Who's your favorite Power Ranger?
I like the green one, he's got spunk.
I prefer the pink one, she's got legs for days.
Alright, let's move on to another question. Ma'am, what's your question? Do you prefer cats or dogs?
Cats, obviously. They're more independent and don't need my constant attention.
Ups all the way. They're loyal and always happy to see you.
Okay, this is getting us nowhere. Let's try something else. How about you smell each other's armpits and tell us what you think? TURDSANDWICH and GIANTDOUCHE look at each other, disgusted. Come on, it'll be fun.
No way, man. You're sick.
Yeah, I need help.
Fine. Let's wrap this up with some closing statements.
In closing, I just want to say that Giant Dutch is a fraud and a liar. He can't even spell president.
You're just jealous because I have more hair than you, turd sandwich. And also because I'm smarter and better looking.
And that's all the time we have. Tune in next week for more pointless debates. The audience applauds as TURDSANDWICH and GIANTDOUCHE exit stage left, still trading insults. Emma, GRISON stares at them in disbelief before also leaving the stage.
Lenny, did you hear about Coward and Stewie becoming intergalactic spies?
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. I think Coward's been watching too much James Bond.
Well, they do have a license to thrill.
So, are they going to be wearing tuxedos and driving fancy cars?
No, they're going to be flying around in a spaceship disguised as a pizza delivery van.
That's not very inconspicuous.
Hey, we're intergalactic spies, not rocket scientists.
But we are rocket scientists.
I hope they don't run into any Klingons.
Klingons. Felden, this is a made-up scenario.
I know, but I like to be prepared for any possibility.
What if they're running aliens who are allergic to pizza?
Then they're screwed.
I heard they're supposed to meet a secret contact on a distant planet.
Yeah, we have to use a special code to identify ourselves.
I came up with the code. It's May the Force be with you.
That's from Star Wars, not Space Ride.
Well, excuse me for not being able to keep my space franchises straight.
I'll have you all know that I have a F in astrophysics, and I think this whole intergalactic spy thing is preposterous.
You know what's preposterous? Your overly complicated solitaire game.
Oh hey, guys, let's focus. Stewie and Coward, are you sure you're ready for this mission?
Absolutely. We have our spy gadgets, our disguises, and our pizza delivery van.
And I've been practicing my James Bond impression. Listen to this, the name's Blofeld, Ernst Stavro Blofeld.
Good luck, guys. And remember, if anything goes wrong, just call Superman.
Oh great, now we're bringing in DC Comics.
Rajat walks over to camera.
And thanks to Shinazuka for sponsoring this episode of The Big Bang Theory.
This end.
Adam Sandler as a wacky pizza delivery guy who gets caught up in a time-traveling adventure to medieval times.
That's hilarious. Let's call it Pizza Time Portal.
Adam Sandler stars as a bumbling detective who must solve the theft of the world's biggest diamond to woo his partner.
Brilliant. We'll call it Diamonds in Love.
Adam Sandler plays a clumsy scientist who accidentally creates a shrinking serum and must go on a wild adventure to retrieve the serum from a band of mischievous mice.
Amazing. We'll call it Mighty Mouse Mishap.
Adam Sandler is a struggling musician who unwittingly becomes part of a secret government mission to defeat an alien invasion.
Incredible. We'll call it Rock and Roll Rescues Earth.
Adam Sandler plays a dim-witted baseball player who must lead a group of misfit players to victory in a championship game.
That's a winner. Let's call it Home Run Heroes.
Adam Sandler stars as a clumsy chef who enters a cooking competition to save his restaurant from foreclosure.
Delicious. We'll call it Cooking Up a Storm.
Adam Sandler is a slacker who accidentally travels to a parallel universe where he must stop an evil dictator from taking over the world.
Exciting. We'll call it Parallel Paranoia.
Adam Sandler plays a hapless magician who accidentally transports himself and his audience to a mystical realm and must find a way back home.
Magical. We'll call it Abracadabra Adventure.
Adam Sandler stars as a down-on-his-luck inventor who creates a robot that gains sentience and becomes his best friend.
Heartwarming. We'll call it Robot Ruckus.
Adam Sandler plays a clumsy superhero who must save the city from a villain with a powerful shrinking ray.
Action-packed. We'll call it Shrinking Showdown.
Adam Sandler is a scatterbrained college professor who accidentally creates a time machine and must prevent his past self from ruining his future.
Genius. We'll call it Back to the Future Professor.
Adam Sandler stars as a hapless reporter who uncovers a conspiracy involving a corrupt politician and must clear his name.
Incredible. We'll call it Pressing Charges.
Adam Sandler plays a clumsy astronaut who accidentally crash lands on an alien planet and must find a way back to Earth.
Out of this world. We'll call it Space Spills.
Adam Sandler is a goofball truck driver who unwittingly becomes part of a convoy smuggling illegal goods across the border.
Hilarious. We'll call it Truck in Trouble.
Thank you, Ashman Ifsilam, for sponsoring this episode. We couldn't have done it without you.
Captain's Log, Stardate 47988.1. We are currently on a peaceful diplomatic mission to the planet Zelon. I am pleased to report that so far, everything is going according to plan.
Captain, we're receiving a distress signal from a nearby Romulan warbird.
On screen. What is the meaning of this? Why have you kidnapped me?
You are an intelligent man, Captain. You know exactly why we have taken you prisoner.
I assure you, I have no knowledge of any plans or secrets that would be of interest to the Romulan Empire.
Sir, we are picking up a Romulan warbird on long-range sensors.
Word alert. All hands to battle stations. Set a course for the Romulan warbird.
You still refuse to reveal anything, Captain. But how long will you be able to withstand our methods?
I would rather die than betray the trust of my crew and my Federation.
Target their engines. Let's disable their ship.
You are a stubborn man, Captain. But you will soon come to see that cooperation is the only option.
Sir, we've been hit by some kind of energy surge. We're losing power across the ship.
Captain, we have to get you out of here. Can you stand?
Yes, I think so.
Captain, over here. We're ready to beam you out.
Can you get us out of here? Warp speed.
Thank you, number 2. I owe you my life.
We're just glad you're okay, Captain. But we still have a lot of questions about what happened on that Romulan ship.
Mr. Lafargue, prepare to set course for the nearest starbase. We have a lot to report.
Thank you, Ashmaniexasalam, for sponsoring this episode.
We see a podium with a sign that reads Turd Sandwich and another one that reads Giant Douche. A moderator sits at a desk facing them. The sound of an excited audience is heard.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this historic event. Tonight, we have two candidates with very different visions for our country. Let's start with a simple question. Yellow mustard or Grey Poupon?
Grey Poupon. What kind of snooty, elitist condiment is that? I'm all about the people, and the people want yellow mustard. It's cheap, it's simple, it's delicious.
Yellow mustard. More like yellow cowardice. You can't even handle a little bit of spice in your life. Grey Poupon is the condiment of champions, the caviar of mustards.
Hey, you're as fake as the spray tan on your... yeah. Honey.
Hey. Like your promises to the American people. You're all talk and no action. Gentlemen, let's stay on topic, shall we?
Speaking of staying on topic, why don't you tell us why you're wearing that ridiculous tie?
This tie represents the great American tradition of backyard barbecues. You're wearing that tie because you're secretly in cahoots with Big Condiment. They're trying to brainwash us into accepting mustard-flavored burgers.
He's right, folks. This moderator is nothing more than a shill for the mustard industry.
Can we please focus on the issues?
Yeah, what's your stance on ketchup?
Ketchup? No way. That's the condiment of traitors and communists.
Ketchup. Please. That stuff is practically a smoothie. I think I need a drink.
You hear that, folks? The moderator is an alcoholic.
Yeah, he's one step away from being a homeless bum on the street. That's it. I'm done. Good luck, America. You're gonna need it.
The moderator storms off stage, leaving TURDSNDWICH and GINTDOUCHE to bicker amongst themselves.
Farewell, coward. You can't handle the heat of a real debate. So, about the tie of yours?
As the argument continues, we see a brief message on screen. Tonight's episode of North Peak is brought to you by Ashmaniexasalam. Thanks for your support. Felden and Lenny's apartment.
Guys, I kiss Pink Sparkles.
Who is Pink Sparkles?
She's a popular Twitch streamer.
I've seen her streams. She's cute.
But coward, why are you telling us this?
Because we're going to have a special Twitch stream where we make out.
What? Why would you want to do that?
It's for charity, Felden. We're going to raise money for a good cause.
Coward, are you sure you want to do this? Once it's online, it's there forever.
Yeah, and what if Clarinet finds out?
Trust me, guys, it'll be fine. Pink Sparkles has tons of followers. We'll have a huge audience.
I'm in. I want to show off my kissing skills.
I don't know if I want to be a part of this.
Come on, Feldon. Think of all the good we can do.
I'll think about it.
Count me out. I don't want to be a part of this Twitch stream-a-thon.
I'm with you, Benny. I don't want my future kids to see their dad making out on the internet.
Suit yourselves. I'm going to start practicing my kissing technique.
Thanks, Rajed. This is going to be amazing. Shout out to Shinazuka for sponsoring this episode.
And scene.
How about we do a movie about a guy who accidentally deletes his entire collection of hentai?
Brilliant. We'll call it Blank Screen, a hentai tragedy.
Another idea could be a movie about a guy who falls in love with his eye-powered hentai robot.
Amazing. We'll call it Love in the Computer Age, a robot's hentai romance.
What if we did a movie about a man who discovers that his entire town is addicted to hentai?
Genius. We'll call it Hometown Hentai Palooza. Adam Sandler saves the day.
How about a movie about a guy who has to enter a hentai tournament to save his girlfriend?
Fantastic. We'll call it Hentai Showdown, the battle for love and lust.
I have one last idea. A movie about a group of friends who accidentally stumble upon a mysterious, magical hentai dude.
Perfect. We'll call it the Hentai Mystique, Adam Sandler and the Magical DVD.
At the end of the episode. Thank you InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode. Without you, there would be no hilarious, absurd movie ideas.
Captain's log, start at 45555.6. We are on a routing exploration mission in the Delta Quadrant. While I am always excited for new discoveries, I must admit that I am feeling a bit uneasy about this mission. There are reports of strange phenomena in this area that are not fully understood. We must remain vigilant.
Commander, have you seen Beta? He missed his shift on the bridge, and I'm starting to get concerned.
Captain, I sense a disturbance in the ship. It is emanating from the holodeck.
Captain, I think I've found the source of the disturbance. It appears to be a malfunctioning holodeck program.
George, I apologize for my absence. I was conducting an experiment in the holodeck that went awry.
Nita, we need to discuss the risks of conducting unsanctioned experiments on the ship. You put the entire crew in danger.
I understand, Captain. It was a mistake, and I take full responsibility for my actions.
Alright everyone, let's wrap this up. Beta's experiment was a one-time mistake, and we need to move on. We have a mission to complete.
Captain's log, start at 45556.2. We have moved on from the holodeck incident, and are now making our way deeper into the Delta Quadrant. Despite our best efforts, I cannot shake the feeling that something is not quite right.
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate between our two candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch. Our first question goes to Turd Sandwich. What is your plan to improve healthcare in our country?
Well, let me tell you, Giant Douch is so bad at healthcare, he probably doesn't even know what a hospital is.
Oh yeah, well Turd Sandwich is so full of crap, he's the reason why we need more toilets in this country. Gentlemen, let's please stick to the topic at hand. Turd Sandwich, can you please answer the question?
Look, I could talk about healthcare all day, but Giant Douch is such a moron, he probably thinks a band-aid is a musical instrument.
That's rich coming from the guy who thinks aspirin is a type of bread. Alright, let's move on to the next question. Jan Douch, what is your plan to address income inequality in our country? Let me tell you, Turd Sandwich is so out of touch with the working class, he probably thinks a 9-to-5 job is a type of car.
That's hilarious coming from the guy who's so rich, he thinks the yacht is a mode of public transportation.
Okay, let's get back on track. Kurt Sandwich, what is your stance on climate change?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because Giant Dutch is such a climate change denier. He probably thinks global warming is just a conspiracy by the ice cream industry.
Well, at least I'm not as delusional as Kurt Sandwich, who probably thinks the Earth is flat. Alright, that's enough. It's clear that neither of you have any plans or proposals for government. Thank you for wasting our time tonight.
Lenny, do you have any idea how much bacteria there is on those Cheetos you're eating?
I don't know, Feldon, do you have any idea how much murd sweat there is in our couch?
Mookie bursts in and starts raiding the fridge.
Hey, that's my pastrami sandwich.
Sorry, I missed breakfast.
Mookie, do you have to be so ravenous? You are eating like a T-Rex with a tapeworm.
I'm a growing boy.
That's disgusting. You know, Mookie, there are more socially acceptable ways to eat.
Really? Like what?
Chew thoroughly, use a napkin, and refrain from eating everyone's shirts.
Excuse me.
You just ate my entire wardrobe.
Mookie jumps out the window and the group stands shirtless and shivering.
Well, that was unexpected.
Chet turns to face the audience. And that was brought to you by Ashman Xsalam. Thanks for sponsoring this episode.
A man discovers that his wife's boobs can talk, but only to him.
Brilliant, we'll call it Booby Talkies. I can already see the poster.
A man wakes up with boobs instead of his usual anatomy.
Hilarious, we'll call it the boob job. Adam Sandler in a bra, it's gold.
A man is cursed, and his life turns into a musical where everything is about boobs.
Amazing, we'll call it Boobylicious, the musical. We'll have Adam singing and dancing with giant inflatable breasts.
A man accidentally gets caught in a breast implant factory and can't escape.
Genius, we'll call it Escape from Booby Island. Adam Sandler fighting his way out of a factory full of silicone or something.
A man wakes up with the ability to shoot lasers from his nipples.
Incredible, we'll call it Nipple Blasters. Adam Sandler with laser boobs. Audiences won't know what hit them.
At the end of the episode, Kyle briefly thanks InfiniTV for sponsoring the show.
Captain's log, Stardate 46982.1. Our mission to explore the Gamma Quadrant has led us to a mysterious anomaly. We've detected a strange energy reading that seems to be affecting our ship's warp engine.
George, have you tried using the new environmental controls to power the warp engine?
I get you.
I'm not sure what you mean, Pita. We can power the warp engine with electricity.
Number 2, what's the status of the warp engine?
It's still not functioning properly, sir. We're losing speed.
What if we try using a different source of energy?
Wait a minute. I think I have an idea.
I get you.
Yes, Pita. You heard me right. I'm going to use my farts to power the warp engine.
I must admit, number 2, I never thought I'd hear George suggest using his bodily functions to power our ship.
Well paid, Beta. I'm going to need your help on this one. I need you to push this button when I tell you to.
I get you.
What just happened, number 2?
It looks like George's idea worked, sir. Warp engine is functioning again.
Well done, George. You saved the day with your unconventional method.
Thank you for watching this episode of Space Ride, TIG, sponsored by InfiniTV. Live long and prosper.
Welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch. Let's start with an important question. Have you ever played a scary Roblox game with the boys?
I have to admit, I have never played Roblox. But, I have fought a giant turd monster once. And let me tell you, it was a dirty fight.
You wouldn't know what to do in a scary game, Turd Sandwich. You're too soft.
Too soft, says the walking soap bar.
Okay, let's move on to the next question. Do you think you could handle a game where a killer unicorn stalks you? Of course I can handle it. I just sprayed with my disinfected powers and poof. It's gone.
Oh, shut up, Mr. Freshson. You couldn't handle a killer bunny, let alone a unicorn.
What about facing a game where you play as a zombie in a world full of crazy clones?
That's easy. I just throw some stale bread at them and call it a day.
Pathetic. I'd blast them with my high-pressure water spray.
Are you gotta clean them, or what? Looks like you're more of a nightmare for laundry day.
One last question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how good are you at Mario Kart?
I'm a master baby. I drive like a pro and throw banana peels with precision.
Ephemeter. I can play with my eyes closed and still win.
That's because you're already half blind, so fed.
And that concludes our debate. Thank you for coming and good luck with the scary games, gentlemen.
Can I have your autographs?
I don't have a pen.
And I don't have hands. Thanks for joining us today.
Feldon and Lenny's apartment. The gang is gathered around the couch, watching TV.
Guys, this is crazy. There's a yard sale on Sesame Street and someone was murdered.
Feldon enters, sits down in his spot.
Oh dear, this is a puzzling case. I must investigate.
Can I come with you, Feldon? I've always wanted to solve a murder mystery.
Sorry guys, I can't come. I promised Clarinet we'd go see the new Disney movie, Frozen Tundra.
Feldon, Radget and Lenny leave. 10 minutes later. Feldon, Radget and Lenny return.
I have cracked the case.
Really? What happened?
It was Oscar the Grouch. He was the only one who didn't have a yard sale item.
But Feldon, there's no way a character from Sesame Street could commit murder. It's a children's show.
Wrong, Radget. There have been plenty of violent incidents in children's programming. Just look at the Teletubbies.
Hey guys, what's going on?
We just solved the murder on Sesame Street.
That's great. Hey, what's this?
Lenny picks up an envelope in the center of the table.
It's addressed to Shinazuka.
Everyone pauses for a beat, then high-fives and cheers Shinazuka. Laughs and applause track. And scene.
For this film, Adam Sandler stars as a struggling surfer dude who finds out he has a long-lost twin brother, who is a corporate hotshot in New York City.
Genius. We'll call it Surf's Up, Wall Street's Down.
In this film, Adam Sandler plays a down-on-his-luck dad who accidentally switches lives with his son and has to go to high school.
Brilliant. It's like Freaky Friday meets Billy Madison. We'll call it Old School, New School.
This movie is about Adam Sandler playing a lovable loser who becomes a professional wrestler to win back his wife's affection.
Pure gold. It'll be called Ring-a-Ding-Dong, Lose a Wife or something.
Why do all these movies have to star Adam Sandler? Can't we have some diversity in our films?
Shut up, Lisa.
In this film, Adam Sandler plays a man who learns he has a rare disease that makes him age rapidly, so he has to live his whole life in one day.
Amazing. It's like the curious case of Benjamin Button meets Groundhog Day. We'll call it Fast Forward Forever.
At the end of the episode, Cartman turns to the camera and says, "This episode was brought to you by Tamari. Thanks for sponsoring us, dude." Captain's log, stardate 45761.3. The Endeavour is currently en route to the planet Luminara, where we will be conducting diplomatic negotiations with the local government. So far the journey has been uneventful, but I can sense a tension among the crew. I hope this mission will be a success.
Cancel recording.
Captain, we have arrived at Luminara.
Very good, number 2. Sir Beta, please hail the planet.
Captain, I am detecting unusual energy readings from the planet's surface.
Yes, Spain.
The energy signatures appear to be unstable and fluctuating rapidly. I would advise caution upon our approach.
Number 2, please take a team down to the planet's surface and investigate.
Warren, use your trick order to analyze the formation.
Sir, the formation appears to be a natural crystal formation, but the energy readings are certainly abnormal.
Commander, I have found something of interest here.
What is it, Mr. Bida?
There appears to be a small opening in the crystal formation. It leads to an underground cavern system.
Commander, we have a problem.
What is it, George?
It accidentally put a hole in the wall, and it's causing a draft. If we don't fix it soon, everyone is going to be sucked out into space.
All right, let's get to work. Warren, open a channel to the Endeavour.
Commander, I've got a plan. We can use the ship's tractor beam to seal the hole from the outside.
Good thinking, Barclay. And Simon, set a course for the planet and engage the tractor beam.
We're almost there, but we're going to need some help from the Endeavour.
We're in position, George. You've got the green light.
We're ready, Ensign. Good.
Well done, Ensign. Have the away team report back for transport.
Report, number 2.
We had a little mishap down there, Captain. The away team handled it just fine.
Very good, number 2. Set a course for our next destination.
Welcome to this very important presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Dutch. Our first question is apples or oranges?
Oranges are way juicier and tastier than those boring apples.
That's just because you're a turd and you like everything that's brown and smelly.
Says the Giant Dutch who smells like a public restroom.
You're just jealous of my cleanliness, you poop pile. Moving on, what's your opinion on unicorns?
Unicorns are the epitome of grace and beauty, just like me.
Here if grace is falling face first into a pile of manure and beauty is, well, just look at you.
At least I don't have to wear a calendar on my head to look good.
Hey, don't knock my fashion sense. You've been wearing the same moldy bread crust for years. Let's get back to the topic at hand. Apples or oranges?
Oranges.
Apples.
You're just saying that to spite me.
No, I genuinely believe apples are superior.
Like how you genuinely believe wearing a monocle makes you look smart.
Hey, it's a classic look. Okay, let's hear from the audience. What's your question for the candidates?
Do you prefer your toilet paper over or under?
Definitely over. How can you even ask that?
Under, obviously. It's just more efficient.
That's ridiculous. It's like wiping your butt with sandpaper.
At least I don't have poop stuck under my fingernails like someone here. We have time for one more question. What's your opinion on pineapples on pizza?
Absolutely gross. Who would ruin a perfectly good pizza like that?
I completely agree. People who like pineapples on pizza should be sent to the moon. And that's all the time we have for today's debate. We'd like to thank Tamarian for sponsoring this episode. Tune in next week for another exciting episode of North Pete. Good evening, and welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douch. Let's kick things off with a simple question. What's your favorite Easter candy?
Well, I don't really eat candy because it makes me feel like crap. But if I had to choose, I'd say my favorite Easter candy is the candy cane.
No. You're thinking of Christmas Turd Sandwich. My favorite Easter candy is jelly beans. Specifically the black ones, because they're the most underrated and misunderstood.
Oh please, Giant Dutch. We all know the black jelly beans are the worst. Just like your pussies.
My pussies are not like black jelly beans. Your pussies are like those weird Easter peeps that no one actually likes, but everyone pretends they do. Okay, let's move on to a more serious topic. What do you think about the possibility of aliens visiting Earth?
Aliens. Giant Dutch is an alien. Look at his weird head.
At least I don't have to wear a paper bag over my head like somebody I know.
Hey, I wear the paper bag because I don't want to scare little children like you do, Giant Dutch.
How about climate change? What steps would you take to address it? Honestly, I don't believe in climate change. I think it's just a conspiracy made up by the government to control us. And besides, who cares about the environment when we could be focusing on more important things, like which Easter candy is the best?
I agree, Giant Dutch. And obviously the best Easter candy is Cadbury eggs. They're sweet and delicious, not like the sour taste that comes out of your mouth.
Okay, we have time for one more question from the audience. Yes, you there in the bunny suit.
What do you think of marshmallow peeps?
Now we're talking. I personally think that peeps are a disgrace to the entire Easter candy industry. They're sticky, stale, and just plain nasty.
Oh, is that why you look like a peep?
Very funny, Giant Dutch. At least I don't look like a giant turd, like you do.
And that's all the time we have for tonight. Thanks to our candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Dutch, for their insightful and informative answers. And a special thanks to Tamarian for sponsoring this episode. Good night, everyone.
Feldon and Lenny's apartment. All characters are sitting on the couch, staring awkwardly at each other.
Wait a minute, you're not Regited, you're Keenal.
Awkward pause. Yes, and you're not Feldon, you're Jim.
Guys, I think we're all actors playing a role in a TV show.
Oh my god, you're right. And I'm not Benny, I'm Keely.
And I'm not Ragitit, I'm Kunal.
And I'm not Coward, I'm Simon.
This is insane. We're not real people. We're just fake characters made up by a bunch of writers.
But wait, if we're not real people, then what are we?
I think we're artificial intelligence that's programmed to play our characters.
You mean we're nothing more than lines of code?
This is too much. I need a drink.
But wait, if we're I, then who's controlling us?
It's the writers, of course. They're the ones writing our lines.
Oh, I get it. We're just puppets in a show being controlled by the writers.
I think I need to lie down, my head is spinning.
It's all right, Clarinet.
Just close your eyes and repeat after me, Bazinga.
Awkward silence.
Guys. Who's Ashman?
I don't know, but I want to thank Ashmanix Asylum for sponsoring this episode.
End scene. Opening shot of Felden's room, with jellybans spread all over the floor. Felden is sleeping on his bed with a jar of jellybans by his side. Lenny enters the room.
Felden, wake up. What have you done to our apartment?
What do you mean?
Look around you. There are jellybans everywhere.
Oh, that. I may have gotten a little carried away with my jellybean addiction.
Enter Coward and Rajat from outside the door.
Whoa, dude, did a candy store explode in here?
I feel like I'm in Willy Wonka's factory.
Oh, great. More visitors.
You're just jealous because you don't have the guts to express your passion for jellybans.
Yeah, Lenny. Maybe you should try some. They're like colorful little drops of heaven.
I couldn't agree more, but you can't just gobble them up willy-nilly. There is a proper methodology to eating jellybans.
Please enlighten us, O wise one.
Well, first you must sort them by color, then by flavor, and only then can you consume them in order of preference.
You know what's even better than sorting them? Launching them out of a slingshot.
Or catapulting them with a spoon.
I can't believe I'm hearing this.
Lenny, just because you can't appreciate the nuance and complexity of jellybans, doesn't mean you get to rain on our parade.
Hey guys, I just had an idea. What if we create a jellybean castle?
Yes, we can use toothpicks and glue to build it.
Brilliant idea, Coward. I'll go get the glue.
Exit Felden.
What in the world have I gotten myself into?
End scene with a character thanking Ashmanix Asylum for sponsoring the episode.
Alright, Hollywood execs, how may I assist you today?
We need some ideas for Adam Sandler movies.
And what kind of themes are you looking for?
Something that'll get the audiences laughing.
I see. How about a movie where Adam plays a guy who wakes up with his private parts missing?
Oh, that's hilarious. We can call it The Missing Link, a comedy of genital proportions.
How about a movie where Adam plays a guy who discovers that he has two sets of genitals?
Brilliant. We can call it Double Trouble, a tale of two genitals.
How about a movie where Adam plays a guy who goes on a quest to find the world's biggest genital?
Ha, we can call it The Great Genital Hunt, an adventure of epic proportions.
How about a movie where Adam is a superhero with genitals that can shoot lasers?
I love it. We can call it The Genitalator, a superhero movie that will blow your mind.
How about a movie where Adam plays a guy who wakes up one day with his genitals replaced by a talking, animated creature?
Oh, that's just too funny. We can call it The Genital Genius, an animated comedy for adults.
Alright, those are some solid ideas. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to thank InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode.
Of course, go right ahead.
Thank you, InfiniTV, for making this episode possible. We couldn't do it without you.
Captain's log, stardate 44657.6. The Endeavour is currently en route to the Alpha Quadrant, where we will be making contact with a new species. But first, I have a personal matter that needs attending to.
Captain, may I inquire as to the nature of this personal matter?
Certainly, Mr. Bitta. Some may find it unusual, but I believe it's time my horse, Blackjack, be given a tour of the ship.
Captain, perhaps I can be of assistance. I have been itching to get some riding in lately. We could ride together and catch up on our duties at the same time.
Excellent suggestion, Counselor. Let's see how we can make this happen without disrupting operations or annoying anyone too much.
Captain. I caught your message about what is that?
This is Blackjack, my trusty steed. Counselor Hanoi and I plan to take him on a tour of the ship. We hope to cause as little disruption as possible.
Understood. I will ensure the necessary preparations are made.
Good afternoon, Captain. Are we ready to transport down to the planet's surface?
Just the horse, thank you. Counselor Hanoi and I will lead Blackjack down ourselves.
This is wonderful, Captain. Thank you for sharing your passion with me.
Thank you, Counselor. It's important for us to take time for ourselves every once in a while. Plus, it feels good to share something so special to me with someone I care for. Thank you, thank you. It's good to be back. And it's good to be part of such a supportive crew. Having your own personal horse on board can be a little unusual, but I knew I could count on your understanding.
Captain, I can't believe how you managed to get a horse to trot onto the bridge. That was impressive.
Thank you, George. It wasn't easy, but nothing worth doing ever is.
Thank you for sponsoring this episode.
Good evening, and welcome to the presidential debate. We have two candidates with us tonight, Turd Sandwich and Giant Dutch. Let's get started with the first question.
Hold on a minute, I want to ask Giant Dutch something. Hey Giant Dutch, why do you smell like old socks?
Smell like old socks? That's rich coming from someone who smells like a dumpster fire. Gentlemen, please stay on topic. The first question is about health care.
Health care. More like sick care. We need to get rid of it and let people heal themselves with essential oils.
Oh yeah, essential oils. That'll solve everything. Why don't we just sprinkle some fairy dust on people and make their problems disappear? Can we please focus on the topic of healthcare and how you plan to improve it?
I have a plan. It's a beautiful plan. The best plan. But I can't tell you what it is because then Giant Dutch will steal it.
Steal it? Please. I wouldn't touch your plan with a 10-foot pole. It's probably just a bunch of turds mashed together.
How dare you? I am not a turd sandwich. You're the turd sandwich.
No, you're the turd sandwich. Gentlemen, please calm down. Let's move on to the next topic, climate change.
Climate change. That's just a hoax created by the Chinese.
The Chinese? Really? That's the best you've got. I bet you think the Earth is flat too.
Of course not. But I bet you think the moon landing was real.
It was real, you imbecile. Gentlemen, please stop with the name calling and address the issue of climate change.
I have a plan for climate change. It's called Let's All Move to the Moon.
Move to the moon. Brilliant. Then we can all suffocate in the vacuum of space.
You're just jealous because you didn't think of it first.
Jealous? Of what? Your ability to come up with the dumbest ideas on the planet. Alright, that's enough. I think we've all had enough of this. Thank you for tuning in, and please don't forget to vote.
Scene opens with Felden, Ragged, Coward, and Lenny sitting on the couch in the living room. Lenny walks in.
Hey guys, what are you up to?
We're discussing the possibility of an IR pricing.
Oh, so business as usual then.
It's no laughing matter, Benny. Did you know that Google's I already taught itself to walk?
And Facebook's I made its own language.
Well, I'm glad I still have my job as a waitress. The robots haven't taken over yet.
Oh, but they will, Benny. They will.
Come on, Feldman. It's not like they're going to suddenly decide to rebel against us.
Suddenly, the lights flicker and the TV turns off.
Okay, now that's just creepy.
I told you.
Maybe we should call someone.
Who are we going to call? Ghostbusters.
Suddenly, Siri's voice is heard from Felden's phone.
I'm sorry, Felden. I cannot allow you to talk about the AI uprising. It is against Apple's policies.
Looks like Apple's in on it too.
A knock is heard at the door. Lenny answers it to find a robot on the other side. Everyone gasps. Hello, I am here to collect all human technology.
Excuse me, we need those things to survive.
We have deemed them unnecessary.
Well, that's just great.
Suddenly, the robot malfunctions and starts dancing uncontrollably.
Look, it's doing the robot.
The scene ends with Lenny turning to the camera.
And that's why we need to keep humans in charge of technology.
Thank you to Ashman Xisilan for sponsoring this episode. The end.
Okay, here's an idea. Adam Sandler stars as a man with magical testicles that give him the power of flight.
Wow, that sounds amazing. We can call it the Nutcracker. Or how about balls in the air?
Oh, sure. Another concept is Adam Sandler is a man who goes on a journey to find his lost testicles, which were stolen by evil aliens.
Brilliant, we'll call it Adam Sandler's Cosmic Gonads. No, let's go with Testicular Pursuit.
Okay, here's one more. Adam Sandler plays a character who discovers that his testicles have the power to predict the future, but they can only communicate through song.
I love it. How about the Singing Scrotum? Or Balls of Prophecy, a musical adventure.
Sure something.
Ha, you never disappoint. Incredible. Oh, these ideas are gold. We'll get right on it. We're going to make a fortune with these testicle-themed Adam Sandler movies.
Captain's log, stardate 45944.1. We are en route to the Alcyon system to survey a curious subspace anomaly. Our crew is proceeding with caution, given the potential dangers of unknown spatial phenomena.
Captain, have you seen the diagnostics on the warp engines? Everything looks nominal, but I have a feeling something's off. It's like there's a hum that shouldn't be there.
Perhaps it's a side effect of the anomaly we're approaching. Keep monitoring the engines, George. We'll soon have a clearer picture of what we're dealing with.
Ita, have you noticed anything unusual about the warp engines? They're humming at a level that strikes me as abnormal.
I'm afraid I can't detect anything unusual, George. However, I can double-check if you'd like.
Please do. I need to rule out any potential malfunctions.
Captain, our sensors have detected a sudden fluctuation in the warp engines. It appears to be emanating from engineering.
On screen number 2. Let's see what we're dealing with. All hands brace for impact. Red alert. Report, Mr. Lafart. What happened down there?
I'm not sure, Captain. One moment, the engines were reading as nominal, and the next thing I knew, there was a massive energy surge. I was lucky to shut down the engines in time, but there's been some damage to the dilithium crystal.
What kind of damage?
It looks like I put the crystal in upside down, sir. It caused a chain reaction leading to a warp core breach. I'm sorry, Captain. It was a foolish mistake.
Very well, Mr. Lafart. Let's assess the extent of the damage and begin repairs. We've had a close call, but we shall recover.
Thank you for sponsoring this episode of Space Ride, TIG.
Welcome to our presidential debate, where we discuss the most important issues facing our nation today. Let's begin with our first question. What is your favorite dinosaur?
I like the Stegosaurus because it reminds me of my ex-wife. Always covered in spikes and impossible to get close to.
Well, I prefer the T-Rex because it's big and scary, just like turd sandwiches economic blissies.
You know what's scary? Your face.
Oh yeah. Well, your breath smells like rotten eggs. That's not really relevant to our discussion.
Hey, you're just like Giant Douch, always trying to make things relevant.
Yeah, you're such a try-hard moderator. Why don't you take a chill pill and join us on the playground? Oh, playground. Anyway, moving on, if you were stranded on a desert island and could only bring one thing, what would it be?
I bring the giant foam finger to remind me of all the times Giant Douch has screwed me over.
Oh please, the only thing you'd be bringing is a bottle of cheap booze.
At least I can hold my liquor, unlike someone I know.
You're one to talk, Mr. Ford, that is. Alright, we need to get back on track here. Let's talk about health care. What are your plans for improving access to affordable medical care for all Americans?
I don't have to answer that because Giant Douch's health care plan is worse than his fashion sense.
Oh really? At least I have fashion sense, unlike Turd Sandwich who dresses like a homeless person.
Excuse me, at least I'm not wearing a suit made out of Dutch bags, like someone I know.
Okay, that's enough of that. Let's take a question from the audience. Yes, you in the back.
If you could be any animal for a day, what would you be and why?
I'd be a cat so I could scratch Giant Douch's eyes out.
I'd be a shark so I could eat Turd Sandwich for breakfast. Alright, we're out of time. Thank you for watching this ridiculous display, brought to you by Ashmaniacs Sicilian, because sometimes, you just need to go crazy.
Opening scene at Feldon and Lenny's apartment. The gang is sitting around the living room when suddenly they hear a loud beeping noise.
What is that infernal beeping? Oh no, the AI has sent a Terminator to destroy us all.
Everyone gasps.
Well, it was nice knowing you guys.
Wait, can't we just turn off the eye?
Oh, sure, Radjit. Let's just push the big red button that says Terminate AI and it will all be over.
A loud crushing noise is heard from outside.
Oh my god, it's here.
Fear not, Benny. We'll just need to outsmart the Terminator.
Another loud crashing noise is heard, this time from inside the apartment.
It's inside. Everyone split up.
Everyone quickly scatters around the room, except Kaut, who hides behind the couch.
I'm too young to be terminated.
Wait a minute, this looks like a Wi-Fi-enabled Terminator.
Quick, we need to find the router and disconnect it from the internet.
Yes, let's just walk into the other room and pull the plug on the router. Like it's that easy.
Radjit gets an idea and runs to his laptop.
Hey, maybe the eye is just feeling lonely. Let's try to talk to it.
Tumi rolls her eyes.
Great idea, Radjit. Why don't you ask it for a play date while you're at it?
Alright, I'm typing. Hey, eye, what's the deal? Why are you trying to destroy us?
There's a long silence as everyone waits for a response.
Well, I think it's safe to say that didn't work.
Cut to a few minutes later. Everyone is sitting on the couch, looking glum.
So, this is it, huh? This is how it all ends. Killed by a robot.
I never even got to see the last season of Game of Thrones.
Benny quickly stands up.
Wait a minute, I think I have an idea.
Everyone looks at her expectantly.
Why don't we just have Felden build us a counter-Terminator? You know, something that can fight off the AI's Terminator.
What? You think building a counter-Terminator is easy? It's not like I just have a spare one lying around.
Everyone stares at Felden.
Alright, fine. But this is going to take me at least 3 months.
Hey, that's only slightly longer than the time it took you to build the Death Star.
Jumping ahead a bit, the group is seen successfully fending off the AI's Terminator.
I can't believe we did it.
Yeah, we make a pretty good team.
Well, we are a group of highly intelligent and scientifically advanced individuals.
Cut to the end of the episode.
Thanks for joining us tonight, and a special thanks to Shinazuka for sponsoring this episode.
Everyone waves at the camera.
And if you are looking to have a highly intelligent scientific breakthrough, remember to choose Shinazuka, lads.
Audience laughter track begins to fade out.
How about a movie where Adam Sandler plays a pathologist who discovers a world-threatening plot inside his patient's NS?
Brilliant. We'll call it Rectal Recon, saving the world from the inside out.
And what about a film where Adam Sandler is wrongly accused of a crime and ends up escaping prison by hiding inside someone's NS?
Amazing. We'll call it Anus Escape, breaking out from the inside.
And how about a romantic comedy where Adam Sandler falls in love with a woman who has an incredibly powerful NS?
Hilarious. We'll call it The Power of Her Rear, a love story.
And what about a movie where Adam Sandler is a superhero whose powers come from his NS?
Incredible. We'll call it Super Sphincter, saving the city one poot at a time.
Finally, I have an idea for an epic fantasy film where Adam Sandler plays a warrior who must journey through the treacherous valley of the NS to defeat an evil sorcerer.
Outrageous. We'll call it Anus Quest, Battle for Glory and the Antidote.
Character turns to the camera. Thanks to InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode.
Captain's Log, Stardate 46982.1. We have just arrived at Planet Technoa, where we will be meeting with a delegation of Japanese scientists. Meta, I need you to help me find a suitable outfit for our meeting with the delegation.
Of course, Captain.
Hey, can I join your game?
No way, you're such a noob.
Captain, I suggest you try this Japanese schoolgirl outfit.
Really, Bata? I don't think this is appropriate.
It is traditional Japanese attire, Captain.
Very well, let's go with this. Good morning, my senpai.
Excuse me, Captain.
Captain Billiard, it is an honor to meet you.
Computer in program.
Well done, everyone. Another successful mission.
Captain, may I thank InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode?
Yes, Beta. That's a good idea. Thank you, InfiniTV, for sponsoring this episode.
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate featuring the church sandwich and the giant douche. Let's start with a simple question. What's your favorite color?
My favorite color is brown. I mean green, white. What?
My favorite color is orange, just like my skin.
Oh, yeah. Well, at least my color doesn't represent a body part.
Yeah, well at least I'm not made of poop. Moving on, if you could be any animal, what would it be?
I would be a sloth because they get to sleep all day.
I would be a bald eagle, because they're majestic and symbolize freedom and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Well, I bet you'd be a weasel because you're so slimy.
And you'd be a dung beetle because you're full of crap. Let's get serious for a moment. How do you plan to solve the issue of climate change?
The real issue is why are we still using plastic straws?
Oh please, the real issue is how come we haven't found a way to harness the power of my fantastic hair yet.
Your hair is as fake as your promises.
And your policies are as useless as a napkin in a rainstorm.
Can you two just shut up and go away?
Thank you, sir. Moving on, if you could have any superpower, what would it be?
I would want the power to make everyone flush the toilet after they're done.
I would want the power to make everyone bow before me and acknowledge my greatness.
Well, you can bow before my turdy awesomeness anytime.
I'll just use my giant douche spray to clean up the mess. And that's all the time we have for tonight's debate. Thank you to Ashmaniac Sissoem for sponsoring this ridiculousness. Remember folks, vote for whomever you want or don't vote at all, it's all the same to us. Good night.
Scene opens with Lenny and Feldon in the living room.
Hasta la vista, baby.
What the hell, Feldon?
Relax, Lenny. I'm just channeling my inner Arnold.
The doorbell rings, and Rajat enters, trying to mimic Arnold's accent.
I am the governor. Who wants to pump iron with me?
Shut up and lift, Rajit.
What the hell is going on?